Aloha and good morning. Happy New Year, you guys, and welcome to another special New Year edition of the Hui Backdoor Shootout. My name is Ezra Rodriguez. This morning will be joining me Isaiah Walker. Good morning and Happy New Year to you, bro.
Hau'oli makahiki ho. Aloha. Good morning. So stoked to be back at the Backdoor Shootout 2025. Can you believe it, Ezra?
We're here.
And the waves are already starting to come up.
Yep.
As Surfline predicted, this swell is rising pretty quickly.
Yes.
And I drove by this morning early at 7 o'clock, and I was like, man, it looks flat.
Yep.
And then by the time 8 o'clock swung around, we're seeing sets. So there's going to be some action today.
Pristine, glassy conditions, and we got swell coming in all throughout the next 4 days.
All right. Well, speaking of Surfline, I think we're going to have a little bit of a update from them.
Yep.
We got a great-looking swell that's going to build in over the weekend thanks to a recent storm off Japan. At its strongest, this storm produced seas in the 40-foot-plus range around 15 to 1,800 miles from Hawaii, so large to XL surf should peak overnight Saturday and into early Sunday. Thanks to the favorable westerly direction and long distance from the storm to Oahu, Pipe was going to be pumping late Saturday and especially Sunday morning, but probably not so big that it'll be consistently washing through and uncontestable. Don't get me wrong, going to be some wash-through sets from Third Reef, but there should also be some gems over the weekend. Surf's going to settle some on Monday, but remain solid with some good to great waves at Pipe. Light and swirling wind prevails over the weekend, will likely continue into Monday as a front approaches. That sets up light offshore land breeze from the southeast in the mornings for great conditions. Then we may see wind trend onshore in the afternoons, likely stronger on Sunday. Potential for even larger surf for the middle part of the upcoming week, Tuesday afternoon through Thursday, with a probable peak on Wednesday the 8th. That very well may be too much swell for Pipe to handle on the peak day, although there could be windows of brilliance when the swell is on the way up and on the way down. Precise local wind conditions are a question mark at this point, with the front approaching and probably passing down the island chain around Tuesday, Wednesday. Stay tuned to Surfline for the latest details.
Right on, mahalo, Surfline. And as you've seen, Ezra, in both December and January, a lot of purple blobs out there in the Pacific. And so pretty exciting to see. I mean, we just had some big surf at the Eddy a couple weeks ago, and now we're seeing some more action rising today. So we're excited to see. One thing I love, Ezra, about the Backdoor Shootout is that it really offers an opportunity to celebrate not only world-class surfing, but also deep cultural and historical connections that's tied to Hawaii and its surf.
I agree.
And one thing that's really special about the Backdoor Shootout is the opening ceremony.
Big time.
And different events have opening ceremonies, but I think there's something really special about the Backdoor Shootout. It has an air of authenticity to it.
Big time authenticity.
And we get to see a lot of that celebrations. I believe we have some footage of it today to share with our viewers.
Super exciting, yes. We'll be checking out the ceremony.
Aloha. We are now going to open the Backdoor Shootout with pule. I ask all of you to lend your pule and your voice. To all of our he'enalu, mahalo for being our moho, our champion. And to celebrate the ancient Hawaiian sport of surfing of he'enalu. To the Hui Ohana, mahalaluia oko for always holding the line, for making it strong and making it kanaka and making it Hawaii. To the Royal Order, mahalo for representing our ali'i, Kamehameha, and all of his genealogy and all of our ali'i who have walked these lands and who have led us and who continue to lead us from the spiritual realm. Mahalo ya oko for being the physical representation of our ali'i ohana.
He mu na moe ino na moe ya na puno na hau mea he mu oia. Kaniko aha umaka I ole. Manu kai yaba apelele u alele mamala. Anu o uka amanu o kai. Akau ka malama apai kula. Yaba anui, yaba akioloa. Yaba abele uale manuo ka manuo kai. Ivi pole na akau ka hoku. Akaui ka malama apai kula amama uanoa.
Hey, welcome back. And how was that ceremony? Man, Isaiah, plenty culture, plenty iconic characters from the past, present, and future, and a lot of hierarchy.
Love it. A lot of mana. A lot of mana in this event. And mana is a term in Hawaii. It's like and throughout the Pacific, actually, it's like this spiritual energy, this sense of deeper roots and strength that you feel from these experiences. And the Backdoor Shootout opening ceremony and throughout the event, something unique that brings to the community and to the viewers is sort of to have access to that expression of cultural mana. It was cool to see it in the video. A lot of individuals. Liana Wong, who's been at the forefront of some of the language and culture movements. He's done a lot of events, and so he was leading a lot of the protocols. I saw Eric Keawe, who's the son of Auntie Genoa Keawe, who was a very, very famous falsetto singer in old Hawaii, and also you had of course professional surfers. I love how you said you have these generations from past, present, and future, and so that's kind of the beauty of the event, celebrating a lot of individuals and the history and the culture of our community. So special events.
Raised by DaHui.
All right. Good morning again. Good to see you all. Thanks for joining us. Excited to have the Backdoor Shootout 2025.
We're going to start out this morning with the longboard as we honor every year in memory of Duke Kahanamoku. Oh, looks like we got some stand-up paddlers right there. We also have stand-up, so we're going to start the event with some longboards, some stand-up paddling. We like to honor the other disciplines as well. So,
that's really cool. It's a part of this event that makes it special too. Is the He'enalu is a Hawaiian word for surfing, wave riding, and even in ancient times, surfers used a variety of different types of crafts.
Yes, they did. Watermen.
And, watermen, for sure. And you see that, too, in a lot of Hawaiian communities. I mean, you were just at the Rudamel competition where you have everything from riding stand-ups to shortboards to body surf
to alaya
and canoe surfing and a variety of different things. That looks like a shortboard, but apparently it's a stand-up paddleboard. So that's...
Last year, Mo Freitas, our Backdoor Shootout champion on the stand-up. And these guys, they used to have a tour, and they're still doing it, The art of stand-up has definitely elevated the equipment. And this is to our viewers, this is a jerseyless contest, one of a kind, okay? And these surfers are looking to score 1 through a 10, 5 being an average score. Anything going up into the 7s and 8s is going into the excellent range. Their dynamic is here. Their objective today is to get absolutely barreled, tubed, pulled into a giant cavern. We have good waves, like about an hour and a half out. I like to listen behind the fences to all the watermen. Everybody's got their little different things of how they pick apart the swell coming in.
Speaking of watermen, Ezra, we saw some footage of our Hawaiian Water Patrol out there, making sure folks are safe, and we also see Brother David Stant.
Oh, yes, Stant Legacy.
And so, I mean, this event, it's incredible, but it's also incredibly risky and dangerous, and we've seen over the years at each of these events situations where our Hawaiian Water Patrol had to engage and to save people. I believe it was last year in this division of the stand-up that we saw Kai Lenny crack his helmet.
Yeah.
And
I was sitting with you right here. It was like early in the morning, like first heat.
We're glad that everybody's safe and healthy, but we have. I mean, these athletes put their lives on the line, literally, and we've seen it. Folks get rescued, and so our thoughts and encouragement. It's exciting to watch, but also know that these athletes are committed to this, and so
Big
make
time.
sure they're safe, and we're grateful to have the Hawaiian Water Patrol to help make that safety, make sure that it's there.
It's not the same without them, you know. I mean, this contest is designed so we get the utmost progression, you know. In the shortboard team divisions, this thing is designed as a team format, so you know, they get a more of a relaxed environment. They're not only trying to win as a team, but they're trying to win as an individual. But we get more progression. We get them to contort in huge barrels, and that's what these guys on the stand-up paddles are doing. You're going to see some, you know, turns and stuff, but the main objective is to get underneath the curtain, get into the barrel, and thread the needle and come out clean and kick out with conviction. This is what they want to do. They want to get 2 of those during their heats, so. The SUP, who's in here?
We have Mo Freitas on the list. We have a bunch of really awesome athletes: Tehotu Wong, Sebastian Gomez, Zane Schweitzer, Bernard Rodrigo, and there's a list of others. We'll let you know once the event starts of who's in heat number 1.
Yeah.
But definitely exciting. And to me, it's amazing to watch these stand-up guys pull into barrels. We've seen some incredible rides over the years at Backdoor and going left at Pipeline. And always impressive to me to see these guys charge and get barreled.
An art of its own, yeah. It ain't easy, you know. I mean, you could go do this at Waikiki, but these guys take it to a whole nother level. I hear our brother Rocky Cannon on the live mic. He's also going to be joining us all throughout the day on the booth, along with Hawaiian Water Patrol's Clifton Botello.
Right.
So super stoked to have them as well. So
also heard we're going to be having some help here and there, maybe on the beach and stuff, from our champion of the Eddie, Landon McNamara.
Oh yes, Landon McNamara is present. I was with his brother this morning. They were checking out the surf with last year's champion Billy Kemper in the shortboard. So yeah, super stoked. We also have Landon Iolani Adams. You know, he's one of the announcers at every Hawaii Amateur Surfing Association. Shout out to Uncle Wendell. And shout out to all of you viewers at home. We are live on Spectrum, channel 1020. Super stoked. Zone Media right here, OC16. Alex and his crew covering the action this year. So
cool. You can see the sun rising this morning. We'll sometimes greet you with aloha kakahiaka. Kakahiaka is referencing the morning as the sun is rising. And so good morning to everyone out there. You can see the beautiful sun coming up through the valley behind us in the Ko'olau mountain range here on Oahu's North Shore. Stretches from the North Shore here at Pupukea all the way back to the end of the island at Makapu'u. So beautiful mountain range. There's 2 mountain ranges, but Ko'olauloa is the one that you're looking at right now.
Yeah, and look, there's beach right now, but you know, in a couple days when I'm sitting up here with you, I mean, the thing changes that fast.
It is amazing, which really is a testament to the power of the mana of the ocean, that it can take, I don't know, millions of tons of sand and just move it in
move it
in a
on
day.
over.
Move it, and it comes and goes, ebbs and flows. Sometimes there's, many of our viewers probably know or have seen, sometimes there's so much sand that there's like a, they call it the Beaver Creek, where there's like a pond there.
Safe for your children, you know. It circulates from the pipe waves lapping over the shore.
One year was really interesting that so much sand eroded, so much of the swell came and pushed the sand away, that it exposed some never seen before petroglyphs.
Oh, wow.
And Hawaiian petroglyphs are basically these drawings that are carved into rocks that tell stories, a history from the past. In fact, the Hui Nalu logo, you'll see it on the
right
hats
here,
and the shorts and so forth, is an adaptation of one of those petroglyphs, the stories from ancient times in old Hawaii, of drawings of surfers surfing. And so really cool that we're, that we have that preserved. The He'enalu surfing is literally etched into the landscape.
Super iconic,
of our island and of our stories. So evidence there that surfing is a part of old Hawaii and its ancient lore.
Yeah, it's carved right in on the stone if anybody wants to, you know what I mean, ask questions. Yeah, that is illustration from back in the day. That's like, how we were in 7th, 8th grade drawing surfers and big waves on our thing. That was the ancient Hawaiian days surf. Wow. The Hui man, Hui o He'enalu, for years, taking care of North Shore, the community, and all island-wide. Hui Backdoor, internationally known. Go give us a follow at DaHui Official and Hui Backdoor North Shore. So 8:05 is the time. And yeah, here we go. We got some paddlers right here taking the back door, fading back to pipe. Nice little tricky fade on his buddy right there. He was kind of looking at the back door, a little backside slash on his stand-up paddle. Nice technique, and he's just going to paddle away. These guys are just getting their feet in the grip pad. And we also have, 2 year ago champion Zane Schweitzer is here present, along with the Boogie Kalama legacy from the west side, Ikaika Kalama. So a little confusion in the first heat. People got to get their equipment together and show up, because when you're invited to this prestige event, it is go time. The people that are invited to this event are all specialists. They put in their time here at Pipeline and Backdoor, and the world's best.
Now, to our viewers, take notice that right now it looks pretty tame.
Yeah.
But one thing that's incredibly unique about the North Shore is how quickly that can change.
Yes. I'm excited to watch that with you.
And so all of our viewers today, you're going to notice the ocean's going to have various faces today. And we're looking at its calmest one at the moment for the day. So as Surfline's predicted, and we saw through that opening there that how we're tracking these storms, they're arriving. And they're going to keep coming bigger and bigger. And we're going to see each set rising. And so this is, you may be watching now thinking like, I could do that.
Yeah. It ain't easy. There is power behind that wave. That thing will turn your eyelids inside out.
Right.
You know, where there's a will in the way, you need technique, experience, and all of these guys are experienced in heavy water waves, as we're going to watch the stand-up today and move into the longboarding category. And I wanted to say earlier, the beautiful logo this year, Soren, the Soren legacy, also a legacy from Hui Backdoor from back in the day. And I was on the guy's page this last week. Amazing art by him. And awesome job, brother Jack. Good stuff.
Jack Henry Soren, his dad run Nine Noah Jewelry for many years.
Oh, okay.
I was friends with his dad, Henry Soren. Unfortunately passed away. Also, his uncle, Imbert Soren, was one of the founders of the Hui Backdoor.
Yeah.
And they're from the corner here, around the corner of Laie.
Okay.
And so, yeah, you're right. Legacy, the family. Also has an uncle that runs the Hukilau Cafe there.
Oh, I love the Hukilau Cafe. Okay, that thing is still going. Still awesome. You guys go check it out. Oh, there he is, Mr. Kavika Stant. His dad is also one of the founding members of Hui Backdoor.
Yep. So Kavika in Hawaiian is David. And so Uncle Kavika was David's dad. And he was one of the
iconic
muscles of the Hui when it first was formed. Another awesome family from Laie. And so David Stant has always been, of course, part of the Hui. So it's kind of cool when you look at the old photographs of 1975, 76 when it first started. You'll see them when they're younger.
They don't make them like that anymore.
Here we go. Some action.
Same guy from the first one, but he's going to pull back on the berm. Not that much scoring capability as that thing, beautiful mini little pipe wave spit its guts out. But, hey, guys, this is just the beginning of what is to come. I seen Billy Kemper early this morning, after Uncle Eddie makes the call in the morning. It's a intense vibe in the morning. Everybody's staring at it. The longboarders felt that they were probably going to go out first, but Billy just looked with his big eyeballs, last year's champion, and just said, it's going to be so bombing tomorrow. So, that guy's absolutely frothing.
Quite a competitor, Billy Kemper.
He
right?
is.
So, I mean, from Jaws or Peahi on Maui to Waimea Bay to Backdoor, Pipeline, Sunset, Haleiwa, very well-rounded athlete. We have a lot of really accomplished surfers in this event, including Kelly Slater.
Oh, yes, I see that there. Bethany Hamilton back again. Some of the biggest, one of the biggest, throatiest closeouts. Like if she came out of that was Backdoor Shootout's Perfect 12 2 years ago.
I mean, all of our competitors that we'll see today are exciting surfers, but you know, some names I'd look at and like, oh, I'm so stoked to see Clay Marzo, for example. It's always fun to see him out in the waters. Mason Ho, of course.
Super cool.
So many others. Ayala Stewart.
Yeah.
The Rothmans from Koa and Makua.
Yeah, the North Shore teams.
Ivan and Nathan. So
how's the young lads? Mackay Burdine for Volcom, good performer in the last years, but then we got an alternate for New Earth Project this year, and he's been just from the amateurs into the semi-pros and doing his thing. Luke Tima, super stoked for you, and another Kanaka Steez, Shaden Picaro. Love watching that guy surf.
Oh yeah, for sure. We also have, we have some young Wahine that are out there that are going to be surfing. Of course, Moana Jones Wong is the queen of pipeline.
Duck queen.
But we have the young one, Aaron Brooks, who has put on quite a performance this last year.
Yes.
Big waves, small waves, aerials, big barrels. So kind of exciting to see her. I believe this is her first time at the Backdoor Shootout.
Yep. And let's not forget the Chandler boys. Oh, I love those boys. You know, that guy came up with a new claim coming out of the Sunset Barrel. Boom, the Kanaka Steez. I mean, that was beautiful. And then you got Legend Chandler. He'll be in the NS, the North Shore. Ohana, team captain Coral Chandler. So there's
another competitor that seems to always shine at the Backdoor Shootout. And I love that he's in the Backdoor Shootout because it seems to be his event to win is Balaram Stack. Yeah, he's always like getting some of the waves of the events. Looking forward to that. Oh,
crazy
saw a barrel.
Nice. Look how beautiful these conditions are, Isaiah.
Unable to come out of that one. Saw a little bit of backwash or morning wobble that made it a little more challenging. But here we go. Another look.
Oh, nice little like, nah. You seen that? Nah, just with one stroke, he nabbed that thing. Nah.
It's fun to watch the stand-up guys jockey for position. It's a little different than, you know, when you're laying down and paddling because it takes a bit more dexterity and balance to figure out how to turn that thing around while you're standing.
Oh, yeah. It's a full-on art and technique that these guys improvise, innovate all the time.
What always amazes me, too, is like when they're pulling into a barrel, what do they do with the paddle?
Yeah, no, exactly. Yeah, I mean, you know, they kind of... They're amphibious creatures. They kind of just make it up as they go, and they've created this as this guy pulls in front side, but just gets his, you know, his outside edge clipped. And stand-up boards are about 27 to 23 inches. Some of these guys got narrower ones.
Yeah, I think there's that Mo Freitas out there. He said he was on a really small board.
Yeah, Mo was packing them last year. You seen him. He was going like constantly backdoor. He's kind of like, you know, they're Maui born. Zane Schweitzer, I mean, him too, just right underneath the curtain.
Yeah, Zane has always been a standout. Schweitzer's won the event before. Charger.
And for those of you guys at home, you know, each athlete, some of these guys are so watermen, they could do every division, but you have to pick one division in the Backdoor Shootout.
Right.
You know, whether you want to surf on the shortboard team, get the individual $50,000, or if you want to do the stand-up paddle or the longboard. And talking about the longboarders, they're going to be coming up later. We got some big names, world champions.
We've got this heat. You see who's in this heat right now? A four-man heat.
Perfect. Gomez, Maltese, Rodiger, and Everline all out in the water. These guys are jerseyless. This is a cultural event. One of a kind. There's only 3 like this. There's the Eddie Aikau Backdoor Shootout, the Hui Backdoor Shootout, and Buffalo Big Board Classic. And talking about Duke Kahanamoku and the Watermen, here we go. Kind of a smart choice. As that thing wonked, he would have just ate it in front of his friend.
We are seeing, though, that was a little bigger than the earlier waves. So you have to position themselves, and we'll see the surfers are starting off on the first reef here, and probably by the evening we're going to see them on the second reef.
Yes. You know, to start the new year off every year with you guys, and then, you know, the forecast. Like, you know, every year is different. Like, you get those years where it's just big, gnarly, dark, and ominous, and then the next day is just perfect 7 to 8 foot pipeline and backdoor. And then we had some stormy occasions too, but we've never got real small surf, and that's what the backdoor shootout is all about. Big, obtuse, giant.
Yeah, for sure. And the one thing I do like about the format and the philosophy behind this event, and you know, is that if it's not good, it's not happening. Whereas a lot of the events, it's kind of like, okay, we have to get this many days, but the flexibility of the event allows for it to be paid with the right waves.
You know, corpocracy. We're not trying to sell shirts over here. We're trying to get our surfers, like Uncle Eddie and we have gotten all our surfers, all their nephews and their nieces together for something so special. Past, present, and future, we just honor barrel riding and just great surfing.
Here we go.
Oh, nice snap. I believe that might have been Gomez.
It's also not only is there diversity in the wave riding vehicles that you see out there, but it's also, it is an international event, right? We have a team from Peru, and we have a team from Japan.
Yes.
We have some from Hawaii. We have a mix of teams of surfers from the United States, from various places. So here we go, replay. It was a nice layback turn, leaning back onto that paddle.
Yeah, look at that. It looks like there's some fog coming in there, some Hawaiian fog right behind. I thought it was the screen.
Yeah, when the surf gets big on the North Shore, we have this, the mist from the salty air. Actually, that's the name of this beach over here, is Ehukai.
Yeah. Beautiful takeoff here. No barrel. Probably not going to factor in on any of his best waves, but Mr. Gomez is going to kick out on the inside. Man, it's so clean, and these guys are standing up 6 feet tall so they can see the lines, the Pacific ribs, are approaching pipeline. And we got an incoming swell, and I'd just like to thank all our sponsors, North Shore Club, White Claw in the house, Mahalo the Shredda Raw, and the Pakalolo Man, Excel, Haleiwa Distillery, Saltwater Society, and here we go, up and riding, stalling on the tail, trying to get an under the hood snap. Sometimes you can get those under the hood snaps and get lidded in the barrel and come out, you know, it'll require some points. Thank you to Saltwater Society, Hawaii Volcanic Water.
Here we go. Stalling, gets onto the curtain briefly.
Nice pocket ride. Ice back. Energy. Hui 2020 beach bungalows. So if you have not checked out Keiki Beach Bungalows, it's an absolute must. Summertime, wintertime, anytime, it's absolute paradise. Thank you, Elon, and the staff over there. They've been with us from day one. Keiki Beach Bungalows right down the road here, and it is an amazing place to stay. Wow, how's this? I mean, I wouldn't call it a fun set, Isaiah, but just when the ocean starts livening up, it's on 2025.
Yeah, I can see energy.
Yeah, Rocky livening up the beach. If you guys want to join us down here on the beach, you guys, it is on Friday, and our day of the waiting period, as we have January 4th to January 16th, and a lot of exciting swell on the way. Water, Jose Gomez, Anthony Maltese, along Clay.
That's heat number 2. My favorite
You got it. Plenty mana, broken salt water, you know, turns a grumpy Grinch into a happy person, you know?
And that's where I would, you know, recommend our viewers, like if you have the chance to watch Pipeline in person, I mean, something that's really unique about it is how close it is to shore.
Yeah, it is.
So you stand on the beach and you're literally 50 yards from where these guys are riding, and so that's why that intensity, you can really feel it. So it's something special about being here, and really cool being here this morning, looking at this beautiful morning where the sun is coming up and the waves are rising, and so it's really special place, special event for sure.
Magical. Huh? All right.
Sponsor Eye Candy. If you guys want bottles, we got bottles for you guys.
Oh, Hawaii volcanic water.
Or we got the quick in the background or whatever. You guys need water, man.
Right.
Yeah. Founded in 1996 by the founders of Hui Backdoor, Eddie Rothman, and Uncle Kavika Stant Sr., the legacy of the event continues to flourish by Ohana values and the sense of pride of being Hawaiian and Polynesian representing. So yes, Duke specialty events will consist of individual co-ed divisions, longboard and SUP. You are watching the stand-up paddle division. 8 minutes, 20 seconds remaining in this heat, Isaiah.
Yep. So the event was founded in 1996 by the founders of the Hui Backdoor, Eddie Rothman, Uncle Kavika Stant Sr., and others. And the legacy of the event continues to flourish by promoting Ohana values, and being Hawaiian and Polynesian, representing Moana Nui. So the Moana Nui is all of the Pacific, right? So, you know, like the Disney movie Moana.
Yeah,
that's actually a correct term. The Moana is something that is a Pan-Pacific or Polynesian word. So in Hawaii, and you know, when we say Polynesia or the Pacific Islands, these are distinctions that we've given. Geographers have tried to explain, but really Moana Nui is more of a traditional way of referring to the Pacific and the many islands that are in there. And all these peoples are related through the canoe. So the va'a, the voyaging vaka, va'a kaulua, the voyaging canoes connect all of us from the islands. And so kind of a cool history. So we're talking about the Pacific is a part of that group of individuals or those peoples that have migrated for hundreds and thousands of years actually throughout the Pacific. But Moana Nui, these waves that are coming from the vast ocean, and in Hawaii there's a variety of words for the ocean. Kai is referring more to the waves that are the ocean that's closer to shore, the breaking waves. Po'ina Nalu is the area where the waves break. And there's a variety of different words. There's vai, and so oftentimes you hear freshwater referred to vai, and kai, and moana, and there's a variety of different terms for ocean and ocean conditions in Hawaiian language and also in Polynesian languages. So the Hui Backdoor, they were formed in 75, 76, the club, but other like in 1996 was when this event started. So it's been it's quite a legacy of the event itself.
Yep.
So pretty cool to
Things
celebrate.
were different in 1996, let me tell you.
Yeah. I remember it started off, there was an expression session that they would have at sunset and so forth. It was just about, like, you know, in fact, one of the reasons why the Hui was formed was because of all the permits that were being issued to companies and to events that
and they would let the local surfers surf.
Right.
Yeah.
And so
it's big.
I think the Hui was like, hey, like, if there's handing out permits, we're going to get some of them too.
Yeah.
And so the Hui has been holding on to these events where they have the And
Yeah.
so it's been at Pipeline for many years now, but started off at Sunset.
Plenty of people just making up their own rules when these guys were the original guys, you know. And if it wasn't for them, we wouldn't even be here today. Like Uncle Eddie and the uncles, they honor the surfers that always have done it for their lifestyle, not craving the limelight, and then they never get invited. They never ever get talked about on the, you know, some of the other corporate events. And this one honors, you know, longboarding, stand-up paddling, all the iconic watermen, and the biggest team format individual pipe event.
Yeah, I love these drone angles. You really get a perspective here of what it's like to be out in the water. And also seeing the Aina, the land from the shore, which is a perspective that usually only surfers get when you're in the water, which is beautiful. You can see Kaena Point and the Waianae mountain range. I mentioned Ko'olau. There's two mountain ranges on the island of Oahu, Ko'olau and the Waianae mountain ranges. So kind of cool on the North Shore, you get to see both of them.
Wow, look how beautifully groomed it is. Come on, send these broadas some waves. There's some sheer cones on. Some of these guys haven't been wanting to take it as 5-minute mark. Mez, Anthony, Maltese, Bernard, Ron, Everline. Opening up first day of our event.
Of the shootout and how it started, and the issue of permits and surf during certain times. And I mean, one of the things that a lot of our athletes enjoy, as you can see right here, 4 people in
4
the lineup
people
at Pipeline. So it's not only a blessing, it's a privilege too.
Yeah.
So get invited to this event, and I also see from this event, you'll see a lot of iconic waves being filmed and shot, and some of the best waves of the winter.
Respect between all of our athletes, as prestige as this event is. Come on, it's DaHui. I mean, these guys full on.
Here we go. Oh, side slipping. Oh, our first wipeout of the event.
He was on his way. A little bit too much thrust. His board went up with the barrel and buckled. He's already got a couple under his scoreboard, but these guys want pipe bombs. Style, staying crouched, but moving too fast. And the wave, not all these waves are throating barrels, but nice technique nonetheless.
Oh, look at this one.
Wow.
Takes that drop. Oh!
He did the full extension right at the bottom, and then water went right over the toe edge rail, and that is Hulimaka flip. But hey, he was on his way.
Went for it.
He went for it, and the only thing I could articulate he could change is maybe dropping down, grabbing the rail. Might have pulled him up in there. And you're going to see a lot of amazing barrel riding techniques as we're just getting into the first heat of this event. You know, as we move on into our team event, with all the teams, these guys get to surf 6 to 7 times. His leg.
I believe that was Clayton Everline. It seems like they're looking for his paddle, the water patrol.
I wonder, I mean, I would have to ask some of the athletes, but I wonder if a paddle has never submerged from the bottom, just got stuck in one of the cornices.
They found it.
And then, you know, so just hanging on to someone's paddle earlier, stuck between the 2 ruts.
Oh, look at these stallings, doing good, but then you're right, that outside rail catches.
Oh, and it just took his stand-up board. Yeah, just said, hey. This was nice.
Not quite in the barrel, but
I mean, yeah, he could have backdoored the pipeline for sure, and that was over the handbar extension.
Same story for both wipeouts. You got the outside rail catching.
Yep.
Not expecting what happens at pipeline is the bottom literally drops out. So you're catching the wave and it looks like, oh, I'm going to make this. And then next thing you know, all the water that's on the reef starts pulling out, and then it gets shallower and shallower, and then you catch that edge often.
That ends the first heat. But, also, even that last one from that guy on the bigger left, when he plunged, that board came down with the lip. So you got to want to make sure that you're underneath with a half a sip of breath hold and go out the back without getting lipped on the head with your own equipment. So there are dangers there as this guy's just going to safety glide in. Previous heat, nice front side snap.
Well, that was heat 1 of round 1. We're now getting into heat 2 of round 1.
The champion from last year, Isaiah.
Oh, Freitas.
Mm-hmm.
Teotu Wong and Maximilian Torres.
So heat 2 is standing by.
Literally.
Yeah. So, oh man, that guy in the white helmet, I don't know if he's on a 6.6, but he's having a hard time. That thing is sinking down. So, equipment preference is definitely changing.
I mean, it seems like at Pipeline, though, you would want less board.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
But, I mean, look how glassy it is. I mean, some of these guys ride the boards where you have to be propelling forward a couple knots to even keep it well balanced. So this is, the guy in the red helmet sitting down there.
Yep.
Heat never start yet. Save your legs. I remember when stand-up paddling first came out, we're at the Buffalo's Big Board Classic. There's guys already doing it. We get Surfer Magazine, Sam George paddles out past, and we all, as water guys, wanted to try it out. I couldn't believe the technique of them sliding their back foot on the tail and pivoting around. I was like, wow. And this was just the beginning of it.
Wow.
I was like, okay, I got to slide my back foot down, paddle really hard on the right side to keep, they do full-on pivots in the bowl. And the waves were 8 feet, so
yeah,
it was
incredible.
neat. It was neat to watch the stand-up progress and then get into the tour. You had some real iconic guys on tour. There's some guys that left the shortboard too, jumped on the stand-up paddle, never came back.
Yeah, that happens.
Yep.
Seen
It happens. Foil. Yeah.
I know a lot of, and a lot of my age generation folks I've seen have converted to foil, and a lot of them
they're flying in they're flying in the ocean. But yeah, gang, we're gonna get this second heat underway. You guys make sure you guys grab a snack, a hot cup of coffee. We're here all day with you. Thank you for joining us in 2025. Mahalo. Snap two, bring it back.
The 2025 DaHui Backdoor Shootout is presented by Keiki Beach Bungalow, White Claw, Hawaii Volcanic Water, Haleiwa Distillery, Saltwater Society, Na Menihuni Umi Kumaono, and Excel Haleiwa. This live broadcast is produced by Zone Media, creators of Ocean Paddler TV, Hawaiian Extreme Sports TV, and In the Zone.
Aloha kakayaka, and Welcome to the Backdoor Shootout 2025.
Oh, yeah.
What a cool number, 2025.
Oh, yeah, we're here. What a way to start the new year, too. You know what I mean? DaHui Backdoor Shootout.
And Hau'oli Makahiki Ho, give you a Hawaiian word of the day, or phrase of the day, I should say. Hau'oli Makahiki Ho. So break that up into 3 words. Hau'oli means happy or, yeah, happy.
Yep.
And Makahiki means year, and Ho is new. So happy new year. And well, it's on the rise. We've seen already. Look at these lines, Ezra.
Oh, yes, here we go. And to all of you viewers out there, thank you for tuning in. We're going to all just light up 2025 and take care of one another. Beautiful technique.
Oh, my
and,
gosh.
oh, man, the first straight-up judo throw into the reef we have here. Well, yeah, the crowd's getting lived up because you know what? There is some waves of consequences showing up right here. He's going to get out of harm's way here.
Hopefully. That
Sheesh.
was sending it.
Doesn't look like he's on a stand-up paddle anymore. I almost thought he was going to duck dive that one, Mike.
Here we go. This is, I mean, we're going to see this. We keep saying this probably throughout the day, but that was the biggest wave we've seen so far.
Last year's champion right there, I believe, in the white helmet here.
Trevor on this one.
Trevor!
No.
He was on his way to do some different kind of art form. It just didn't work out for him. You got to get down into the transition before that coping starts cleffing up on your back.
So it's like Trevor's joined Mo Freitas, Tehotu Wong, and Maximilian Torres. Oh my goodness. Broken board.
Tehotu out there in the red helmet. Oh. One of my favorites, Kavika Foster. Hawaiian Water Patrol. We also have his son in the longboard coming up as well. So good to see you. Hail. Yeah. Super stoked. Really good.
Look
at
a
this.
lot of things. Replay. Grab makes it. Oh my gosh. Pulls up the rail and there is no exit.
Oh. If he would have Jamie O'Brien'd it right through, he would have been on his way on that one. But we're just lighting things up here. This is the second round of the stand-up paddle. First broken board of the event.
Hui.
Yeah. CMC.
Terry Hui was one of the founders of the Hui Ha'enalu, also the founder of the Hawaiian Water Patrol. So the legacy.
Amazing uncle, too. And 2025, the Backdoor Shootout social media crew. Thank you guys. CMC Productions, Chance, Eli, and the boys, always. Hui's social media, Instagram platforms. And go check us out at DaHui Official and at Hui Ha'enalu North Shore for all your updates. And also surfline.com. Mahalo.
Yeah, that was exciting to watch because that barrel that we just saw from our stand-up paddler, I think he knew it wasn't makeable.
Huh?
But for the boys, he sent them anyway.
Yeah, no, but he had a good line. It's just right over that last rib, like with a board that big, you can't do that kind of thrust pump. Right. So yeah, he got catapulted in that cavern, but that was the first big cavern of the day. So. It's exciting. Don't stop. I believe that's Mo Freitas just on a real small stand-up paddle there, sinking it, but he's going to go look. There is no priority or anything. It's all gentlemen, you know, navigating your way through the lineup, you know, knowing what you're taught. But you can never manipulate the ocean, especially not pipeline or backdoor.
Yeah.
You got to learn to dance with her.
And we always talk about that, right? Like the one thing that really differentiates surfing from most other sports is that the field or the court itself is moving and it's active and it's choosing you, right? We say that a lot, especially at events like at Waimea Bay and so forth, like the Eddy. Like the waves come to you know, whoever.
Their playing field is just moving gnarly on dry reef. Where's their 33 million? You know, it's really admirable to be an amphibious water person. You know what I mean? You guys are all watching. You know, you guys are connected to the ocean. You guys are a thalassophile.
And I guess the only exception to that is, you know, the growing trend of wave pools, right?
Oh, yeah.
Where it does take away that variable of uncertainty.
Yeah.
But in the ocean, it's just constant uncertainty. You never know exactly where the wave is going to be.
Yeah.
Here we go. Mo going backdoor. Freitas.
Niggity Mo. Beautiful paddle
Stalling.
technique. And here we go.
It's a little under the curtain there.
But nice and clean. You know what I mean? He's going to get it done out great.
See if he can make it. This is the paddle back.
Oh,
it's always the
man.
scariest thing. Getting back out from
What a
backdoor.
good example, too, Isaiah.
Oh.
He's actually making it, though. He's making it. Woo, with the spit. Sheesh. And I was just like going to tell you before he even took off on that wave, when he's standing prone on his board, he's knee deep.
Yep. Sinking it.
Yeah.
Even
and look at him. He
right
knee
there.
deep, too, bro.
Yeah.
Then he tabbies, get stand-up paddle underneath. Oh, yeah. This guy's looking to elevate.
All right. I think we have some surfers on the beach. We're going to do a little interview, bring you guys down, and throw it down to the beach.
Aloha guys, this is Wahine speaking. I have Anthony Maltese from South Clemente, the surfer from round 1, heat 1. Obviously we don't have any results out right now, but how was your heat this morning?
It was really fun out there. I got 3 or 4 great waves. We had so much time. Like, we had almost a half-hour heat, I think 25. So I just want to say thank you to the DaHui and Uncle Eddie and Mahina for putting this on and giving me the opportunity to be out there. It was a pleasure to sup out there. It was perfect. And as a goofy foot, you really can look at the lefts and have a big advantage on a stand-up paddleboard.
That was great to hear. And
they're
just talk
good.
me through your very first wave. You did get a barrel. It's really, really tough to get barreled out there with a SUP. So how did you prepare going into this event?
There were fortunately a lot of waves at home before this, so thank you to my family for letting me take a ton of time to train. I was really on top of it. The waves out here are extremely steep and slabbing. It's almost vertical, so to get down on a stand-up, you just got to make sure you're totally committed, head down, and as fast as you can down the wave to get into it. And without a crowd, it's a pleasure. So you could actually attack it how you would want to in theory. There's no crowd. It's a very good opportunity for everyone.
Well, that's super great to hear, and we wish you all the best for the next heat. And back to you guys up in the booth.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mahina. Interesting to see Mahina on the beach behind the mic. She was an accomplished competitive surfer as well.
That's her.
Yeah.
I thought I recognized her. Huh. Yep. Goofy foot. Ripper shredder. This is round 1, heat 2, second heat of making history this 2025 at the Hui Backdoor Shootout. Mo Freitas, Tehotu Wong, Maximilian Torres, and Trevor Lacos.
Right on. So we saw some sets, we saw some action, saw some wipeouts, saw a broken board already,
Yep.
and this is just the day.
This is just the beginning, yeah. I mean, we're just getting started here.
Just getting started. I'm looking forward to it. 10:45. We have a women's heat.
Yep.
And these Wahine. I mean, these are some accomplished surfers: Moana Jones Wong, Betty Lou, Sakura Johnson, Erin Brooks, Bethany Hamilton, Bianca Valenti, and Zoe Chait.
Yeah, good to see these young girls, Betty and Erin, up in there, and Bianca Valenti is back. And we all remember the year Bethany Hamilton was here, and it was big and unruly. There was actually a perfect 12 that year. I think it was Ballaram, I believe. But yeah, after that, at 9:05, we'll be moving on into the 2 heats of longboard, and we got some big legacy names for you. And, you know, these guys don't like to hear, it's too small, I'm going to ride a longboard. These guys aren't that type of longboarders. They, you know, born and bred to longboard, but they surf waves of consequence and use the longboard for other dynamic things. Not just, you know, Waikiki kind, catch small waves. These guys above the lip, amazing stuff, but in the barrel today.
Yep.
10:45 for the women, though. I mean, there's going to be some.
There's going to be waves. I mean, there already are waves, but it's going to be pumping.
Gotcha. Super excited.
Yeah. So, you know, I love you mentioned the design of the shirt this year. Beautiful artwork by Jack Henry Soren. So Jack Soren designed the Backdoor Shootout shirt. Check it out. And what I love, it's got Duka Hanamoku on there, and this event celebrates Duka Hanamoku, which I love that, because oftentimes we think of Duke as only exclusively in Waikiki, but Duke Hanamoku, of course, was also known to come out to the North Shore and surf Haleiwa, Ali'i Beach, we call it. Here we are.
Yeah, and we're looking sharp. Thank you, Brother Tim and Freak Show Iwohi for the OGA, Oahu Golf Apparel, making us look sharp every year.
No, I'm glad, too, because, like, I've been wearing out my other shirts from last year, so I'm looking forward to a new wardrobe.
You know, I wear
year.
these things surfing, too. I mean, it's just they're water, but you look sharp.
Wow.
You know, you look so sharp.
Not as fashionable
they're not
as
even
you.
going to take you away from you, bro. In the barrel, collared shirt with
business.
a smile, OGA, baby, not just for the golf course, but thank you, Tim, suiting us up yet another year. Amazing stuff. Mahalo.
Yeah, and it's so cool that we're actually on the patio of the Volcom House with the Jerry Lopez's old place and
Yago Dora's old room, I believe. But these guys also have an amazing team coming up. Team Volcom. They won as a team last year. So this year they're looking for individual and another team win, and
there's a shot of the house, the historic Jerry Lopez house.
Here we are. You're going to see a lot of black, red, and yellow, the colors of the Hui o He'enalu. Also, a lot of powerful colors in ancient Hawaiian history, Isaac.
Yeah, so the Hui o He'enalu is a club that's formed in 1975-76. And they take a lot of emblems from Hawaii's past, Hawaii's culture, Hawaiian history into, their branding, their identity. So we mentioned earlier about the petroglyph, the Hawaiian ki'i, the petroglyph is actually taken from the logo is taken from an ancient petroglyph drawn in the rocks where it was depicting surfing as a story. So using that as a logo, but then the colors, you're right, Ezra, the red and the yellow are colors of significance in Hawaii. They often would mark the ali'i, because speaking of, you were talking about looking fashionable by wearing the Oahu Golf Apparel shirts. Well, a chief or an ali'i in Hawaii would have worn red and yellow colors used with the feathers from very rare birds. And so the feathers would be placed on either capes, or helmets, and a variety of different bling, different. Are
those birds extinct today, or is
sadly
or we
many?
There
are. Unfortunately, Hawaii lists amongst the top of extinct species, whether it's birds or a variety of other species. A lot of that has to do with the fact that Hawaii is being so isolated that we also had, birds and other species of life here that didn't exist anywhere else in the world. But unfortunately, with the introduction of things like mongoose and feral pigs and a variety of other creatures have diminished the population of our native species, which is really unfortunate. But you have folks who are working to preserve the endangered species. We've seen some success with, for example, the Hawaiian goose called nene was near extinction, but now the population of nene goose birds are pretty thriving. Interesting to see them all over, especially on the Big Island. But unfortunately, a lot of the birds that used the feathers were used for capes and other things. Many of them have gone extinct.
Well, the mongoose didn't work out for us at all. I don't know who came up with that. The mongoose never even met the rat. These guys are on two different time schedules.
And sadly, we continue to deal with introduced species. Our current one that's really troubling here on the North Shore is called CRB, which is the coconut rhinoceros beetle. Not to make it sound sad, but I'm looking over here behind me.
I've seen your eyes touch the coconut tree, and it is a serious thing. It needs to be discussed. We need to work together, because I'm hearing down the line there will be no coconut trees if this keeps up. So,
Yeah, you'll notice the leaves of some of the trees, if you see them, looks like somebody took a machete to them and kind of trimmed them.
Mm-hmm.
That's actually these massive beetles.
They're huge.
They're huge.
Size of your palm, yeah?
Well, not quite. They're like, about 3 inches long.
Yeah.
And they have this big rhinoceros tusk. And
well, IG is making them look a lot scarier than the...
Here we go. Action.
Splitting peak, possibly? No?
Oh, no.
Tehotu giving way.
Oh,
Beautiful.
come on. Oh.
That was pretty textbook, but then he had some reverb on the outside.
I believe that was Max Torres.
That was awesome. Brother Max, already 2.
Got some morning spectators on the beach. He almost came out of that. That was really close.
2 no makes, and that's a technique I like to use. That's like throw the paddle and then paddle up to it. Throw the paddle and then paddle up to it.
Let's see a replay of that. See how close he was to coming out.
Beautiful.
Holds his line. Seems like everything's going well. Oh, and that chandelier pinches him right at the end.
How's that slow-mo by Zone Media? That was the magic right there. The scoring capability. What we want to see, folks, is in the tube, slow it down, disappear, get spit out. And like I said, they're not just getting scored from a 1 through a 10. This morning I said 1 through a 10. They can get a 12, you know what I mean? But it's going to have to be majestic, beastly conditions.
And that's an interesting scale, right? And I don't... we'd have to talk to our judges over there.
It's hard.
Because I think it's not really a 1 through 12 scale. I think it's a normal 1 to 10.
Yeah, but then the 12
it's like the extra.
The extra 2 points, like +2, -2,
And I get that because somebody gets a 10. It's like, all right, that was a 10. But then what happens if somebody gets something better than the 10?
Exactly.
And so it affords that flexibility. You're talking about some 10-point rides from before Balaram Stack. Remember Kala Grace getting a 12?
Grace, yes. That was a 12. That was absolutely amazing. That was real Derek Ho-esque. Shout out to Derek.
So we don't get 12s every year.
No, we don't. But, they shouldn't be handed out. It needs to be magical. It needs to, go up there, like wave of the winner kind of action.
Right.
So... And Tehotu, he's waiting patiently. He's almost like bored. He's like, come on, 12-footers. I like 12 feet.
Now, one of my favorites was from many years ago. Was from a guy named Keito Matsuoka, I think his name was. Oh. And he got a 12 that was just one of the meanest waves I've seen at Pipeline.
Team Japan, they never let us down. I mean...
They send it.
No, they send it, but they... Just years doing this with you in the booth, like just with Rocky and the boys... Once they touch the ocean, it gets unruly out there. I mean, you guys seen how gnarly Jamie O'Brien had to work to get 3rd place last year. You know what I mean? It was some work. He got licked to the point of it was very Ross Clark Jones-ish. Like, it's humanly not possible to go back out and get a wave, and he went and did it. You know?
Right.
I mean, Aints and inside backdoor, guys were getting dirty lickings. I know there's an audience on the beach and you're live on TV, but they reach deep and they just do it because that's who they are. So. Exciting. I just heard from Iolani. We got 6 minutes remaining in this heat number 2.
Oh, we got a little backdoor wave here.
And if you guys are looking for shirts, I'm sure they're going to be online and we will be selling them live. But I really like this. You see these... These are like from the day on our uncle's trucker hats. Just that flair with the Hui man symbol. Good job, you guys.
Yeah,
always good job.
Yeah, I was talking about the shirts that Jack Soren designed. Jack Soren is actually mostly a muralist. Does big wall art and so forth.
Looks like a character with his mustache.
Yeah.
I mean, his stuff is tight.
I was mentioning that his dad and his uncle were some of the early guys, founders of the Hui and Nalu, and. But again, the artwork is celebrating Duke Hanamoku, and this event celebrates him. And here we go, Tehotu Wong.
Tehotu.
Stalling for that one. Doesn't quite get super deep, but nonetheless.
It's got about 5 minutes, and Tehotu Wong waiting just a little bit too long, but he's going to get one. I watch him every year. This guy's frothing. So super exciting.
But with Duke, we will be talking a bit about Duke Hanamoku today, and I mean, we're celebrating the stand-up paddle, and I don't know if people realize, but stand-up paddle goes back to Waikiki pretty far back. I know it's been popular over the last 20 years or so, but
the Beach
it
Boys
has roots in the old timers in Waikiki Beach.
The Beach Boy with the Kodak camera around his neck, stand-up paddle. They're just doing Beach Boy kind of things, and then it got, someone grabbed onto it, started promoting it. But yeah, amazing stuff. 5 minutes remaining, I'm hearing. And then we are going to be moving on into the longboard heat number 1 with Mana Nalu Chandler, Makamai De Soto, Makoa Ho, and Jay Tansley, Hui Nalu member. Brother Jay, an amazing brother, always here for.
Oh, Jesus!
Yeah, no, I love it. And then he just surfed Brother Mel's in the pro longboard, did really good. But then a buddy of his from the Big Island broke his longboard.
Oh no!
So I'm wondering what he's going to use today. But this is last year's champion, Mana Nalu Chandler, and shout out to you, Mama Koro over there, and Moku. How you guys doing? Raising legacies over there, and. Quite a hot young generation growing up in that pad over there, the Chandler residence. It's on. So I know the little brother is probably, frothing at the bit, amazing shortboarder, but he's an amazing longboarder as well. So,
legend in Mananalu.
Yeah. It's going to be, in the next coming years, it's going to be these iconic Snap 5. All these teams are going to ask this young Mananalu Chandler to get into their team, and then he's going to have to make that decision as a longboard champion here at the Hui Backdoor Shootout to see if he's going to move disciplines.
So coming up is our longboard heat number 1, and then we have 2 heats of longboard, and then we have SUP finals and longboard finals. Then after that, 10:45, our Wahine, our women will go out there, and at 10:45, my prediction is going to be bombing.
Yeah. Oh, nice. There's the boys. Heat number 1, Mananalu Chandler, Makamai De Soto, Makoa Ho, and Jay Tansley. And Makoa is the son of Mr. Derek Ho. Rest in love, Uncle Derek, and super proud of your boy as I've been watching him become a majestic longboarder. Some good sessions with this kid.
Makamai De Soto, younger brother to Dwayne De Soto.
Yeah, so you're going to get 3 goofy foots against the regular foot young man.
Here we go, going backdoor.
Mo, beautiful, stalling. Also water safety here in the lifeguard tower. Lifeguard Association. And don't forget, you guys, try to help out with our Junior Lifeguard Association, West, North, East, and Town. They need funding. It's an amazing thing for our young kids to be with these iconic water safety watermen. Also coming to the booth right after, as I go downstairs on the live mic, is another water safety jack of all trades, realty, announcer, does all the North Shore events, Mr. Rocky Cannon, also an amazing childhood friend of mine, but pipe surfer as well. So he'll be coming up next. And when we have Cliff Botello, if he's not hypnotizing the ocean with his eyes, he might be in the booth with us as well. Yeah, know, all bus days, Brother Rock. Brother Cliff. Another iconic
Rocky. I never
creature.
recognized Rocky without his mullet.
Huh? No, I like it. All
it
clean
looks
cut,
good,
but I
clean.
love the beard. You don't ever want to shave the beard off, and then you just got to shave and shave again, Rock. But my beard is white, so I have to shave. You get my age, 5 o'clock shadow comes at the kind, 3:30.
Here we go. Small backdoor grower. Stalling.
Oh,
come on. Oh,
he's already got 2 exciting attempts.
Right.
And then that's his 3rd one. All he needs to do is safety ride out of one. But, strategically, the judges do narrow down the thing. Like if they're getting travel time in the tube, they do get a score. But that is up to them.
Which I do appreciate actually about this event. It's a little different. Like even the criteria. Oftentimes in other events, you get somebody who gets like an insane barrel and come out, but maybe get clipped right at the end and be like, oh, that was a 1.
Yeah, but it was so... Yeah,
it's
no,
like,
exactly,
what?
yeah.
A 1?
No, so they pull it apart here. How intense was it? How critical was it? How far did they travel? They pick it apart. This is a barrel specialist event. And 20 seconds remaining, Isaiah. It's been amazing calling the last two heats with you. I'm going to run down. I'm going to switch over the headset to Rocky, and I'll be back with you guys in the next 2 heats.
Oh, right before the buzzer, Tehotu.
Wow, Tehotu. But on his way to making it out of this heat.
All right, gang, we'll stick with us. We'll be back and with more live action of our longboard heat number 1. Stay with us. Aloha.
Allow us to help you grow your brand and expand your business by reaching Hawaii's giant outdoor sports and ocean enthusiast demographic. Zone Media Advertising specializes in television commercial production and campaigns, social media content production and distribution, drone and video production, cutting-edge live productions, and more. With over 25 years leading Hawaii's action sports market, give us a call to find out how we can help you grow your business.
Aloha kakahiaka with a double shaka and a big minoaka because the backdoor shootout is on 2025 Rocky Cannon with Ezra Rodriguez.
Yes, Rock.
We had Isaiah Walker stepping in for this first couple of heats. We got Brother Iolani and Brother Cliff helping us out with beach announcing too. So we got multiple personalities here to keep it rolling. We're in the longboard division, bro. Your specialty, my friend.
Hey, Noak, you came into our division a few times and rumbled up the longboard community, Rocky Cannon, pipe surfer, and just amazing all-around brother.
Heat number 1, we've got Manalalu Chandler. He's our defending champ.
Yep.
I heard you mention that earlier.
Yes, very exciting.
Makamai DeSoto, very skilled out here at pipe, of course,
time.
with the DeSoto dynasty.
Yep.
And Makoa Ho, another dynasty.
Oh, big time.
Makoa Ho and Jay Tansley.
Yes, Hui Nalu member and all around just, a brother you want on your side. Jay Tansley.
Right
Ever
on.
since I was a little kid, I've seen him without knowing him on some heavy occasions, some heavy days. He's a all-around local community leader and surfer, and good to have him here in the Hui Nalu Backdoor Shootout.
Yeah, we began the day with the stand-up paddleboarding. You guys saw a couple of heats of those guys charging, brother.
Yeah.
Conditions are prime. You see that little bit of cloud movement that has settled in above the horizon. A little bit blending with the ocean horizon.
It is.
Hard to see.
Mirror
That
effect.
makes a little bit of difficulty reading the waves when they're approaching you, and it's so glassy. There's not a drop of wind. I'm looking at the coconut trees. That's our first indicator. You guys see the little bushes right in front. Our camera right there, just barely a ruffle, and just making things so clean. Oil glass right now.
Perfect day to surf, and for our longboard division, amazing stuff as they're just gliding into the glass half a knot right here.
Yeah. Heat number 2 will be coming up next. Dina Miranda,
world champion,
upright legend. Kala De Soto, up and coming. And Noah Janela.
Are you working
We'll give you that line up here, but we're going to take you down to the beach. Mahina is with Mo.
Yeah, Mo.
Mahina here live with Mo Freitas, a CNC lifeguard. How was your round 1, heat 1?
It was good. Yeah, it was great. I mean, it's always special when you get to bring your paddleboard out to a pipe with 4 friends and enjoy that reef, that stretch of reef. Such a cool perspective being standing up, looking down, and it's always a huge mahalo to the guys at DaHui for showcasing what we can do and what the stand-up paddlers and longboarders and body surfers and all the watermen get to showcase at the world-famous Bonsai pipeline. So I'm stoked, on a break from work.
Do you think that you have an advantage being in the second heat compared to the first heat because you know what results or scores you guys need to accumulate?
Not necessarily. I wasn't really paying attention to the scores. I couldn't really hear. I was wearing a helmet out there this time, so it was kind of hard to hear. But I know the swell was going up, so I knew there was kind of a little advantage on the second heat because the swell was picking up, and it's picking up pretty fast. But you can tell there's like a new swell, the big west long interval filling in, and there's like another small leftover north swell that's kind of, so it was like real doubling up, and I'm sure it's going to get really good later. Oh, there's a good one. But yeah, it's just, I had a blast. I always enjoy coming out here. I always try to make it work with work, and yeah, I'm stoked.
Well, we have Mosier Freitas. He got a solid backdoor wave, and he has to actually go back to work. And he's a great CNC lifeguard, and he's pulling a Luke Shepardson. So we wish you all the best.
Good to see you, Mahina. Take care. Hello, guys.
Back to you guys back in the booth.
Mahina, thank you for the lovely beach reporting down there with Mo Freitas. Initials MF.
Oh, yeah.
Because he's a bad MF.
Oh, he is.
Oh, he is so on
Last
fire.
year's champion. He was packing backdoor bombs.
Yeah,
Here we
check
go.
this out.
Mana Nalu on his brand new rag board. Woo, and last year's champion as well. Runner-up the year before. And one of Uncle's favorites. We just watched this kid. Like I was just saying earlier, it's going to be in the next 2 years that these shortboard teams are going to come from Mananalo, and he's going to have to make a decision.
Yeah, and opting, I think, for the no leash with the Water Patrol pickup, I believe.
Save your longboard.
Looks like we got a Kavika Foster, the legend right there.
Yeah.
And save your board, because when it gets stuck to your ankle and it's just kind of getting juggled in that turbulence, you want to make sure it gets a release and gets out of that so it does not break. So much leverage on the longboard.
Oh, big time, big time. And because in our amateur careers competing, you guys, you iconic characters would come and get another 15 minutes with Brother Ez, and me and Kamu Y and the rest of the guys. But yeah, here we go, Makamai on the inside. Yeah. And here we go, Makoa Ho dropping down on the first wave of the event, getting spit on, but just getting a pocket.
How's that side slip?
Side slip boogie like Uncle Herbie Fletcher kind style.
Wave
but
Warriors.
I love that. Yes, Wave Warriors. That guy was an iconic character.
The board releasing into the air rather than being stuck around Mananalu's ankle and potential to break. So good.
And that's a fresh
there.
board. He's not borrowing Mom's. They just made him his own personal board for the backdoor shootout. So he is pumped. And the waves are coming, Rock.
Oh, this backwash, bro. This is going to be a tricky one. Oh my goodness.
Tansley. It's like he just hit Makaha backwash, Rock.
I know, kid, you, bro. The backwash would follow him around kind of point and snuck up to him right here at pipeline, bro.
He already broke a board at Mel's Waterman Championship last weekend.
Oh, no.
And look, sacre blanc, J. Tansley.
Bruh.
Oh, man.
We trilingual over here. Pidgin, French, and regular English, bro.
Yeah.
And some Hawaiian, so quadrilingual. We're going to show them all inside. But wow,
big time.
That was horrendous. I seen the backwash coming at him, and I was kind of thinking in my head, I like how we switched to the water angle,
I
too.
know, but you seen the backwash.
I was like, ooh.
That was headed right for his takeoff.
Yeah.
We've already had a catapult earlier.
Crazy timing on the backwash, like right there. Wow. From that water angle, oh my gosh.
Look how thick the lip was on the end, though.
There's been some thick lips. We've seen that double up. It's the fast-building swell that we're anticipating. And obviously the ultra-smooth conditions can kind of give way to some of that reverberation from shore. And then those double ups that are kind of climbing on top of the wave in front have been very, very dangerous.
Because, Rocky, looking over the balcony, there's no hill. So, that was a kind of a rare backwash game for him there.
It's kind of, but there is a little sandbar on the inside. So it's kind of sucking off that sandbar. And that's what's creating some of the backwash. So you got double ups and backwash. Oof. It is, nice and glassy, pristine. When you've got that nice smooth surface, but with that building swell and that already built up sandbar on the shoreline, because we've had tons of big swell. Of course, the eddy happening before Christmas. But Jay right there, kind of feeling
Jay,
a little bit of the impact too right there.
Hey, Ha'ahale's coming up in the second heat. I don't know if he was going to borrow that bod, but I remember when you first touched the mic, Rock, with Kavika Foster. That's his legacy over there. Super stoked to see him in there.
Yeah.
And Jay might have got it a little bit on the rib because he got thrown there.
Yeah, he got kind of tossed from the upper rope, from the top ropes, but WWE reference kind.
Sheesh.
Slammed.
Maximilian Torres earlier on, too. He got thrown. Here we go. Makamai DeSoto. Dropping down over that backwash as you were talking about. But this guy get Makaha roots, so he should be able to ride right over that thing.
Yeah, but, the Makaha drop, a lot of times, nice and easy, letting you in gently. The pipeline drop.
Not so much.
It is the elevator.
Yeah.
With the up escalator coming.
Brah. Well put.
But Makamai gets his first score on the board. Him and Makua opting for the blue board.
Yeah.
Riding, and you see the cloud cover kind of settling in, a little hazy with the lack of the trade winds, but making for very smooth, glassy conditions. And you're looking out to the horizon. That is a little bit tricky when you're trying to read the wave as it's approaching and then align yourself with the perfect takeoff zone.
Yep.
Without that little feather on top.
Yeah, texture. I like texture because you can read the horizon line.
Yeah, it's a little easier, but of course, riding on a smooth wave like this.
I like to see the coping getting formed. You know?
Oil
glass, it's always amazing. It's a surfer's dream.
Yeah, you see a lot of these conditions in that those California surf conditions.
Oh, big time, yeah.
So it reminds me of a little bit of some early morning lower.
Even see the waves.
Yeah.
But there's our photographers all in the lineup. Those guys make it happen for a lot of our pipeline specialists. Thanks to you guys out there. A lot of these guys were the 5 guys that were in the eddy too, and good job on that too. I really enjoyed that event.
Yeah, that was hats off to all of our competitors, our water patrol, all of the folks on the ground getting everything set up. That was a huge scrambled egg production.
Big time.
And the scrambled eggs was ono.
Yeah, it was. We also got Landon McNamara will be coming up in the team event.
Yep.
Yep.
Well
we got
deserved.
A lot of new guys.
Well earned. Eddie champion.
You also got to watch another iconic guy during the Pipe Masters. Harry Bryan is also an alternate in the Snap 5 team, but very exciting to see his showing here.
Yeah. Got a lot of folks from outside of Hawaii getting on to these backdoor shootout surfing teams. Of course, we
putting in their time, though.
Generally always begin our event with these longboard and stand-up paddleboarders. We have a Wahine Expression Session as well. So as far as scheduling, we're still kind of undecided of the exact program for the full day. So we'll update you guys as we get more info. But for sure, we got the 2 SUP heats complete and then we got our top 4 for the final.
Yeah.
We got our 2 longboard heats right now, and then after these 2 longboard heats, we're deciding whether to go right into subfinals or could possibly go into the women's expression session.
Okay.
Or this is straight from directors at the top level here at the Backdoor Shootout. Or if it starts to turn on big time, could get right into team stuff. So,
Great. I love it.
So we're still kind of on pins and needles as far as an exact schedule and program. But I tell you what, these surfers and athletes have come to perform, and the waves conditions are conducive for great performance.
Oh, they're coming. And what a way to start 2025.
Yeah,
we're just on the edge of our seat. We're ready. And here we go. This looks like Macaw.
That is Macaw.
Dropping down the whole family legacy. That thing was just going to shear cone off and not going to get a thread the needle in and out. But Macaw is doing his work, doing his thing.
You know, I really got to commend these athletes in the stand-up paddle and in the longboard, because at Pipeline, it is such a tight arc, a tight fit. All the angles are much different than riding a shortboard, and to get on pieces of equipment as big and as long and thick as paddle boards and longboards at Pipe, that is not an easy task.
It isn't an easy task. And you know, you've ridden the longboard rail, you know.
And I prefer the shortboard rail. Man, it is so nuts riding a longboard in bigger waves, especially in big hollow waves.
Yeah.
And really commend these guys for getting out there on these big pieces of equipment.
Guys like you, Bruce Irons, Jamie O'Brien, Jason Shibata. When me and my longboard friends are in a heat thinking that everything's going good, one of you guys would show up. 15, 20 minutes more in the lineup. And we have some results, for heat number 1.
Yeah, so this is to determine who's going to the final.
Yeah, so heat number 1, who started it off, who's going top 2 will advance. In 4th place, Sebastian Gomez. In 3rd place, Clayton Everline, and advancing on into the final, Bernard Ridiger, and winning, Anthony Matisse.
Heat number 2, it was Trevor Lacos in 4th. Mo Freitas just needed a small score to get up there, but he finished in 3rd. Tehotu Wong pulled it together and was able to get into 2nd place. Maximilian Torres, absolutely charging.
Yeah, he was.
First wave, grab rail, backside at Pipe. The thing was just like,
the lip
looked like it was like 3 feet thick.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, the coping was big.
And just packed a huge one that impressed the judges enough to take out the win for heat number 2.
I am understanding, though, if you do pack a nice big barrel and you don't come out of it, it does get the score, does get awarded, Instead of getting a little pocket ride chandelier and kicking out consistent, maybe thinking as an athlete, wow, that was a makeable one. But at the same time, getting the big barrels and traveling will be awarded.
Yep, there are guts points. If you got the guts, you can get the glory here at the Backdoor Shootout, because charging a big barrel, even if you don't make it, can get a better score than flirting with the outskirts.
Whole family legacy on a schmedium one. He's just going to kick out of that. No barrel on it.
Yeah, just feeling it out.
Yeah.
Trying to get some toes in the wax as a good look at the lineup right there.
He's been progressing as Makamai likes what he sees. He's going to take a dig, waiting for it, and up and riding. Makamai going around the barrel because he couldn't fit in off the takeoff.
Oh, somehow got in that one.
Yeah.
That second opportunity, but doesn't make it out. But that wave from the paddle, it looked like it was going to just stand up perfect. And then it kind of had that little, more like that kind of almond shape, not fully round.
So he had to go around it.
Couldn't squeeze it in from the takeoff there. He had the idea, I was like, oh, good thing he didn't. He probably wouldn't have made that. It shut down there. And then kind of get in where you fit in, bro.
No, he knows. Makamai is not scared. He's just going to, he knows he needs a barrel. So good technique. I'm really glad he didn't break his longboard.
Yeah.
And beautiful conditions as we are still waiting for Jay Tansley to see maybe if he's going to take a second board back out there. Makoa already with a few good rides. Makamai DeSoto.
Hopefully, Brother Jay is okay. He saw him holding the area. And we got board caddies, but we don't have rib caddies.
Oh yeah,
we can't supply an extra rib out there. But that was a hard fall, so hopefully he's okay.
Oh, Makoa,
nice one.
Yeah, nice one. Oh, Dad's sending you a bomb barrel. Here we go.
Oh. We don't have body surfing this year because they have their own contest coming up later in the winter. But
is that
that was a little step off?
Oh, that was a step off, a cross step off, mind you. Nice
cross step into the body surf technique.
Chooses to wear no leash.
Yeah, the board popped out the back. That's probably the best case scenario.
I'm just glad you didn't swim to the beach. I've done that before, and then your board's out in the wow.
Yeah.
Okay. Water Patrol for the pickup.
And look at side slipping into it. Stylish. And then right here, that too much board, that just all that board to handle.
Beautiful vision.
Frame right there.
Yeah. Beautiful. Oh, all by himself out there is, I believe that's Jay out there. Sitting furthest out, talking to Makamai.
On, board number 2.
Yeah. Hey, Jay, what is that?
Committed to being in this event.
Oh, big time.
Taking a big spill, but coming back out.
Committed to, like what he does. He's always there for the uncles. He's like, he's that type of human being. You don't even need to look in his direction. He's already. If uncle needs to, you're blowing it. Try to stay ahead. If they're not telling you anything, you're on fire.
That is a great analysis there.
And shout out to the president, Steve, for all you do, and the Hui Backdoor crew getting things easy. It ain't easy.
A beautiful aerial. We got the drone. We've got multi to Zone Media.
Yeah, Zone.
Putting this together. Our producer. Some here in of production. We appreciate you guys very much. Excellent job all around. And beautiful conditions here as heat number 1 of the longboard begins to wind down, and heat number 2 coming up next. It'll be Janela, Zach Howard, and Pomai Ho'opili. A couple of names you're familiar with.
Yes, the Kala DeSoto legacy, Dino Miranda. He's also a really amazing shortboarder. He's been hanging out with the Chandler kids. They've been charging Pipe and Backdoor, but this kid put on an amazing performance on his brother's longboard at Mel's at Makaha. And then we're like, me and Dad were like, oh, wow, this guy loves Pipe and Backdoor. He lives for it. So he's going to, like how you guys did, adjust their knowledge onto the longer rail. You know what I mean? More time, more experience. That's what it's all about. Zach Howard coming from Maui, but he is one of me and Dwayne DeSoto's childhood friends.
He's been at it for a while.
Oh, big time. We call him the White Moke. This guy traveled the world with him. He is on fire.
Here's
talented
Makoa
surfer.
on the inside.
Nice.
Beautiful late drop, but just could not get the rail engaged. Had to focus so much on the late drop.
Yeah.
You know, that's a tough task. Even on a shortboard, with pipe is so steep, it's like you got to focus everything on just making the drop.
Right.
And then, okay, now I got to pull in, but by that time...
And he's riding a log.
At that time, it's a little bit too late if you're focusing so much on the drop. And that's what pipe demands sometimes is
big time.
All your attention has to be on the drop. You kind of got to pick those waves that will allow you to, okay, the drop, I know what I got to do, and now I can kind of start thinking about the barrel. It's almost like a wide receiver, like I'm gonna run the route, and then I'm gonna, like, I know the ball's coming already, it's here, I'm gonna think next.
Oh, big time.
And it's automatic, but sometimes you gotta catch the ball first.
And waves this size, every step on the longboard is a sensitive step. You gotta know your rail, know your equipment, and it's hard fitting a 9-foot board in the barrel.
So hard.
Makoa's riding a log, you know.
Yeah.
The year that Kaniela Stewart won it, he rode his Kai Solis Thunderbolt log, and he did great. but it isn't easy.
And is Kaniala absent, busy, or traveling?
Yeah,
or,
not too sure. He's got a baby in the oven. He's going to be a new daddy, but I know he's really busy. Like right now, I believe with all his results and amazingness, I feel that he's got to work. He's going to work. Guy's raised amazing, and we're going to see his brother come up in the team event, Iala Stewart, one of my favorites to watch out here too. And man,
I want to thank our sponsors, the North Shore Club, for putting together this Hui Backdoor Shootout event. White Claw. All right. Get our claws on some claws later on, bro. The Pakalolo Man, XL Haleiwa Distillery, the Saltwater Society, and Hawaii Volcanic Water, so ono. And Namenihune Umi Kumaono. Mahalo, thank you very much.
And Keiki Beach Bungalows, an amazing stay. But, you know, when you're at that beautiful coffee table looking at the ocean, you open that book, Rocky, you're in there. Go surf lessons with Rocky, also Shaden. Just, you know, all the North Shore iconic. That book is awesome. So if you guys should book a stay over there, it's an amazing place to reset.
Longboard Heat 2 getting ready. There's Dino, Pomai.
Pomai with his Army green board with the amazing, the airplane fighter shark.
Beautiful. I'm home right there.
Oh, nice. First almost nose ride, but step off the nose. We've all done that before.
Yeah, he went over the ledge.
Guy's having a fun session at Pipe. There's no denying that.
And Makamai.
Maka D. Been frothing to win this thing.
Beautiful. Nice. Made barrel.
Nice. That's a make. Oh.
Watch your back, dude. Oh, right there on the blue board.
With your friend with the blue board. Oh, man.
That was crazy.
Oh, double ride. Maybe a ding. Hey, when you go swimming for them, they go, man. The boards, they go.
Oh.
Mananalu, last year's champion.
Oh, he just got elevated and hopefully got penetrated into that wave because he was coming from in the lip down to the trough.
Wow.
And as Hawaiian Water Patrol assists with Mananalu, we'll end heat number 1, and we'll take a short break, and we'll be right back with heat number 2 here at the Hui Backdoor Shootout. Stay tuned. The 2025 DaHui Backdoor Shootout is presented by Keiki Beach Bungalows. Special mahalos to the members of the Hui Ohe'enalu and these great sponsors. North Shore Club, White Claw, Hawaii Volcanic Water, Haleiwa Distillery, Saltwater, Namenihune Umi Kumaono, and XL Haleiwa. This live broadcast is produced by Zone Media, Hawaiian Extreme Sports TV, and In the Zone. Oh, yeah. Welcome back. It is the 2025 DaHui Backdoor Shootout in memory of Duke Kahanamoku, presented by Keiki Beach Bungalows. Rocky Cannon now Walker bringing you the heat number 2 longboard action. And Makamai DeSoto wrapped up heat number 1. Akamai Makamai Smart Bugga got the right wave, pulled right and was the only make that we saw of heat 1. And we're going to check on Pomai Ho'opili, Isaiah.
No, awesome. Look, we're looking at this replay here. Pomai Ho'opili, Hawaiian waterman, backdoor shootout, longtime competitor, pulls into this one with style and steez.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, that was really well done. Nice kind of roll-in drop, played with it a little bit, had the timing to come off the bottom. And so much about surfing pipe on any piece of equipment is about your timing. Positioning first, obviously, and then your timing of knowing if it's going to be a run and shoot or if it's going to be a kind of a delayed. I don't know, I'm getting all these football analogies in my head for some reason, but you know, where you got to just kind of pace it off the bottom and then little zone to be in. And that was a great water angle for Pomai, and getting a good look at that technique, that type of, you know, a lot of different faces of pipe today. Some double ups, triple ups, you know, beautiful glassy conditions, sometimes a little hazy and hard to read exactly where that lip is going to curl over.
Yeah, I like what you said. Pomai definitely had a nice roll in, gave him a little bit more of a chip shot, allowed him to kind of analyze his positioning and line it up properly. Whereas Jay Tansley, saw him earlier, late drop, backwash, annihilated him. Hopefully he's doing all right. We've seen him quite a few broken boards. More surface area to making points, but yeah, we've seen amazing. I was on break just seeing live in person, you know, and man, the swell is definitely on the rise.
Oh, look at this backhand approach here. Nice and stylish. That looks like it's Zach Howard, longtime longboard competitor, going, you know, back with another guy, Dino Miranda, in this heat.
Oh, yeah.
We got Noah Janela out there as well. We saw Pomai, and then young gun, second generation longboard charter, Kala de Soto. Here's Dino Miranda, and he gets upended just with a kind of that little backwashy, funky late drop that pipe times or kind of stump you with. And a guy like Dino, who's won out here before, even a little kind of unsure-footed on that one, but he'll make it back out. Looks like the board still intact. That was a good thing. But when I saw you earlier, you asked me about the mullet for a while, and you know, it was actually I was nicknaming it the Malolo. It's more than a mullet; it was a flying fish. And got to give a shout out to Sister Jessie Rocco for trimming me up nice, and not that nice on that one. Got clamped on the barrel attempt, and looks like longboarders in the first heat leash, because you do have Hawaiian to those diligent watermen doing great work.
Now, maybe you could provide some clarity on the. I mean, in big wave surfing, because if you're underwater,
correct,
you use it to pull yourself up and to climb up.
If you're ever unconscious, that is a marker of where your body is and all of those things. And you know, there's a reason.
But I understand you're less likely. Is this true or not? You're less likely to break your board if you don't have a leash, because the leash will keep the board close to you and also closer to.
That is, we had that.
Oh. Speaking of impact. Too high of a road on that one.
Yeah, hearing Cliff Botello on the beach announcing in our background here. And we're going to watch the pickup there of our competitor, and then also throw it down to the beach, picking up where we left off earlier with Mahina Maeda. Take it away, Mahina.
All right, we're live. We're here at the Hui Backdoor Shootout. I'm here with Mana Nalu. He's going to describe his wave. How was it out there?
It was fun. It was slow. There was a couple here and there, but the sets were pretty scary. Everyone kind of got waves. The one wave I got, it was kind of a hectic one. I let the fins loose. Then I don't know. It's probably one of the most better waves I've got on right on the exit,
which is good typically for diving conditions.
Yeah,
and look
fishing,
how
diving, yeah.
smooth it is. I mentioned the absence of kamawa'e. Kamawa'e is our trade winds that usually blow pretty steady from the east.
Yeah,
and,
east northeast. Yep,
northeast.
kamawa'e. That's a good it's a good word to remember.
But today we have these, oftentimes call them kona winds or light winds or variable winds, and I believe it's predicted to be from the southeast, which is really light and straight offshore. Sometimes, though, that can afford some afternoon sea breezes,
right,
which can turn the waves a little onshore in the afternoons. But
you know what I like? I'm glad you mentioned the sea breeze. And what will prevent or limit sea breeze is the absence of bright sun and the heat. So when the clouds are like this, as we pan perfectly with what we're talking about, great job, Zone Media, mahalo. As long as the coconut trees are still and the clouds remain with the coverage over the island, as we see some unfortunate damage.
Yeah, you see,
to those
I was
trees.
mentioning it earlier. See that on the right, the coconut tree, it has like a triangular shape. That means that the CRB was eating that tree.
Coconut rhinoceros beetle. That's not the kind Hawaiian shark tooth design we're trying to make in the trees.
Yeah.
Oh, that is one thing that we're kind of reeling about here. Good sized crowd forming on the beach on this Aloha Saturday, but those clouds will keep the land cool, which prevents or limits or minimizes that convection, that heat that normally would pull the ocean breeze into the land. So if it's a bright sunny day with no wind, beware. The conditions could start to ruffle up and deteriorate because that heat from the land will pull it in. But it was a cool night last night.
Yeah,
I walked home from my mom's house. We had a little family gathering with the Mags Ohana, and walking home, it was like, I only had short sleeve. It was only a 5-minute walk, but it was kind of chilly. And so as long as this land stays cool.
Now, mind you, chilly in Hawaii means what, 65?
Yeah, no, but I think it was more like 73 or something like that. But,
I gotta put a blanket on.
Yeah, exactly, bro. But so that cloud cover could end up helping us in the long run. We'll see how the day develops.
A meteorologist. Good challenge Guy Hagi.
Nah. He's a guy. Yeah, I'm just an amateur.
Beautiful shots here. We're seeing beautiful shots of our island of Oahu. And you can see in the background, that's the tallest point of the island right there, Mount Ka'ala on the Waianae mountain range. And it ends out there at in a point.
Such an iconic photos. You know exactly where it is.
Yeah. You talk about winds, and it's interesting on larger California and so forth, they have that convection system because the land is, massive, and the cooling of the land takes, it can push away. Only on the Big Island, actually, where I grew up, the land is big enough to even shut off the trade winds, or kamawa'e.
Yeah.
Which is very unique because on Oahu and most of the other islands, that the steady trade winds are pretty constant and prevalent. But in Hilo, every morning, dead winds. And a lot of that just because of Mauna Kea and Mauna Loa. Mauna Kea is almost 14,000 feet, 13 something.
And that's just above sea level. That's huge, yeah.
Count the fact that it's volcanic, that comes from the bottom of the ocean floor. Mauna Kea is the tallest mountain in the world.
Correct.
Taller than the Himalayas, in fact. But yeah, we have beautiful islands here. We're looking beautiful bird's eye view of what we're seeing. The start of the second mountain range here is Ko'olau. So there's two sections of Ko'olau mountain range. Ko'olau Loa, which is from Kualoa Ranch to Waimea Bay.
Okay.
And then Ko'olau Poko is from Kualoa down to Makapu'u.
And that's got to be one of our longer ranges.
Yes.
In Hawaii, I feel like, just when you look at the topography on a map of all of our islands and how different the mountains are structured.
Right.
It is so remarkable how we're all one, you know, one nation, one state, one Hawaii, but each island has these really unique characteristics that is so incredible that I think, you know, of all of our islands, and
yes,
all of our guests, our Malahini, always ask, you know, like which is a favorite or what differences of, you know, all of them. And of course, you know, we all have our biases where we grew up and what we do, but definitely something to note that the islands are distinctively very different.
Right. And very beautiful.
And also very beautiful. As we look at, yep, I think that's Noah Janela. That fella from Cavella. Oh, no. Stand corrected. Will be one of our regular foot surfers. It'll be Kala De Soto.
Oh, come on, Kala.
Our youngest competitor.
Awesome.
Or
Got
maybe,
the De Soto family.
Young Mananalu is also, we're having a little note here, less than 17.
Less than, putting the math terms.
Yeah.
Oh, here's a set.
Looks like Zach Howard.
Oh,
he went over the outside rail.
You know what I'm really impressed by is we have several competitors. I mean, we have some age gaps here, right? So we've got kids who are 16 and then folks who are pushing 50, maybe even 60.
Yeah. Dino Miranda, Zach Howard, these guys been around a long time.
Oh, backdoor Dino.
He knows where to park it.
Oh.
He knows where to park it, but hey, no need to be right in front of the stall with the kind of the handicap stall, but he's still the kind of do regular parking. He get him.
I don't want to age people, but I mean, Dino, I remember when I was a kid surfing that he was an adult.
Yeah. Me too.
I'm 51. So
and I'm 45. So, brothers, he is up there, right? He was winning world titles when we was still yet, you know, surfing inside white water,
which I love, and it's a message I think for all of us. But you know, especially in Hawaiian communities, that the health statistics are not very great.
Right.
Diabetes and a variety of other ailments. But when here's my theory: you look at Hawaiians that are living on the ocean,
correct,
or they're participating in the ocean.
Say, you gotta kind of have a subcategory of surfing Hawaiians, or,
right?
You know, water folk Hawaiians.
Oh, going for it.
I think that was Kalau again.
I guess this is sort of my, you know, public announcement. Like, if we had more people in the ocean living that active lifestyle, I think a lot of those ailments would diminish, decrease.
Yeah,
because you see some of these folks who've been surfing long and they're still like active.
Oh my
gosh.
Zach Howard just got kind of the uncle putty to the po'o right there. And then right here is the uncle parking it nicely in a backdoor barrel. So Dino getting a good wave under his belt. That should be a keeper.
Some live action here.
And Zach Howard.
Staying busy, Zach.
Yeah, right back up on it, you know. Not fazed by the previous wipeout. That's the story of surfing in itself and pipeline. You got to get right back out there.
Look at this one. This looks like Pomai Ho'opili with a roll in, stall, drag the hand, trying to get into this barrel. Nice, stylish
beautiful
little fade right there into the pit.
Yeah, that was well done. Would be nice to, I'm sure we got it queued up for a replay of that straight on angle to see exactly where the positioning was. But from that water angle, which is Hawaiian Water Patrol right there, thank you, Noah Janela, trying to get another one. Stylish up and over, had that, but not a barrel.
Oh, going for the float.
Yeah, I got some shout outs for Zach Howard. Frosty with he had just the beach blonde, you know, competitor. Such a great personality and fit right in from the mainland, but fit right in with all the Hawaiians way back when. And talking about Dino Miranda being a world champ, you know, going back to the mid, you know, when we were, he was already doing big things. That guy has such a beautiful artistic talent too.
Yeah.
What a lot of folks aren't aware of, because he's such a great surfer, is that his art skills and paintings are just.
I mean, he's also, an ocean seafarer and stalling, grabbing that rail.
That's Zach.
Cosmo Pomai just getting curtain right there.
Yeah, not super deep, you know, like we say, you know, on the sidewalk outside the house, under the eaves, not quite inside the house yet, but he was at the party. He was there.
He was there at the party. But yeah, I'm just inspired by the multiple generations that you see in this event. Have kids that are young enough to be their grandkids, you know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure.
But it also provides a lot of hope for the rest of us who are aging. You know, see like guys, I ever see guys like Michael Ho or Clyde Aikau. I mean, in their 60s, still charging.
Yeah,
it's inspiring.
It is very inspirational, and to your point, out there to all of our local community is get to the ocean.
Right.
However you get there, bus, Uber, friends, thumbs up, any kind. Just get to the ocean as we wrap up heat number 2. And we'll have results for you shortly. Those are semifinals, so our top 2 will be in the finals. We'll be back with more backdoor shootout action when we come back after these. Stay tuned, everybody. The 2025 DaHui Backdoor Shootout is presented by Keiki Beach Bungalows. Special mahalos to the members of the Hui o He'enalu and these great sponsors: North Shore Club, White Claw, Hawaii Volcanic Water, Haleiwa Distillery, Saltwater Society, Na Menihuni Umi Kumaono, and Excel Haleiwa. This live broadcast is produced by Zone Media, creators of Ocean Paddler TV, Hawaiian Extreme Sports TV, and In the Zone. Out there, welcome back. It is the Hui Backdoor Shootout. A little bright sun shining through some of the clouds that were covering earlier. So literally just in the commercial break, it went from hazy, a little dark, to just brightening up. A beautiful mid-morning here on the north shore of Oahu. I'm Rocky Cannon with Dr. Isaiah Walker, bringing you the next heat of action. It is our stand-up paddle final. Anthony Maltese, Maximilian Torres, Band Road Digger, and Tehotu Wong. And it is these 4 surfers that advanced from the previous round. And now with that lighting, you can see the drone shot illuminating
the caves, the
shallow reef with those pukas and the caves down below. And then the double up, see the little piggybacker wave right there? It is really a fast rising swell with a lot of consequence.
Right. Yeah, it was exciting. In the early rounds, we saw some carnage in the stand-up out, and the waves were a little smaller, so this will be a little different vibe for our surfers that were in the water earlier this morning. So we'll see how that works out for them. We saw some great surfing there, and it's cool to see in the final already Tehotu Wong, and I think he broke a board in his first heat.
Yeah.
So able to bounce back and make it into the final. Right. I think we have some action, some interview on the beach. We'll see throw down there to Landon or Mahina.
Shootout. I'm here with Dino Miranda. I talked to him earlier this morning. How did it go? Did it go as planned?
Didn't go totally as planned because the waves are kind of on the rise, so it's not really that clean. But I managed to get a really good one.
Yeah, describe that backdoor barrel you had. Everybody was screaming.
Well, after the 2 big wipeouts, I was so elated that I got that backdoor barrel and made it because not everybody's going backdoors. So, if you're going backdoors, that's what it's all about, right? The backdoor shootout. That's why I went backdoors.
Right on, Dino. We're going to send it back upstairs. Right on.
All right. Awesome.
All right. Welcome back. Thank you. Mahalo, Iolani, on the beach. And talking to brother Dino Miranda.
Yeah. Dino,
veteran.
You're saying he was an artist. He's a former world longboard champion. He's also a navigator, sails with Hokulea. He also has their own canoe on Maui. And really cool story. So this summer we had what's called FestPac, which is a festival, the Pacific Island Arts Festival that was in Hawaii hosting it, which was a big deal for Hawaii. Basically, all these island nations come to gather in one place to share culture with each other. It's a way of celebrating the diversity of the Pacific peoples of Moana Nui, and Hawaii is a part of that space. In many hasn't always felt as included as a part of those island nations, but so it was a big deal to be a part of that experience where Hawaii was hosting it and was hosting news that are mostly used like around the islands. But him and Dwayne DeSoto and other watermen were like, "Bro, we go cross the channel. We'll go sail up to Oahu
from Maui."
From Maui.
Oh yeah.
And they had some exciting tales to share about how the surf got really big and they were riding these waves and thought maybe they was going to huli a couple times, but so very competent and comfortable in the water. These surfers and watermen, and so Dino Miranda definitely a well-rounded waterman.
I love being in the ocean. I enjoy multiple disciplines, like getting out to body surf. Conventionally started competing in shortboard from a young kid age, but I definitely prefer seeing land. that kind of waterman where you go out that far and then just kind of releasing yourself to like you said, a Moana Nui, the mother ocean. Oh man, I am can admit that I prefer seeing the land.
Wow,
look at that double up grow.
Saw what you were talking about, Rocky. Those 2 waves combined together to make that what we call a double up, where 2 waves combine, converge into one, and oftentimes those double ups will make this really hollow section. But interesting how he chose to catch the baby wave in the front.
Got the smaller one.
And then it grew on that double up. Didn't really pan out, I think, as he had hoped, but nonetheless was...
Yeah, and rather than catching the one in the back and then trying to airdrop into the one in the foreground,
right,
catching the one in the foreground was the option there for, I think that was Band Road Digger. He surfs switch stance. So he is a very talented paddle surfer. Been watching him for, almost, a decade plus now. the Stand-Up World Tour prior days, and now here in the Backdoor Shootout as we got a surfer at Backdoor.
Oh my gosh, getting trained.
I think that was Maximilian Torres, because Tehotu and Anthony Maltese are goofy footers. And in this DaHui Backdoor Shootout, we go jerseyless for the contest jersey, so we give surfers the opportunity to be able to wear their sponsors on their...
Look at this.
Oh, that was beautifully done.
Yes, Max, I believe.
I believe that is Maximilian Torres. Wow. The crowd likes that one, and justifiably so. That is the best barrel we've seen all morning.
I agree.
Wow. Max, taking it to the max. Good job.
Oh, one behind it. Takes off. Trying to get under that curtain without getting a rail.
I think that's Ban. It's our Ban. And he's been at it for a while, like I said, but burned. It is spelled burned. Back in the day, I was been announcing his name for a while, and asked me to say Ban. I used to say young. He's not that young now, but when he first started, he was a teenager and really putting some great performances onto the Stand-Up Paddle World Tour. Not only in smaller waves, has a really nice carving, snapping technique, but being from Maui, has had experience in the larger surf, and then coming here to Oahu and getting comfortable at Pipe and Backdoor. Like I said, can do the switch foot, so he'll go regular foot at Backdoor, goofy foot at Pipe if he needs to.
Awesome.
Talented guy. We got the longboard heat number 2 results. Pomai taking the win, and Kala De Soto in second. Dino in third, with Noah Zach Howard in fourth, Noah Janela in fifth. And we've got our longboard finals set up. It is Makamai, Pomai, Mananalu, and Kala. So keeping it all Hawaiian names for the longboard final.
Two De Soto's uncle and nephew.
Yeah.
Exciting.
Well, see our 4 stand-up surfers back in the lineup. Still very glassy. And we had the clouds move back over. So that was just a little peak, a puka of sunshine.
Yep.
And, you know, it's probably, like I said earlier, for the better, in the conditions to remain calm and keep that sea breeze at bay.
Yep, overcast, keeping it cool.
Yeah.
So, beautiful morning. I love these drone shots because it really puts you into the vantage of the surfer and being at the bird's eye view.
Mm-hmm.
Also, from the safety of your own living room.
Yeah, and a wide range of perspective here. Looking back towards shore, giving you a glimpse of, you know, what the surfers see when they're in the water looking back at shore. You know, as a competitor here in prior years, that was a lot of the, you know, anticipation, or a lot of the factoring in of how you feel out there is, for one, the lack of crowd in the water. You're so used to having 60 people around,
right,
that it feels like a little strange with only 4 other surfers, or 3 other surfers, or however many, much less than what you would have on a regular surf day. And then the crowd on the beach is just, everybody's watching every move. And you got to find a way to, you know, fit that into your mind frame, and also kind of, you know, not let it get to you a little bit.
Yeah.
So these surfers definitely feeling all eyes on them.
Which is interesting because the surfing competition is not new to surfing as far as historically speaking. So oftentimes people will erroneously assume that you know, competition in surfing is something that's modern, and that Hawaiians were just soul surfers that just did it for fun. But that's incorrect, actually. So you go back into the annals of Hawaiian history in some of our what we call mo'olelo.
Yeah.
There's many stories of competition
in
with
all
surfing.
kinds of things.
Yes.
But surfing also, and that's such a great point that, you know, I think the ideal or the utopian view of Hawaiian society prior to contact, even still as a civilization, very competitive.
Right.
You know, all of those things that we see even happening nowadays have been happening for thousands of years.
I mean, I have some theories on that. I don't know if you feel like entertaining any of those theories.
Of course I do.
Well,
I got my notebook right here. Stories, you know, why not from a qualified person? I mean, somebody else trusts him to tell these stories, so we must too. You know, there are institutions that trust his opinion and theories, so we're going to delve into that for sure. We're going to take a look at the action, though, and we'll get to it when we can, just to see if we've...
stuff. But you had peace, and you also had chiefs, and you had order, and you had governance and politics and so many other things. But
correct.
Hawaii was, especially by the arrival of Captain Cook, Hawaii was in the midst of a civil war between some rival chiefs from different islands. Maui was known as kind of like the powerhouse, and you had chiefs, Kahikili, for example, who was just like undefeatable, right? So you had, but then at that time in the late 1700s, there was a little bit of a power vacuum where there was some battle over who was about to take control, and that's when a young chief named Kamehameha emerges.
Okay.
And so Captain James Cook arrives right in the middle of that.
Okay, wow.
But when he arrives during what we call, which is what we're in right now, is Makahiki. Makahiki is a time where a lot of fighting is put on pause. Cosmological or religious sort of understandings of how the universe worked. They had certain seasons for things.
And everybody would adhere to that.
Yes.
That was something all, chief, no matter what the quarrels or the squabbles or the disagreements were, you had the time to put them to rest.
And so Makahiki was dedicated to Lono. Lono Ika Makahiki is a celebration of communities, of competition, and a variety of other things. Hawaii was in Makahiki. Captain James Cook arrives during the middle of the Civil War. But eventually, after Cook leaves and he comes back, there's a whole story to it. Cook stays in Hawaii actually for several years. Several months, excuse me, for several weeks, several weeks. And then when he comes back and then Makahiki's kind of already over, he's like the visitor that overextended his stay. And then some conflict happened. There was a boat that was stolen, and there were some exchanges with business deals that went awry. And Captain Cook comes ashore looking for whoever stole this little dinghy of theirs, and they end up shooting a couple of Hawaiians. And this starts this melee where eventually there's Captain Cook in this exchange of violence is killed. So the Hawaiians killed him. It was interesting, the story, that they were reluctant to do so. And they, in fact, killed him not with a Hawaiian weapon, but with a dagger that was traded to a Hawaiian. So I'm sure when this knife was in his back, he regretted that transaction. Not to sound disrespectful in any way,
but that was just the whole irony of everything. And we'll check out a Mo'olelo and story as we watch, I believe, Ban Rodigger. And on the outside, more action headed our way. Tehotu Wong looks like he's in a nice position.
Maybe
spinning
a split
around.
peak.
Also, that is, looks like Maximilian.
Party
and
wave.
Tehotu goes. And I'm not sure if he did not see him or maybe thought he was going backdoor, but Max surely looking at the left. And in this competition, especially in this type of event, more of our traditional scoring and advancement and placings, those interference calls could be made. So Tehotu, possibly a mistake there, not having a look back at Max. Maybe thought he was going right, but clearly that was a left-hander. As we watch, I believe this is Anthony Maltese.
There we go.
And he gives way to Ban Rodigger.
So I got to remind myself where I'm going with these stories. So the question we were talking initially was competition, and Hawaiians oftentimes are described as being, just
pretty chill,
laid
back,
soul surfers, aloha only, and which is true. So where I'm getting at with going back to Captain Cook's story is that Hawaii was a warrior culture that was very advanced, competitive, and we did have competition and so forth. The reason why, in my opinion, my theory as to why oftentimes it's perceived as not such is because eventually when tourism becomes a driving industry for Hawaii in the early 1900s, especially in the mid-1900s, there's a challenge of trying to reshape the narrative of Hawaii as being a safe place because, if this is a place where the first haole guy who came here was killed, it
doesn't bode well for inviting folks to come. You can be the second or the third for get killed. Come on over.
So really, it's this creation of a tourism narrative that really emphasizes the idea of aloha,
relax,
host culture, and come to
chill.
Hawaii and get laid by a hula dancer. You know what I mean? And this sort of tourism narrative that in many ways creates this, in many ways, an over-passive description of Hawaiian society. So that's just my theory. Others have, of course, written about this. Haunani K. Trask talked a lot about the invention of tourism as a way of disparage native resistance and things like that. But anyway, but Hawaiians aren't just about being hosts and giving lays to people, but also have a very active agents in their own story and history and doing things that other human beings do.
Here's Anthony Maltese doing what Hawaiians have been doing for thousands of years, riding waves. And just a quick question, just to clarify, the general or kind of range of makahiki time would be, was it January through March in our modern calendar?
Yeah, our modern calendar, it's really when the Makali'i or the Pleiades, the star constellation, is visible in the sky, which is usually like late November through, it's basically the surf season.
Okay.
November.
On north side surf season.
Through like January, February, that era is, time period is usually referred to as Makali'i.
Okay.
And a lot of games, celebration of games. In fact, I mentioned Lono, so there's 4 primary deities in Hawaiian society: Ku, Kanaloa, Lono, and Kane. And Lono is the god of sport and activity and surfing. Here we go. Speaking of surfing.
Yep.
Bam is getting good ones, but is sort of struggling to get in that pocket.
Yeah. He's making waves. He's, getting down the drop nicely, staying on the board. But like you said, Isaiah, not really finding that tube time that's so critical for a good score. He's chalking up some 2s and 3s all day long, but to get that, big score we saw Pomai, just a reflection of scores and to show you the scale the judges are working with a very qualified panel, by the way. We got Flynn Novak up there, Kaimana Henry, Barton Lynch, Love Hodel, Miles Padaka, qualified crew up there. The previous wave of Pomai, that last wave he got nice and stylish, but just under the curl was a 5.25. So really to get something in the excellent range. And love to see earlier in this heat we saw a beautiful score by Anthony Maltese. So he's probably got the lead at this point, with that being the best barrel we've seen in both longboard and stand-up paddle division so far.
And that's where I'm a little, actually, going back to our conversation about this tourism industry, I'm a little ambivalent of representations of Duke Kahanamoku. This event celebrates Duke. And that's, to be honest, I love that the Hui Ohe'enalu has sort of embraced that, because it's taking him out of that Waikiki hosts only aloha view of him and puts him into a place like the Hui Backdoor Shootout, where it does emphasize more of kind of, I think, the masculine energy, the kind of, and not to gender it, but this sort of mana that is associated with sort of like warriors, right? And something that's a little more active than passive.
Yeah, and especially at a surf break like Backdoor and Pipeline, which on a daily basis just requires a warrior mindset to get out there and put yourself, through a lot of these different conditions, and the risk factor always, that plays well with a warrior concept, that being a warrior, there is a risk of, getting severely injured or worse. And that is, the case here at Pipe and Backdoor is being the deadliest surf break, on the planet.
Right.
That always will be factoring in and brings out the little warrior spirit that's inside. Some of the most passive surfers become very aggressive at Pipeline because you have to be.
And not all warriors are men. We have in this competition some Mana Wahine or some female warriors. I'm really excited about this year's lineup. I mean, we have Erin Brooks, who's young, and she really put on a show at the Pipe Masters this year.
Just won her first pipe event.
So she's in Betty Lou. Sakura Johnson. Also, I remember it was a couple years ago. She was like a standout at Backdoor at the WSL event. Juana Jones-Wong, of course. She's known as the queen of Pipeline.
Yeah.
Bethany Hamilton is back.
So great to see her back.
So, I mean, pretty star-studded heat with our women's coming up.
Yep, Bianca Valenti charging even during the Eddy.
Right.
Keala Kennelly, always a standout and one of the pioneers of women's charging as we watch Van Rodigger. And Zoe Kate is also here. I'm not sure exactly
background
where she comes from, but we'll get some information as we progress and learn a lot about some of these folks that we have not seen as of yet.
Yep. So your band has been getting a lot of waves. Like you said earlier, it's probably better to get 2 8s than 8 2s.
Yeah, that is especially when you're at top 2 waves.
Right.
So nice Professor Math we got there. That is well said.
Not my subject, by the way.
But as we see the drone here, what we just heard were some very long and dense sirens going off. So there was an emergency occurring. We're going to hope everybody's okay. We just saw Air 1 HFD take off just out of your screen view. But as you pan towards the back of the houses, there's the big field across the street.
The elementary school.
And so there are some incidents happening along the North Shore right now.
I mean, I'm guessing it wasn't at our event. We didn't hear anything.
Correct. Yeah. But so much waves up and down the North Shore. And we'll be back to show you more waves from here at the Hui Backdoor Shootout. It'll be the longboard final coming up next. So stay tuned. We'll see you right after the break.
Snap 2, bringing it back.
The 2025 DaHui Backdoor Shootout is presented by Keiki Beach Bungalows. Special mahalos to the members of the Hui o He'enalu and these great sponsors: North Shore Club, White Claw, Hawaii Volcanic Water, Haleiwa Distillery, Saltwater Society, Na Menihuni Umi Kumaono, and Excel Haleiwa. This live broadcast is produced by Zone Media, creators of Ocean Paddler TV, Hawaiian Extreme Sports TV, and In the Zone. All right, welcome back. This is the longboard final, and we are just underway. And right off the bat, it is a grab rail technique. Looks
Backside.
like Kala de Soto
Oh,
that was pretty
sick
sick.
one.
A little wobble there in the face, but he made it.
Oh, man.
Awesome.
What an opening ride for the final. Rocky Canyon, Cliff Botello. We're taking you off the Rocky Cliff or the Cliff Rock, whichever you like to do. We just jump in, suicide, right inside.
Look for He'e.
But wow, that was a great start to the longboard final, bro.
Yeah, you know, the waves right now, 2 to 4 feet, and forecasted to increase. So we are set for a beautiful day of action here, and the longboarders were charging.
Yeah.
Definitely.
There you see our setup from the Mauka angle, looking out towards the Makai. We see the solar panels on the big Volcom house right there, and then the scaffolding set up next door, where the judges are sitting, qualified panel we just talked about.
Yep.
Barton Lynch, Love Hotel, Miles Padaka, Kaimana Henry, Flynn Novak, part of the crew up there.
They're all seasoned veterans. Surfed this place for, I mean, if you do the numbers with all of them put together.
Yeah, decades.
A few hundred years worth of knowledge over there.
Yeah. Got world champ, pipe champ, Barton. This event, shootout champ, Kaimana Henry. And all around in Triple Crown champ, of course, Miles Padaka and Flynn and Love putting in hours and hours and hours, many, many barrels, miles of barrels.
Miles of barrels, you know, where Pipeline got the name.
So we're going to check out the water angle replay of the first wave of the longboard final. Kala de Soto.
Just dragging it.
I believe who that is. Yeah, that is Kala.
And, you know, Dwayne is up there in the judges' booth watching.
Spotting.
Too, so it's kind of a, it's awesome to see generational competition.
Yeah, and participation, handing it off, training the new crew. And Dwayne has been such a great influence for not only his own family, but across the surf community.
Yeah, exactly.
And the Nakamakai and everything that he does. So
giving back to our keiki.
Just to have Dwayne here, you know, I'm sure we all wish he was out there surfing. I'm sure part of him wishes he was too, but he's stepped into these different roles.
Part of him is actually, but
literally, yep, with his brother and his son.
Yeah,
so Makamai is out there too. Pomai Ho'opili in this final had some great waves in the semis. Mananalu Chandler has been a steady, outstanding performer, former defending champion of this longboard event here. He won last year.
You know, he did. He won last year, and he's continued to make his name known here at Pipeline on anything that he rides.
Yeah.
Getting the reps in that's required
for sure
to be a champion here.
Yeah, look at these sets rolling in. The swell starting to build. It's hitting right now. Going to continue to build. We've got, you know, XL size waves set to hit. Oh, Makamai. Oh, the bottom just dropped out. When he was paddling for it, he looked a little, you know, like, and rightfully so, he looked a little bit kind of like unsure, like, is this going to be? But then when you get the clear to go on a wave like that, you cannot,
hold back.
You can't hold back. And then
that's what happens potentially here.
Pomai
Ho'opili, you know, not only does he work Hawaiian Water Patrol, but he charges every spot, you know, we work.
Yeah.
Pomai goes out, gets a couple waves.
Always has his board
waxed and ready.
Ready to go, yeah. And surviving that one. Haven't seen any wipeouts yet from Pomai, which I'm sure he'd like to keep it that way, as Kala de Soto opened up with a banger, just getting a backup score right there. Safe to say he's well in the lead at this point, just from this angle.
You can see on that wave right there how it's still got a little bit of double up action going in on the sandbar.
Yeah, with the swell coming up so quick. Isaiah and I were talking about the dynamics of a quick rising swell. A lot of times tend to be waves running up on each other, and the waves in the foreground, getting overtaken by waves coming in over the back of them, and backup board right there for Makamai de Soto. Maybe go no leash on this one, and I think he even tried. Oh no, he going leash. He still get the leash. But yeah, it's just like no leash if you don't connect them to the bond. Hey, get leash, but no more leash.
The tether.
That's That's how you go. That's how you go. No leash with leash.
Pocho. potential.
Yeah. Oh man.
See, and that's the wave that broke the board.
Oh man, he went suicide from the top too, and then you see that backwash still affecting the wave of Pomai. It just got in a little bit ahead of it.
Yeah.
And
then Kala with right in the face of that wave. It's probably right where I would rather have been than the double up.
So I've yet to see from our defending champ, Mananalu Chandler, in this heat. We got two young boys, Mananalu and Kala, both younger than 17 years old.
Right. And they're out here at Pipeline charging and, you know.
And surfing with their uncles.
Surfing with their
literally
uncles.
in one case.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
even though
nice
we're all uncles at our age now.
Yeah, for real, bro. That's
beautiful conditions too today. You know, it's nice and glassy. Just waiting on that energy, which, like you mentioned earlier, it's starting to reach our island. I know the buoys. They were reading very decent this morning. My captain, you know, he's always wants a foil all over the island, and so they're always checking it. And so this is supposed to, you know, projected to be.
I prefer Ziplocs or Saran wrap.
Yeah,
but,
yeah.
Foil can work sometimes.
Foil can to go.
Yeah.
Foil to go.
But yeah, beautiful conditions. Looking back towards shore, we're going to have our Wahine Expression Session coming up after this longboard final. Moana Jones-Wong, Zoe Kate, Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, Aaron Brooks, Bethany Hamilton, Bianca Valenti, Keala Kennelly, and also Pua Makamai DeSoto. So yet another DeSoto getting in the mix here of this DaHui Backdoor Shootout. Preliminary rounds, we call those in lieu of the main event, which is our team surfing, where all of the shortboard surfers are divided into different teams. We've got this year's 2025 lineup of A New Earth Project, Team Japan, always sending charging. Yeah. Team Peru. We'll go through the rest of our teams, and we'll take you down to the beach for a live interview. Check it out.
We are back at the Hui Backdoor Shootout. We're here with Brother Bant. How are you feeling making it into the finals?
I feel so lucky. It's unreal. This is my second year here, but it's still like I just can't believe that we're here at Pipe and that I'm out there doing it.
Yes. Elaborate on that best wave you had.
Yeah. So the whole heat, I was just kind of like feeling things out and kind of always being just like a little bit disappointed because it's like, oh, I was kind of in front of it or whatever, playing it too safe. And so I said, like, okay, I'm just going to go for it and just like try to get one that's really nice and deep. Obviously this place is a place that deserves a lot of respect. I came over here from Maui. All of us stand-up paddlers, we don't have any experience out here surfing the waves. So in a lot of ways, it's like, okay, we're just going to like take it slow and build. And every year I feel like I get a little bit more experience, a little bit more time out here. And so I'm super grateful, super thankful. And to get that wave was kind of like, okay, things are moving in the right direction. Like I feel a little bit more connected to this place even than last year. So yeah, I'm stoked.
All right, good luck, brah. All right, Brother Brand, back to you guys upstairs. Shoo!
All right, mahalo. Thank you for that information. But Iolani down with Band Rodigger. And Band, he's always had that Polomalu hair, just that beautiful hairdo. I always, even when I was announcing his events at the Stand-Up Paddle World Tour, it's 2025. We're talking a decade ago now, a decade plus. He always had that just amazing hair. Kind of use them when you go off the lip and you whip your hair. I think that judges give you a little bit extra, yeah.
For the hairspray.
But
wave spray hairspray.
Yeah, the hairspray. Well, the Rooster Tail, Van Rodigger, still doing it. Nice to see you, bro. And
keep it up.
He was in that final, and we'll have the results. Maybe we're gonna wait until we have our awards. I'm not sure, but definitely a competitive final, as we're seeing here. Kala DeSoto getting off to a great start.
Great start in this longboard final for sure.
And the sun peeking through, now some shadows on the beach. It had been, just a beautiful colors.
Day,
Drone shot, jet skis look like they're in a wave pool right now.
You can see the bottom of the ocean. that's probably the last thing you see when you wipe out too is Nemo, right?
Yeah.
How clear it is today.
Yeah. And Zone Media, mahalo, all the angles, the water angle, switching it right into that tube vision and then bringing us up to the drone, multiple great land angles as well. Zone Media, all the crew doing a great job. I mean, we're perched up in the Volcom House, mahalo to Volcom for the hospitality. They're one of our teams that'll be in the shootout. Team Snapped 5, Team 96712, Team NSB, and then Team NSSS Ohana.
Yeah, so you can see with the zip code 96712, then the North Shore Boys plus NSSS Ohana. There's some
plenty of North Shore representation
here on
home turf
at the Backdoor Shootout. So it's going to make for great surfing. Like you mentioned earlier, Team Japan always sending it. Those guys have no fear.
The Peruvians have had historical heats, one in particular a couple years ago that just turned on, and I think every member of that team got excellent barrels. But yeah, so much fun watching this team event. So in the last heat, in the stand-up paddle, we saw Teotu Wong on a wave in front of Maximilian Torres.
Right.
And we talked about the interference potential in this stand-up paddle, longboard division, more of the conventional competition style. As we get into the team surfing, it's your team. You're surfing with your team members, so you'll be sharing waves or kind of pointing out, okay, you go, then I go, and so I think that team surfing idea is so great to and a revolution into the Backdoor Shootout of the new way to perform and have everybody
just surf,
just surf. Yeah. Not worry about the paddle squabbling priorities and all that, which can be, a little bit of a mix-up and more like sometimes a detriment to like the actual surf talent and skill.
Yeah, taking that out of the equation, you just get to free surf. Basically surfing with three of your, probably closest friends.
Yeah,
and
your team members. Yeah,
and I mean, you'll never see that out here at Pipe.
MJ Dubs with the mojo.
Getting ready, yeah. And she's got the color coordination today here at Pipeline.
Going all perps.
Perps for the perp, looking for the perp wave.
Yeah. Perps looking for perfection. And
so the format really creates an environment of, you're charging, but you're also a little more relaxed,
Yeah.
Of course, you're still looking to get that high score for, down the contest path, but yeah, you just get to shake the cobwebs off. There's no priority, none of that kind of pressure.
Yeah, we'll give the team surfers multiple rounds to get their scores and the top waves. Our defending champ is Billy Kemper.
Sends it
every year. He was surfing, I believe, for one of the North Shore teams. And our defending team winner
who is that packed?
I believe that was Makamai on his backup board and trying to keep that backup intact.
Yeah, no leash, so he got back to it quick. That's nice. Still has his leash on his leg.
Still get the leash on the ankle.
Sure he's still tethered.
I wonder if you can connect him.
Yeah.
Not sure.
And then we got, taking a look at that.
I think that was Mananalu looking over the ledge.
Looks like Pomai outside there taking a look at this one. Let's see if he's going to...
I like his pulled-in nose on his longboards. Definitely...
knifes it a little bit.
Little more knifey. Got a little bit of a, I believe, looks to me like more of a traditional, like old-school design for these pipe boards to be nostalgic. Much more able to cut into the face of the wave from the... if you're going to go with a nose rider type longboard, surface area is not your friend at Pipeline. A lot of times, I feel like
more surface to break, right?
Yeah, and also just harder to dig in there.
Line.
Yeah.
So they're looking at these lines coming through here. It's still tricky, it's still tricky, especially on a longboard here at Pipe. Wave selection is going to play a huge...
Yeah, that was a wicked double up right there. And if any indicator of outside waves. Pomai definitely taking the lead.
He's in the position.
And, you know, I felt that a lot of times, too, in past years, whether it be in free surfing or competition, he who sees it first kind of has the first move to make and a little bit advantage. So I would, a lot of times, I do got these spider monkey orangutan arms. I could get a good stroke going, but I would opt for a little bit longer board, too, because, you know, you being able to sit a little further out, you get over that first forerunner, and then you see what the real set is doing.
Coming, right.
You get a little bit of that few second head start, you know.
Yeah, getting yourself into position, because position plays a huge part and role here, especially to get the score.
Yeah. Yeah, and you're competing, you know, even on a free surf day, it's still a competition at Pipe.
Yeah,
it's just 60, 70 guys in the water.
100 guys out as opposed to, you know, 3 or 4 here.
Yeah, and so you're still just whatever it is to get the little edge to be in the spot for that wave. And then, you know, we mentioned earlier, we go without jerseys for this event. So we give the competitors the option, wear your own sponsor if you want, because you could get a sick shot. And there's a lot of pros that, you know, may get either no monthly salary or a small salary, that the photo incentive is a big part of your contract and your sponsorship. So photos do mean a lot, and that means putting food on the table.
That's correct.
And so being able to have the opportunity to get these good waves, thanks to DaHui and the program and the system of no jerseys with other sponsors on it, we opt for having the surfers get the opportunity to get a shot with their selected sponsor, and then that puts food on their table.
Exactly. So opportunity doesn't go away; it goes to someone else. So, you know, DaHui definitely creating the opportunity for each surfer to, you know, maximize their payday.
Yeah.
Even if they don't win the event, you could get sick pics.
Yeah.
With your sponsor on there, and maybe, you know,
content.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe you can start 2025 with a plus.
Yeah, a little, you know.
No overdraft.
I remember back in the day, you get a cover. It's like, you know, a couple $1,000. You get all the different half-page size, quarter-page, and everything had a little dollar sign amount attached, and it was pretty technical, you know. And that was definitely in a lot of our heads out there. Like that contributed to the competition of getting waves,
especially at that age when you're young. You know, clothes is like, oh man, you know, you're psyched, but now we got families and
get gas.
Reality.
Yeah, we got a vehicle that needs gas.
The bike was good back then, but now it doesn't carry 5.
Yeah, my mother charging me rent.
Reality sets in. So now we get a shot looking towards Paumalu, towards the sunset area, and so this drone footage and stuff just elevates the quality of the event, I think.
Yeah, the production is definitely there. Production quality. Thank you, Zone Media.
Zone Media is awesome.
This final started off with a huge, beautiful bang with Kala de Soto getting the wave of his life maybe at Pipe. I haven't seen him doing a lot. You know, I just have not been spending the time watching the free surfing here, but I'm sure he's been out here getting some great waves. But as far as competitive value on TV, in front of a great crowd on the beach, got to be one of Kala's best wave of his life.
Oh, best wave of his life. And when I was up in the judges booth, you know, Dwayne was mentioning that's actually the board he used to ride at Pipe.
Oh, wow.
Generationally,
still going.
The board's still going, bro. And maybe that explains, I don't think he has a leash on too, so, you know, hopefully it can preserve that for another generation, maybe, possibly. You know,
so not only handing down the knowledge, but handing down the equipment.
Use this one.
Literally. This is the one. And then Uncle Makamai starting with a bang too, but in the other direction of just getting a crazy huge late drop. I mean, just the guts to go on that wave was already super commendable, and then came up with the 2 halves of a board.
2 halves is not better than 1. Right?
Yeah, so it's the haves and the have-nots.
We got Pomai here stroking for this one.
When you see 2 halves, you have not a board. Here we go.
Pomai,
oh, beautiful technique.
Setting his line beautifully.
So another one in the pocket for Pomai, the pocket ride. I know he'd love to be deeper, and it's just so tricky to do on a longboard here at Pipe, and especially when you focus so much on the drop. Here's Mananalu.
Mananalu, the inside section, barrel covered.
Oh,
that
really
was
well.
beautifully orchestrated by Mananalu Chandler.
So that is going to creep up into the score line that the crowd is loving it. Shakas all around on this Aloha Kakahiaka. Couple mean shakas after the Mele Kaliki Makas and Ora Mino Akas out there.
Yes. Wishing everybody out there a happy new year, happy 2025.
Yeah.
Nothing but prosperity in the years to come, hopefully, but started off strong here.
Yeah,
Everybody's
the backdoor
smiling.
shootout, first day of the holding period, the first day it's on. We love that.
Some energy coming through the lineup right as we speak.
Yeah, you can see the waves stacking up on the outside, and the way they approach the lineup will determine whether the competitors will be taking advantage, but
they're trying to jockey right now.
Yeah, there is a little bit of moving around. We got a couple Desotos and one Ho'opili. All Hawaiians.
All Hawaiian final.
Manalalu coming into the screen there off the right side. Now making his way to the lineup. But good technique for Mana. We've seen the water angle and just how he's able to hold the rail, keep the board steady, because that surface area we keep talking about with longboards, there's so much more that you have to control. The tail can slide out. The nose can get too far down the wave. You can get sucked up the face. Hard to set that thicker rail. And Mana looks like he's got it down.
Yeah, he knifed that awesome.
And we'll check out the replay here of Pomai's wave.
Ho'opili on this one right here just sets himself up.
I mean, there's a shot freeze frame right there for the books.
Pulls in. Perfect. In and out there for Pomai Ho'opili.
And Mananalu dragging almost like he's on a shortboard. Gets really deep. That was a double spitter. Yeah. And with the Superman fly out, he's stoked.
Yeah, that was perfectly orchestrated. And
yeah.
I mean, especially on a longboard, put himself in the spot, stalled it, got completely covered, and then was able to make his way
now
out.
the judges have a little bit of work to do comparing Kala DeSoto's opening ride with Mananalu's last ride, because they were very similar. You could probably kind of be like dealer's choice of whose was better. You could see them as exactly the same as well. Like almost anything is up for interpretation.
Yeah.
When you look at those two backhand barrels at Pipe from two very young brothers.
Young bucks.
Yeah.
Coming in hot here at Pipe, the backdoor shootout, and really taking advantage of the opportunity that's been given to them, being in this event.
Yeah.
Sending it.
And Mananalu, wanting to be a back-to-back champ, he definitely has got a chance here.
Yeah, I was going to say.
It's going to come down to the backup wave, because each Kala and Mananalu have these beautiful barrels to be their high scores.
And Pomai as well.
Pomai was right there. I don't think he got quite deep enough to be on that level, but definitely a worthy final appearance. And from Akamai DeSoto, survives a crazy wipeout and watches his nephew and his other nephew battle for first and second. So we'll be back with more Backdoor Shootout 2025 after these messages. Stay tuned.
Allow us to help you grow your brand and expand your business by reaching Hawaii's giant outdoor sports and ocean enthusiast demographic. Zone Media Advertising specializes in television commercial production and campaigns, social media content production and distribution, drone and video production, cutting-edge live productions, and more. With over 25 years leading Hawaii's action sports market, give us a call to find out how we can help you grow your business.
Welcome back to the Backdoor Shootout 2025. Aloha, and hopefully you guys are enjoying the action that we are here enjoying live at Pipeline, Bonsai Pipeline. Get the bird's eye view of right where we are sitting, looking at this beautiful vantage of the North Shore. I'm Isaiah Walker, here with Cliff Botello.
Aloha. Welcome back, gang.
Yeah.
And so you can start to see with that shot, they just brought us over aerial view of the swell that's starting to fill in. And so that energy we talked about earlier, it's starting to make its way to Oahu.
For sure. And I love you keep calling it 2 to 4 feet. And I'm thinking like, brah, look bigger than 2 to 4 feet to me. But I get it. Hawaiian scale is right on. But it is growing, right? And we've seen some incredible. I was downstairs watching that longboard heat. Saw Mananalu and Kala Novello getting some insane barrels. The conditions are just pristine. You can see the beautiful silhouette, the light hitting the water, really glassy. The absence of kamoe or trade winds is giving it that real buttery texture right now. We are, sometimes we were talking earlier, Rocky and I, that, now the sun's coming out, and with those variable winds, it could change to little onshore breezes, but we're still keeping an eye on it.
We're praying for light variables, but like you said, once the sun hits it and it starts to warm up, it can go either way. But we have the ladies out here now, and yes, I did say 2 to 4 feet. That was a little earlier. Those last sets that rolled through were a bit bigger. They're in the 6 foot range easily.
Yeah.
And the forecast was actually claiming it's going to get up to like the 10 to 12 foot range.
Yes.
So that's going to be like pretty big.
Right.
Conditions for the event.
Yeah, I love that we have our Wahine division here, and got some amazing athletes here. We got Moana Jones-Wong, Zoe Chait, Betty Lou, and looks like we had a paddle here.
Turn and burning on this one. This is Bethany Hamilton. Never ceases to amaze me. Get barreled and everything. Like I'd be getting mopped all over the reef right now. But she manages to take off with one arm. It just amazes me.
I know.
She's right under the lip.
I mean, and then she even positioned herself. She's battling these other women where she caught the first wave of the heat.
Very decent size wave, and I suspect it's going to be a pretty decent score given that she was, here's the replay. We can take a look at it.
Yeah,
nice bottom turn right under the curl. Gets barreled on the sandbar there. It's perfect. Little bigger. Would be probably my only takeaway from that, but perfectly ridden, I believe.
Yeah, that's amazing. Bethany Hamilton from Kauai. Many of you may know her story. It became a box office movie, and just her story of perseverance is just incredible. That she's able to, like you're saying, Cliff, stay at that same level, despite the fact that she does have an extra challenge of paddling with one arm, but amazing that see her out here at Pipeline. I mean, a couple years ago, I remember she was in the shootout when it was maxing,
and
she was charging.
She was charging. She charges at every spot I've ever, I do work Hawaiian Water Patrol as well, so every spot I ever worked that she was competing at, after her, her injury, she's just sent it, and it was just amazing, inspiring to see her step up to that level, given that she's got one arm and just charges. Crazy.
Yeah, it's an amazing story. We also have Erin Brooks, one of our younger competitors, and she just won the Pipe Masters. And really impressed with her surfing. She just also qualified for the World Championship Tour. She's one of those rookies that's definitely going to make a mark right out of the gates.
Definitely came in hot. I was wondering, who's this Erin Brooks? And then I got to see her surf pipe and stuff, and whoa. definitely a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah.
You know, once your ball is rolling, it's always interesting to see
Right.
how the game gets played out, you know. So her ball definitely is rolling. This is a spot she's won at, and so competitively speaking, possibly favored, you know, in this situation.
Okay, well, while our Wahine are waiting for some waves, we're going to go throw it down to the beach and hear from our last heat winners.
All right, we're back on the beach at the Hui Backdoor Shootout. I'm here at Kala Novel de Soto. How does it feel making it to the final? I'm not used to seeing you on a longboard, but here we are. Here we are. I see you on the shortboard ripping it up. How does it feel making it to the finals?
It was good. I took my dad's spot, and it was good to make the final.
All right, the first wave you had in the final, that kind of raised the bar for the entire final. Yeah. Describe that wave.
That was the best longboard wave of my life. They blew the horn at the perfect time and swung it.
Yeah, you Hawaii representing Westside Makaha. Yes, back to you guys upstairs. Let's go.
Congratulations. That was an amazing
Kala de
heat.
Soto, representing the west side of Oahu, Makaha's finest, coming in and taking that heat, or actually the finals, I should say, winning the finals for the men's longboard. Congratulations, Kala. Father must be stoked on that performance and on the board that he once rode here at Pipe as well. And so generationally success there for the De Sotos. Congratulations, Kala.
Yeah, congratulations. I believe his sister is in this heat as
Yes,
well. So
she
his
is.
uncle, brothers,
Everybody
uncles,
is
aunties. Oh, awesome event. The Sotos are definitely doing a great job out here at Pipeline.
Pua De Soto. Kiala Kennelly is another one that's competing in this Wahine event, and Bianca Valenti. And so as the ladies sit in the lineup and wait for that energy to come in, you can still see it, some double up action. So wave selection is going to be critical for a good score.
Yeah, you can see those double ups.
Yeah,
really
right
making
there
it
is a good
challenging.
shot. Definitely not 2 to 4 feet anymore.
And I love that we have so many established Wahine in this heat, women's surfers. You know, when I was younger, when we were growing up, it wasn't as common to have women, especially in competition at Pipeline. So that's been something that's been over the last few years. But I love that the Backdoor Shootout was one of the first events to have female
Wahine,
competitors
Wahine
at Pipeline, which is fitting because, you know, in our Hawaiian mo'olelo and histories, there are many, many stories of Hawaiian women surfing that had a lot of accolades and competition and were known as some of the best.
Yeah,
so
sport of kings and queens.
Yep. We have shared some of these stories with you in the past. One that I usually talk about because it's one of the most extensive and lengthy ones and very detailed is the story of Kelea. And Kelea Nui Noho Ana Api Api was her full name from Maui. She was the daughter of a chief there, and her brother was a little frustrated with her because she was already in her 20s and wasn't married, and they were kind of hoping like that she would kind of move into the role of helping the family and
not surf so much.
Right,
so
right.
Get some waves.
And so he was always harassing her, like, "Hey, like, come on, it's time to grow up, you know." And she was like, "I'm married to my surfboard." But the story goes on that there's a chief from Oahu named Kalamakua who takes a canoe ride over to Maui and finds her surfing, and he's a good surfer too, and he impresses her, eventually gets her onto his canoe, and he tries to trick her in saying, there's a storm coming, so let's go out and wait it out, you know. And then it gets dark, and then he keeps kind of trying to tell her, like, I'm lost, I don't know where we are. But she's really Akamai, and she's, you know, she understands the sky and the stars and everything too. So she was like, bro, you cannot fool me.
Yeah.
We're like almost on Oahu. I know where we stay. And he was really impressed with her, how smart she was and her qualities as a surfer. And here we go, Juana Jones.
Juana Jones, Queen of Pipeline. little warm-up wave for her.
So, I mean, so when I see these women surfing like Moana and others, that's just really reminiscent of that same. It's interesting that even though the story is hundreds of years old,
right,
it's still the same story.
Same mana'o of how these women are married to their surfboards,
yeah,
right?
and have that that knowledge of the ocean and the sea and the waves, and are courageous. She eventually, it's a kind of a long story, goes on where she marries his cousin, and it comes back. Well, here we go. Here we have a rider grabbing rail. May have been Bianca.
May have been Bianca. I'm not too sure. So that's another thing. It's a little bit tricky to see who's surfing what. You know, we don't have that jersey. The jerseys on, like how Rocky was mentioning. But
right.
We do.
But we do know the surfers. In fact, my wife is always amazed. She's like, "How do you know who that is?" Every surfer has their distinct style,
exactly,
their stance, and especially the ones that we are accustomed to watching, like Moana and others who are here all the time. It's pretty easy to distinguish their identity by the way that they choose to ride the waves in their own particular way.
The mannerisms on the wave.
So yeah, Kelea ends up eventually. She does end up with the guy Kalamakua in a roundabout way, and she ends up settling in Waikiki and becoming like one of the high-ranking chiefs there with Kalamakua, and is known as being this very, very famous chief, but also a surfer.
Nice.
In fact, when she first goes to Waikiki, people criticize her. They're like, "Oh, you sure you know how to surf or what?" Because she had red dirt on her feet. She was living up Mauka in Mililani side. And so she comes down and asks, "Oh, can I borrow a surfboard?" And they're like, "You know how to ride them or what?" But she blew their minds and ended up showing them that she was boss out there. So it's really cool that we're celebrating women in surfing, because it does take us back to times of old in old Hawaii.
Yeah, especially in that area you mentioned, Waikiki, you know, Kalehua Vehe.
Yep.
And chiefesses like that who just enjoyed surfing all day. You know?
Right.
Times were probably a little simpler back then, I suppose. Maybe not, you know, but 2025 and we still got some wahine that are charging, especially here at Backdoor Shootout.
I don't mean to. Try and. I don't know if we're in the position to make this argument or this discussion, but do women approach waves differently?
I can't answer for for a woman, but I would suspect they approach it similarly in the sense of the adrenaline and excitement. You know.
To me, when you see, especially with women's longboarding, there's a grace that's hard to be matched.
Yeah.
I think Honolulu Bloomfield and others, like the way that they cross step, and there's a smoothness. Like a dance, yeah. As opposed to most men, you see are trying to do a snap off the top and stuff like that. You see the women more like to just dance along the plank, I guess you could say. You have a surfer right here paddling for this one. Oh, Bianca,
this is
grabbing rail.
A little ahead of the barrel, but still a very decent-sized wave, and getting the what do we call it? Shaking the cobwebs off, right? There's a shot of all the boys, J.O.B. and Nate Florence and his brother Ivan, a couple other veteran type surfers right there. That Trilogy will hopefully be showcasing their talent a little later today.
Yeah.
As you can see, these swells starting to approach. This energy is what we've been waiting for, and so as that swell starts to pulse, like this here at Pipe, the drone shot will give you the idea of how it's starting to turn on here.
Yeah, they're saying
teasing the second reef.
Buttery conditions.
Yeah, they're teasing that second reef right there.
These guys are getting excited. Look at them.
Yeah. See, Nate got his phone out. You know, with all the technology now, they're salivating at these waves going unridden. Very difficult to get into this this spot too. You know, it's not as easy as a lot of these surfers and competitors make it look. swell was moving decently fast, larger waves, shallow water. You know, you had a lot of things going on in your mind and variables that you're dealing with.
Right. It's cool to watch these guys look at them. They're like,
yeah,
it's my turn. Like,
Yeah.
there's only 6 people out. When does that happen? And the
Never.
conditions are so pristine right now. So beautiful. Yeah, a lot of great female surfers over the years. Of course, think of Wahine like Rel Sun, Auntie Rel, who fought a long battle with breast cancer, and unfortunately is no longer with us. But she was definitely at the forefront of professional women's surfing,
paving the way for
late 70s and 80s, where you had kind of breaking through some of the stigmas of that era of the mid 1900s of women finding their place in the lineup. But Auntie Rel was the queen of Makaha, and was also a great competitor. Surfed really well at places like Sunset Beach and Haleiwa and Makaha, of course. Replay of Bianca.
nice grab rail, making it down the face, and then kicking out. Yeah, watching her surf, I believe she was in it last year too, just charging it.
Yeah.
All of them wearing helmets, which is a very good idea at Pipeline. You know, it's very shallow. And so safety first, I believe.
Right, right.
Always a plus to have something there for your protection, especially nowadays. It's available, so why not use it?
Right. I mean, and then after that generation of Relson and I mean Margot Oberg and so many others on the North Shore, you also have this the Blue Crush kind of generation.
Yeah, that generation of the 90s.
Of Megan Abubo and their other crew that was
Raquel Ballard.
Yep.
I think Kayla Kennedy actually was in that generation
for
as
sure.
well.
Just really making a name for themselves out at Pipeline.
Beachley, yeah, that was pioneeresses, I guess you would say. Doctor,
yeah.
how would you
yeah,
pronounce
pioneers,
that?
yeah, S's. And then when they started to have more competitions at Pipeline for the women, you have, of course, like Carissa Moore, who really seemed to like go backdoor and like really perfect going backdoor, and others. So it's kind of cool that we've seen women's progress at Pipeline, and so where now we have this heat where it's like you got young ones. And
Betty Lou is young still, she charges. I see her surf everywhere from, on the North Shore, Sunset, Haleiwa, and Pipeline, where it used to be the Triple Crown. She surfs all of those well, and sizable. I've seen her out when it's very decent sized, and she charges. So that'd be like, we just went through like almost 3 generations worth, right? From Auntie Rel to the Blue Crush era, and now we're in these ladies'
current
generation of Wahine surfers.
It's cool how they, it takes time to build on the next generation, and it's cool how when you have that kind of progression that it does, you see the level increase exponentially each time. So really, really cool to see this heat with very accomplished surfers at Pipeline.
Yeah, and they're out there as the swell starts to come in, so it hasn't settled in yet. So it's also makes it even trickier,
All right, looks like we got an announcement that 11:35 will begin our men's open division.
I guess it's on. It's official. 11:35 men's shortboard will be starting, and the swell should be starting to really be generating here at Pipe.
How much that wave that those guys were hooting at? How much do you think that influenced the decision?
Oh yeah, that's one good thing about this event is, you see a shot here, Billy Kemper.
They're like, you missed, watch this wave.
JOB, they're like, look, so surfers do help. They don't make the call, but they do assist with, because if they don't want to be out there, it's not good enough for them to go out and surf. These guys are veterans at this spot, so if they're calling it, we should go there. The contest directors are going to pull it together and say, hey, surfers want to surf. This event is pretty much geared and designed for the surfer.
Right.
It's like we mentioned earlier, Rocky and I were talking about how it's not man-on-man heats. It's a team effort, and there's no priority and stuff like that. You're surfing with 3 of your other friends out there, and so it takes a little bit of the edge of competition off.
Yep.
But I think they're
set to go.
Yeah, after watching that wave go through.
So cool to see. We're talking generations of mana wahine, or female surfers that are out here in the lineup, and how accomplished, and the number of women who now are really successful at surfing pipeline is pretty impressive. And I was mentioning earlier, of course, that this is a tradition that goes back into old Hawaii. Talked about Kelea. There's stories of many others. Laie Kawai, which is a story that comes from right around the corner here of us in Ko'olauloa and Laie. Really cool story of her life, and surfing is a part of that life. In fact, she gets married while surfing. Like the ceremony itself took place
double dipping
in the water, double dipping. It was interesting that this, at the ceremony they said you catch 5 waves, and on the 5th wave, then it sort of seals the deal with you getting married. But the interesting part to that story, that mo'olelo, that ka'ao, which is a kind of a myth, I guess we'd call it. She was supposed to marry this one chief, and then this local surfer guy named Hala Aniani kind of sneaks in and literally drops in and ends up marrying her by just intervention. So it was like an interference call.
Yeah.
And kind of a really cool story. Triangled. And then he had a sister named Malio, and she was a kind of sorceress that sent out this mist to interrupt the ceremony. And so Hala Aniani ends up listening to his sister's advice and sneaks in on the 5th wave. And right as she's about to catch the 5th wave, he grabs her by the ankle and pulls her back. Wow. And then they said this mist came out. I don't know what kind of mist was. Maybe it was like a pakalolo mist or something. But it kind of confused everything. And so he was like, "Oh, we gotta go surf over here. Come with me." And so he ends up stealing her essentially in the middle of the wedding ceremony, and ends up marrying her. And anyway, so the family is all livid, especially her grandma Waka is very upset with it. She disowns her for not being akamai enough to figure out what happened. And anyway, so really cool. We have these very great stories in our Hawaiian histories. And Laie Kawai was a surfer from this moku, this district of Ko'olauloa. And even though it was a ka'ao, or kind of a story that maybe was fictional, it still shares with us the values of Hawaiian society at that time, and how surfing was so integral.
Surfing is integrated in a lot of it. A lot of the mo'olelo.
Yep.
Has to do with surfing, we're saltwater people,
right.
So a lot of the mo'olelo is going to either be dealing with surfing or paddling or sailing, something to do with the ocean. Our people are saltwater. That's part of it.
Right.
So we do come from the saltwater people, right? And so, beautiful day here at Ehukai. Surf a little bigger than 2 to 4 feet now. These ladies, you can see the texture of the water, like you talked about earlier, starting to get a little bit more texture to it. So we're going to have to be watching that throughout the day as well. As the swell increases, the texture could make it a little bit more difficult. Like the size of the waves aren't difficult enough. The texture can add to that, right?
Well, it's interesting how at Pipeline, they say you actually need some wind to kind of keep the barrels open.
This side of our island here in Pupukea, Kaunala, and Paumalu area is kind of more like a western facing. Even though it's the North Shore, we're more westerly facing.
Yep.
And so, the wind definitely does help. Too much of it, then it goes the opposite direction.
No, I'm glad you pointed that out. You're right. Like people call it the North Shore, but it's really the Northwest Shore.
Yeah, exactly.
And really, and then there's the northeast side. And anyway, so there isn't a true north. I guess true north. Mokula'ia kind of faces true north.
Yeah.
Kahuku, I suppose, is straight north.
Point.
Yeah.
And not to put any names out there because we don't want those spots to get overpopulated, like our island's not populated enough. But yeah, there's some gems that you can, in the right swell direction, you still can potentially find a spot with no other people out there. You know, but there's always somewhere to surf.
Right. Well, seems like the ocean's kind of taking a little bit of a break for our women in this heat. Did see a couple of waves ridden. But while the ocean is taking a break, we're going to go take a quick break, Cliff.
Sir.
We'll be back soon. Stay with us at the Backdoor Shootout. The swell is on the rise.
Allow us to help you grow your brand and expand your business by reaching Hawaii's giant outdoor sports and ocean enthusiast demographic. Zone Media Advertising specializes in television commercial production and campaigns, social media content production and distribution, drone and video production, cutting-edge live productions, and more. With over 25 years leading Hawaii's action sports market, give us a call to find out how we can help you grow your business.
All right, aloha and welcome back to the 2025 Backdoor Shootout. I'm here with Dr. Isaiah Walker as we look at a bell ride at Pipeline of these Wahine surfers. My name is Cliff Botello. Again, I said I'm here with Dr. Isaiah Walker. And welcome back.
We're still in this women's heat. Look like Bianca Valenti again. She's been getting quite a few pig dog grab rail barrels this morning at Pipeline.
These ladies are pushing the limits. You know, they're wanting the swell to come in too. It's kind of hit or miss, I would say. You know, you can see like this double up we're looking at, just swell starting to stack on top of each other. So the energy is coming. They're trying to be as selective as possible, but they are sending it.
Yeah.
Pretty cool angle where we're at. You can see that shelf there. Still some sand that would be good to move around, but I don't know. As I look back to the ocean, you can see towards the Rocky Point, Paumalu area, some size and stuff like that. So the 2 to 4 feet, I would say, is now 6 to 8 feet.
Yeah. Got a paddler here.
Here on the inside, we got Moana Jones getting barreled. Oh, just a little tickle to the head from that one. She did make it in and out. We'll see what the judges think. I wouldn't say it was a completed ride, but she did definitely send it. Trying to get to the channel before that wave comes through. And on the horizon, you can see some lines coming through. We'll see what it does once it hits that reef area.
Yeah, you're right. You can see the texture of the water increasingly get a little bit more ripples on it. Not sure what that means for us with the wind. Sometimes it'll puff a little and then back off. So never know. That's why we call these variable winds. They vary from direction and speed and flow. So
those are the layman's terms, right?
Yeah.
Variable. As normal winds we have here are northeasterly trades. Who is this nice little? Right when I spoke, a little too soon. Wave kind of ran on her.
Well, as we mentioned earlier, at 11:35, we anticipate the shortboard men, and looks like in the first heat we've got the North Shore boys, round 1, heat 1, and this is Baron Mamiya, Billy Kemper, Kala Grace, Eli Olsen, J.O.B., and possibly Conrad Carr.
Yeah, Conrad would be the alternate. Very stacked team right there,
right,
of pipe chargers. So that's the end of the women's expression session, and we have a 11:35 projected start for the men's round 1, heat 1. And like Isaiah mentioned, Baron Mamiya, he's done well here at pipe. So has Billy and Kala, as well as Eli, and of course Jamie O'Brien. I mean, this is basically his we'd call it a front yard or backyard.
Front yard,
depends on. And
right.
so with that, we'll be right back. Stay tuned. Stick with us for more competition here at the 2025 Backdoor Shootout.
The 2025 DaHui Backdoor Shootout is presented by Keiki Beach Bungalows. Special mahalos to the members of the Hui o He'enalu and these great sponsors: North Shore Club, White Claw, Hawaii Volcanic Water, Haleiwa Distillery, Saltwater Society, Na Menihuni Umi Kuma Ono, and Excel Haleiwa. This live broadcast is produced by Zone Media, creators of Ocean Paddler TV, Hawaiian Extreme Sports TV, and In the Zone.
All right, aloha, and welcome back to the 2025 Backdoor Shootout. I'm Isaiah Walker, joined by Cliff Botello. We also have Ezra Rodriguez and Rocky Cannon, bringing you this live action here at Bonsai Pipeline on the North Shore of Oahu. We're wrapping up our women's expression session heat. Here we are at right at the Volcom House, Jerry Lopez historic place.
Spot.
overlooking behind us is the beautiful spot of Pipeline, and we're bringing you live action today. We're starting up the men's division soon, and we're talking about our first heat. We've got stacked heat on North Shore boys. This is Baron Mamiya, Billy Kemper, Kala Grace, Eli Olsen, Jamie O'Brien, and that's the heat 1. So if you're unfamiliar with the format of the Backdoor Shootout, it's a team format. So the surfers are trying to accrue as much points as possible, because at the end of the event we give there's a winning team and then there's a winning individual. So it's both a team and an individual sport, and we're entering into the men's division. So earlier the athletes and the contest directors were watching the surf to see if the plans were to do, because the swell is on the rise. And there were, in that women's heat, there were a couple waves that came through that I think impressed some of the boys. So
yeah, I think they saw a couple of those waves roll through and figured, especially with their format, the way it's designed, it's almost like a free surf.
Right.
Their heats are more like free surf, expression session, almost every heat, and you just accumulate your points by scores, and and they just have fun with it. Basically, it's a surfers contest.
Right. I believe. No, I like that too. It's the competitors have a team captain, and I think they meet together with the contest organizers to be a part of the decision-making process, and so it is kind of a kako thing, we call it here, like a hui, a group.
Right. Yeah, it is a kako, like you mentioned, and so like kako, I'll be taking a little break from the action, so we're going to have Ezra Rodriguez come in and join you, one of our team players here on our commentating team, as we look at these beautiful conditions here at Pipeline. So see you soon.
Right on. And when you come back, I want to hear some stories about, I meant to ask you about, this one, about Hawaiian Water Patrol and your experiences there. So I look forward to having conversations with you on that one.
I will be back. Got it.
That was Conrad Carr, the alternate. Looked like he either broke a leash or a board right in the impact zone, going under. So we are into welcome Ezra.
Yes.
How's it over there on the beach commentating?
It's awesome. It's intense. There's a lot of stuff getting going. We wanted to run the main event, so getting all the team members together, super important. So now it's go time. Main event time. These guys are getting scored from a 1 through a 10, and then we were talking about the 11 and 12 can be honored if it's just like amazing.
Oh, there's a replay of Conrad.
Yeah, toe
taking
cleaner.
Off deep.
Nothing like in the heat of the moment and you're just too much toe and then too much inner rail. There's been some amazing surfing. I think the best wave we've seen so far today was from Kala de Soto in the longboard, and very exciting. Here we go.
Look at this double
Eli
up.
Olsen, beautiful technique, threads and needle, gets spit all over, just what he wanted. Eli Olsen, North Shore boy extraordinaire, double black belt. This guy is a frother.
That was a sick one. You read that right. I mean,
you read it.
We've been watching these double up waves. They're a little tricky and challenging, but Eli figured out how to navigate that one just right.
Wow, and how's this heat? I mean, like I was telling, the public on the beach here, it's so amazing. Here we go. Eli, textbook, in the pipe cone, chandelier, breaks right through. Give it the Kanaka Steez claim right there. But what I was saying is each heat, I mean, fan base, you think about it, you got all your favorite surfers. These guys are going to get to surf 6 to 7 times, and look at how thick the heats are. I mean, these are like finals, but they're surfing as a team.
Yeah, which is cool. They're competing with each other, but also against each other in a way, because in the end there's an individual champion as well. So it is exciting to watch. A different kind of format, but
it's that brotherhood vibe, like the Eddie. You're going out there, you're surfing, but you're surfing as a team, but you guys are also trying to get your individual stuff done as a gentleman.
like just I guess watching. It's interesting to watch how they're paddling. Like who sits where, who's positioning what.
You can tell the utmost respect when they're all wanting the same sit-down spot and they're all staggered.
I mean, I wonder how it works. If they're like, okay, you get the next one, or just like...
I think gentlemen, like how we all grew up with, you know, when you're kids, you try to claim the back wave.
Oh, that was a steep double up.
You know, that one was a scoring capability right there, and if you could get through that bonus section...
I think Surfer looked like he went over the falls. Paddling over it.
I've seen a couple of those, yeah. Wow. And the waves are definitely lighting up as it's imploding on the reef. And you can feel it from the houses as we're here at the proving grounds. The Volcom houses, thank you.
Oh, here comes one. Surfer's going for it, paddling. Steep one. Late drop. Looks like Billy Kemper.
Billy, bad Billy. Whew. He was on his way, but I mean, he was deep. He was about 4 yards behind that vein.
I'd love to see the water angle on that one. Because he was pumping and traveling, and look where he ended up. He was almost at the end there.
Oh, Zone Media got us covered. I mean, the water shot might be a 2-page spread. But awesome stuff, Billy Kemper.
Oh, here we go. Late drop. Watch how he pumps. He's traveling.
He got right there. His second pump was just a little bit too critical.
Oh. Wow. Live action.
That thing blew its guts out. That was a full push out one from deep.
It's turned on.
Yeah.
Look at this.
Super exciting. High level, high action. If you guys aren't down here.
Oh my gosh.
Yep, Isaiah's looking over the balcony.
Like, whoa.
You felt that at your back. As watermen, you never want to really face your back towards the ocean. I know you felt that implode and did the full-on check back. But
yeah, this swell is...
It showed up.
Here.
And, thank you for making us look so sharp. OGA in the house. Mahalo again. OGA Apparel, Oahu Golf. And thank you to Brother Tim and Brother Kiala. Wow, it's all that salt really made it ehukai. It's really misty. Ooh. The mirror effect from the morning has definitely dissipated.
Oh, look at this double up. Oh,
how's these pipe bombs with that crease? Yes. That little eyebrow lid has been, and Bethany Hamilton got one. She got a 5.38, and that made her, win the Wahine Expression Session. As we're now into the first surf of the main event out there. And this is a no jersey contest, okay, guys? If you guys are just joining us for the first year, Baron Mamiya is out there with Billy Kemper, Kala Grace, Eli Olsen with a beautiful first wave, Jamie O'Brien, and Conrad Carr. You kidding me?
Yeah, it's pretty
Jamie
stacked.
O'Brien, runner third place last year, 15 grand.
Yeah, this swell's definitely arrived. Here we go. Look at this. Oh,
the swell has arrived, so I'd just like to apologize to everybody watching live for our character and attitudes. We're about to froth like groms over here as Pipeline and Backdoor are showing up. Best backdoor wave I've seen all day, and it hasn't been much. It's only 11:43 was, Dina Miranda and the longboard.
Wow.
Just missing the finals. But we're going to see some stuff. We got Bad Billy out the back. And Kala Grace. And next up, they'll be calling up Team Snapped 5.
Oh, yes. Mason Ho, Benji Brandt, Josh Moniz, Clay Marzo, Parker Coffin, Harry Bryant.
Winning in 2022, I believe.
Yeah, Snapped 5 has always been one of the, top teams to reckon with. Benji Brandt has won the event before.
Yep, year before Billy, and then the year before that was Mason. So a lot of these guys, it's really exciting to see Clay Marzal. He might be doing that frontside layback kind of barrel that as a goofy footer, you're like, where is this guy getting? That's like being on a one wheel, the distribution of his weight.
How do you do a frontside layback in the barrel and it's functional?
He's been like that since we discovered him in Lahaina at a contest. Everybody just started talking. He's a little boy just doing these weird little layback back, and his backside was so cosmetically pleasing to the eye. So exciting main event.
So we got right now North Shore boys, then we have the Snap 5, then we go into Team Japan.
Oh, I wonder if it's going to be 15 feet when Team Japan touch the sand.
It seems like them and Peru, too. There was one year that once Peru got in the water, it was just nonstop energy.
Yep. And those guys showed up. They had a very big heat last year. It was exhausting watching how much waves they had to go under. But they also crazy like Team Japan, the way they thread the needle on these weird barrels where it's hard to even, like some people would let it go. No, they're going to try to contort and capitalize on something so nuts. And yeah.
So interesting. I mean, most of these names are people know. I don't know if individuals know Conrad Carr. I mean, those who surf would know him, but interesting. So I'm a professor and a administrator at BYU Hawaii, Brigham Young University on the North Shore here around the corner. He was a student there. Graduated from there. Interesting young man, has a lot of interesting skills. Went to Siberia, learned to speak Russian. 2 years, and then was always a really good surfer. So he's from Malibu originally, and anyway, so random, I saw him here. I was like, bro, what you doing? He's like, I'm surfing this thing. I was like,
that's
right
cool.
on.
And but part of this team thing, the individuals in it, to get invited with such huge names, he got to be somebody. I'm just getting used to knowing about this young lad, but that's awesome.
Right. So Team Japan will be after Team Snap 5. And then we have the North Shore Surf Shop, Ohana.
Yes.
Ayala Stewart, the McNamara brothers. They got Robertson and Legend Chandler, so the young guns will be out there as well.
Surf Shop, And we have Mahina Maeda downstairs with a special athlete. Mahina.
Aloha guys, this is Mahina here with Puamakemai DeSoto. I did notice that you did paddle a little late to your heat, so tell us what happened.
I wasn't actually in the expression session until like an hour before the heat. So I was just rushing out here. I was in town, so made it and paddled out with like 2 minutes late, but still stoked to be out there and just grateful to be here.
That's amazing. As a woman, how do you feel going out to Pipe and like conquering those huge waves, and especially with, it is a male-dominant place to be at. So, what is your mindset going out there?
I think, it is definitely male-dominated right now, but the women are coming up right now, and more women than ever in the water, sometimes more than men, and it's such a beautiful thing to see. It's just an honor to be out there, honestly, and all the girls that are competing with us are just amazing surfers and so inspiring to me, so just grateful and just so happy to be here.
Well, that's super amazing, and I hope the best for you, and hopefully we get to see you more out in the water. And then we are running the men's right now. Heat 1 is actually the North Shore boys, and going forth we will run the rest of the men. So back to you guys up in the booth.
All right, thank you, Mahina and Pua Makamai DeSoto. Great job out there.
Yeah, so awesome to watch her do her thing. An amazing surfer.
Kind of cool. Her brother ended up taking out on the longboard.
Yeah,
Younger
I was
bro.
asking Dad where Micah DeSoto was, and just to see Kala, I was like, we had a hug up there. I was like, wow, there's something to get barreled on a longboard or a pocket ride, but to get throated like the way the guys do it, like Lance Olcano, Dino Miranda, Dwayne DeSoto, Bonga Perkins, that is a thing of, happy dad. That's awesome.
Yeah, that was a bomb. That was one of the best barrels we've seen this morning.
Kid can skate. Kid can alaya. He can ride a soft top. He's really accustomed to riding anything, so it was really cool to see him grab one of his dad's longboards, which the dad will lend out, and he went off.
Right on.
And North Shore boys in the house. This is a really cool generation. A little bit mixed, different age brackets.
Great.
As you know, whoever said that Jamie was too old for an event? This guy coming, Rob. 15 grand last year. And third isn't enough for him. He's coming for the win this year. But what an amazing team heat. You know what I mean? You're with the last year's winner. You got Kala Grace. A Kanaka that seems to just slow down in the barrel like Uncle Derek. You know?
So Conrad, since Conrad's in the water, that means one of these guys isn't there.
Oh, okay.
So I don't know. I saw Billy. Maybe Barron's not here.
Maybe Barron, because Baron Mamiya, you know, a lot of people, you know, like John said, hey, you know, I called it from a young age. Nobody wanted to listen. And then Baron just, you know, it takes a matter of years. They just come out of nowhere and just dropping from the sky. Beautiful water angle here.
Like we gotta take a look here. No.
It's so funny when you see the amazing drone footage to the ground footage, how deep and throaty of the tranny, and then up in the sky, the thing just looks calm, malie.
Right. Oh, here we go. Pretty deep here. Kala Grace going for this one.
Yes.
Way behind it. Ooh. Takes off. Under it. Come on, let's go. Come on.
Nice read from Kala.
So close. I thought
that
he was going to come out of that.
Yes.
That was a traveler.
Yeah. Oh, the boys.
Snap
Moniz.
5.
Clay.
Stoked on it. Oh, water angle. See how far he traveled. Way behind it. Pulls up high. Travels. Foam ball.
Oh, turbulence.
Oh, he's so close.
He was on his way, but that first speed bump shook his fins loose, and he recovered like a bull.
I know. He made that first foam ball.
I really love that water shot because, you know, you could see what he was dealing with inside the tube there.
I mean, you really, for our judges, really, you kind of need to have that water angle, because what we didn't see was, you know, him riding the bull, you know what I mean, and successfully doing it and traveling through all those sections. But you don't see that from the beach angle.
No, you usually see him come out silky smooth, you know what I mean? And then,
no
you know,
idea
as his thing, he's not much of a claimer. He'll just, like, put his head down and humbly kick out.
You don't know the battle going on in the barrel.
Oh, man. He had the perfect style to handle that bull.
That one.
Wow, claiming on the inside. The photographers are like
Jamie wanted it, but it was a little too far out. Especially with Jamie, his style of getting barreled here is take off under the ledge.
Yeah, this is, I mean, you know, it's waves of consequences, but for the experience and the time that Jamie has put in over here, this is pretty buttery from what he was doing to get third place last year. I mean,
and you think too, especially in heat like this, you want to. They're probably thinking being very selective because they know it's not like. I mean, they're just trying to get one or two good ones, and so that being selective, I guess, is a good thing. But I don't know if you're letting them go, then maybe you regret later, like, I should have maybe caught that one.
Yeah, it's interesting what you're saying, because they also, as professional surfers like Jamie and Billy, they want to win. You know what I mean? They want to win as a team, but they also want to win. So they have to scale and look down the forecast to see what they're going to get. You know what I mean? Because that is competitive. If you think about it, in their first run, they're going to want to accumulate some points. And what's cool about this to the public watching is they're not making first and second moving on to the next heat. These guys are going to surf 4 to maybe 7 times as a team, and they're going to collect a bunch of individual scores.
So it does you no good to get a couple of 5s.
Yeah, no, I mean, you know, these 2s and 3s, I mean, there's some athletes that might even just be playing with the first day, and then it's like these guys are going to show up with different boards tomorrow.
Yep.
It's on. So, you know, we'll keep you guys updated. I'm not too sure if we take a short pause tomorrow and return Monday. You never know what the ocean's going to do. Yeah. Because those forecasts, even before the eddy, I didn't think it was going to be that big. I went out to the west side, visit some friends. I said, say, what? 20 feet? Came true over here. Huh. They really downplayed that one.
Yeah, well, watch that one where I think Jamie was she's a little too far out. He likes to be under the ledge.
Yeah, no, I wonder what he was. Oh, there was a rib right there. I was just about to, you know, go back a long time with Jamie. -2, Jamie, for not going because, you know, he was born to go.
Yeah, it's cool to see how he's made a career out of just, you know, being creative.
Yep.
Whereas
stay psyched.
Traditionally, you know, to make a living, at least when we were younger, like you'd be a pro surfer, and it just relies strictly on your sponsors
Yeah.
and on photographs and magazines and contest earnings, and but eventually it evolves to being something different. And today, I mean, the way that Jamie's been creative with the way that he's approached his profession, that he's carved his own, destiny, right? Creating his own channel.
Not just a YouTuber. He was labeled the first. He had his own movie, Freak Show. You know what I mean? He is a freak. Guy loves to have fun and has been doing it for a long time, since the days he was a Grom. Yeah, but we got the iconic, amazing Mana Wahine, Bethany Hamilton, down on the beach with our beach announcer.
Aloha guys, Wahine here, and we have Bethany Hamilton. So I do believe that you were the only female that did complete one ride, so talk us through that wave.
Yeah, it kind of I just went and sat out a bit more, and then I saw this one that it was kind of weird. It like doubled up, but kind of took a long, slow takeoff and then bottom turn and kind of knifed up into it. Got a little barrel, but yeah, it's so beautiful out, and the waves are starting to come on, so I think it's going to be an epic day for the guys. And Moana and I are still in the team event, so we might surf later. We'll see what the conditions do, and I'm just so stoked to be here surfing and hopefully going to get one of the best waves in my life. That's the goal,
Well, that's super good to hear. So yeah, you and Moana are both into the team event. What are you going to do differently into the team event aside from the expressing session?
I mean, every time you paddle out, you just gotta see what the conditions are. Like, pipe's pretty hard for me to get into it, so today the intervals are so long and it's really throwing hard, so we'll see how it goes. If it's second reefing and I can kind of chip shot out the back, that's kind of what I want. And then if it's really throwing, I might just let the boys surf. So we have a lot of days. Today's day one of the forecast, and there's a lot of pretty good-looking days coming ahead. So we'll just play the patient game or charge hard.
Well, thank you so much, Bethany, and hopefully you guys get more waves in the team event as well as Moana Jones. So back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Mahina. And if you don't know it, Mahina Maeda is an incredible surfer.
Yes, she is,
herself.
yeah.
Had a pretty successful amateur career. And
I didn't recognize her in the dark this morning. Yeah, but that's her. Yeah.
So cool. It's cool that like the vibe of the shootout is like very Ohana, and so you just pull from community people who know what they're talking about and know what they're doing. Yeah. I even love like in our judges tower, you have like accomplished surfers.
Oh, I got starstruck over there. I wanted to tell you, I looked to my left, you got Barton Lynch, Flynn Novak, Miles Padaka, Love Hodel, are you kidding me? And Kaimana Henry.
Right.
It's crazy judging panel.
Which, I mean, I know, like, I've had discussions with people on this before where, does it matter if you're a good surfer or not to be a judge? And I don't know, there's debate on either. Some people are like, well, no, you want somebody who has an objective eye and just is sort of trained and coached on how to judge what you're looking for rather than an opinion. But
opinionated,
But I think if someone is an accomplished surfer, they know the nuance of things that someone who maybe not pick up on. You know what I mean?
I hear you. No, I hear you.
Like knowing the difference of what it feels like or what it takes to do a certain turn or to ride the barrel in a certain way that if you've done it before, then you know what. So I'm in this in the thought that I personally think that having folks who know how to surf really well does have an advantage. But I can see where it can also impede your ability to be objective, because then maybe if you're a pro surfer yourself, then maybe you like have relationships with friends with some people but I don't know. What's your take on this?
When you're pouring your feelings out into a wave and then you get to see that little jot on the scoreboard, I've had moments like that. Like, you don't even surf like me. How could you even judge me like that? But then as you cool down that pro surfer, you got to look into yourself. You know what I mean? You kind of got to be fair with yourself. You never want to be that delusional surfer. But for me, working a lot at events and announcing, I get to hang out with a bunch of amazing judging panels, and I always honor them because a lot of them are different generations of hammer surfers, you know what I mean? And their dads are iconic, and, you know, our surf culture, they're a part of it. But yeah, if I did see somebody being a Simon Cowell.
Oh my gosh.
Who was that?
Conrad going over the falls again?
Like his head was in the lip kind of thing.
That was suicide mission.
But judging is a very key fundamental.
Where is he?
And that's why I'm stoked over at this event, you know.
There he is.
Oh, there he is. Whoa, late little tombstoner, huh?
Uh-oh.
He felt that
Hopefully
one.
He's okay.
Yep. You know, some of these wipeouts, that safety tap on top of your head, sometimes you won't be able to get your...
Look at this.
Oy.
Oh my gosh, that's pile drived into the shallowest part of the wave. Really hope Conrad's okay.
Man, I wonder where he kind of got, like, he's an amazing athlete around the world's best. He was really in that lip from the footage that I seen him go over.
That was like no chance kind.
Yeah, but that's the kind of, you squirrel sprawl and there is no saving you from falling with the lip. So I'm really surprised his board's okay. I just hope he's okay. Safety first. That's what we're all about here.
On a hole.
On a hole, I mean.
Then his first wave, he broke his board.
I always discuss, like, you know, when you see friends or
water
athletes.
Guys like, you sure you
go
back
Oh,
out
he's checking them. These guys are, you know, brothers keeper. But, you know, I always pay homage to guys like Ross Clark-Jones. I've watched that guy as a kid just get so licked, wave after wave.
Could that be Clay? Sorry, but no, not identifying individuals.
I can see how you would think that
Clay's
was
in the next seat. I'm sorry. That
Clay
was
with his
definitely
paddle,
Conrad.
yeah.
That was Conrad.
Right there. He was way late. Wow, we had to... Sorry, Conrad. We had to watch it again. Man, you were one with the lip, one with the coping. And then you took you a while to come up to the surface. I'm glad you're okay. Like I said about Ross Clark, I always pay honor to him after you see somebody get dirty lickings and paddle back out like a man and finish your heat. It's good stuff.
He was in the Eddy this year again. It's incredible. Like I say, as I am aging in life, I really am inspired by folks who are older than me and
one of my favorites.
surfing
He's
incredibly big waves. And
he's a true maniac. Broken bones, stitches. I mean, there is no end to his stat card of injuries and hellmanship.
And I was talking earlier with Rocky about how I believe personally how healthy, like when we talk about Native Hawaiians and health and so forth, that it's not a great statistic, to be honest. Diabetes and other things plague our Pacific Island communities. However, folks who are active in the ocean seem to endure a healthy, long lifestyle. This is Conrad again.
Conrad.
Okay.
Yeah, that one not going to factor in for Conrad, but he's going to get back out there. As you can tell, he's shaking off a bit of a compression hit.
Yeah. Now, testament to this to me, and the kind of poster child of this is Duke Hanamoku.
Yes.
If you ever look at photos of him when he was like late 60s surfing, dude had like abs.
No, I know.
And
what's up with him?
So healthy. And lived a very long and healthy life, but just goes to show how
Do you think
the ocean is
strict moderation though with him and the eats. I mean, Hawaii food was awesome back in the day. Tutu would make sure that you get second and thirds, and
that is important. Diet too, right? Like a traditional diet of a lot of taro or poi, and fish, and kind of a natural diet is of course more healthy for you than eating processed foods.
I think beach life, though, every day, day in, day out, no matter what you eat, his metabolism would just, real interesting.
Yeah. Actually, going to diet and food, I always like to talk about food.
Yeah, no, I love food.
But kalo is taro, which is, here we go, Conrad again.
Conrad.
Keep him busy.
Yeah.
And so taro, I don't know if people realize this, is one of the oldest cultivated food crops of human society. So before, we had civilization where people started to gather and live together and form cities and stuff. Humans were hunter-gatherers, right? So they lived sort of on the move, kind of like camping. We still get some hunter-gatherers living out there.
Yeah.
But once human societies, for example, in Egypt, they started to raise, certain crops along rivers. Mesopotamia, the Nile in Egypt. We have the Yangtze River in China. And so you have like 4 or 5 civilizations that are known as... It's all about cultivating food along riverbeds and forming these societies based on that.
The root of life.
And it's called the agricultural revolution. But with Hawaii and throughout the Pacific, they traveled with them and took with them their crops. And these crops, taro was one of the primary ones. But if you go back, and archaeologists are now discovering that taro was one of the earliest of all of these different crops that were grown, mostly in like Southeast Asia and Taiwan and areas like that, where some of the first peoples of the Pacific were coming from. But anyway, it's an incredible plant that has it's a corm. So the corm is like a potato, related to a sweet potato and these types of yams and stuff that grow underground, and very, very healthy. So you asked about how Duka Hanamoku maintained his health, and a traditional diet of eating taro. Now Hawaiians are unique in that they mash it or they pound it and turn it and add water to it and turn it into a poi, which is what poi is. But yeah, so if you have a chance, if you haven't had taro or kalo or poi before, give it a shot. It's very, very healthy.
I know a lot of you out there are friends. You guys just don't like it, but I always just like, oh man, I want you to like it, because what I like about it, with everything it goes with.
Right.
I guess you got to be raised here, but like I just tell people, give it another chance.
Right.
That's like a root of life. There's so much about our culture.
And it is, mostly a starch, so it's not like you would sit down and eat a plate of mashed potatoes by itself.
Well, look at me. I'm 2 scoops rice, mac salad. I mean, I'd rather be eating that. Even the kind breadfruit, baked to perfection.
So usually people eat poi with something salty, like fish or ika or something that adds to the flavor.
And then I've seen innovations of it nowadays, like kalo bombs with ice cream. That looks interesting. And people sweetening up the poi.
My latest experimentation in love for... I enjoy cooking, but my latest is ulu. So ulu is breadfruit.
Yeah.
And I have a few ulu trees in my yard, and I've become obsessed with experimenting with it.
Making ulu chips and stuff. They're amazing.
Ulu chips is delicious, but I've gone well beyond
but
that.
I'm talking like crispy on the outside, moist on the inside. There is no need for some other starches. The thing is right there.
I'll give you a little insight. My favorite Christmas present was this machine or whatever that makes crinkled chips.
Oh, really?
Like Ruffles style.
Oh, okay.
So I put ulu in there, and I'm cranking out these ruffled chips of ulu, and
when we
so
see
good.
your bag right here in the
I'll bring
booth
it.
of
I'll
the
bring
table.
it next time. Bring it next time. Also been
Mr.
making
Walker's ulu chips.
Bro, my favorite also is ulu butter mochi.
Oh man, butter mochi is no. Oh, that ends the first heat of our main event, you guys. Snap 5 is up. Snap 5 will be coming up next, you guys. So you guys stay tuned. Come back to join me and Isaiah Walker. We got a whole day planned for you of just beautiful barrels.
The 2025 DaHui Backdoor Shootout is presented by Keiki Beach Bungalows. Special mahalos to the members of the Hui o He'enalu and these great sponsors: North Shore Club, White Claw, Hawaii Volcanic Water, Haleiwa Distillery, Saltwater Society, Na Menihuni Umi Kumaono, and Excel Haleiwa. This live broadcast is produced by Zone Media, creators of Ocean Paddler TV, Hawaiian Extreme Sports TV, and In the Zone.
Aloha and good afternoon. My name is Ezra Rodriguez, and with me is Isaiah Walker, and we are back live, Snap 5 in the lineup.
We saw round one. This is round one action, and we start off with North Shore boys, and we're now into Snap 5. Snap 5 is the defending champs.
Yes, and an amazing video to watch. If you want to get pumped for surfing, Snap 1, Snap 2, Snap 3, Snap 4 is amazing. And I can't wait to see Snap 5. You got sneak peek already, or?
I've seen some of it, and from what is released on, but
YouTube threw me for one. I was like, looked at Snap 5, press click. It was Snap 4, still Ono and awesome, but
No, that's really cool to see. Like last year's champions, they still got a pretty star-studded lineup here. We'll see, because they have alternates. We'll see exactly who's in the water in a moment. Mm-hmm. But on paper, Mason Ho, Benji Brand, Josh Moniz, Clay Marzo, Parker Coffin, Harry Bryant. Here we have
Eli coming in.
Eli from the last heat.
Funny because you have a bunch of heavy hitters. These guys are pipe specialists, but not only that, these guys do airs. They're beautiful power surfers. Josh Moniz just winning the Haleiwa.
Here comes a set. We'll see if anybody's in the right spot for this one.
And their alternate is Harry Bryant. This guy, I don't know if you ever watched Hell Motel. Amazing stuff. Kid's definitely talented.
What's fun is you never know what board Mason's going to ride out here.
Yeah, I like that he rides more foam, though. I know he understands.
Yeah, it seems like at the shootout he's riding longer boards.
Yeah, and he's not in trouble at sunset. And there's just sometimes my favorite surfers, I'm not taking anything away from them. They ride boards too short, and that creates upper body momentum that you don't need. Mason's always on his board, just straight up steez, ready to invent something else. And he always gives me chicken skin when he does his dad's downward head fade. It's fun. I dig it. And him and Shell Diesel Doggy Door have been, I'm not going to tell you where they've been, coordinates, but these guys have been getting totally piped. No joke.
Yeah, they talk about the boil at Pipeline, and it's cool from the drone angle. You see it.
Mm-hmm. I know, and it's definitely breathing now more that there's more water coming through these valleys of this reef. There's some dead reef. There's some live reef right there. And the conditions are just pure. I like that little bit of texture on the wave.
Right.
It's too glassy. Is like you want to kick out and not find the coping of the lip line.
Well, we were it seemed like some of the, I don't want to botchy it by even mentioning it, but it seemed like it was kind of puffing up, and now it's sort of backed off, so that's a good sign.
I heard Uncle Eddie and Barton Lynch up there because there was a gust on the third floor.
Yeah.
And then as water people, we were all looking at each other. The thing just dissipated.
Right.
That is, look at that
this
crease.
double up. Oh, my gosh.
Oh, my bomb. Look at that thing.
And that's what Eli Olsen caught in that last heat. He caught one of those double ups and made it.
You can tell he was ready.
Better ones of the heat.
Once he woke up this morning.
Bird's eye view. Looking down, you can see how cavernous the bottom is. You have all these personality in the reef underneath the
It's actually
the
really shallow.
Yeah.
I mean, just over the last heat you called, I seen it just suck out after the longboarding.
Oh, we've got somebody paddling. We got a wave here.
Parker.
Oh,
Swatted.
traveling.
Totally
Comes out
gutted.
after the spit.
Spit out. Oh, yeah. Parker Coffin with us this year. Entertainer, part of Snap 5. Oh, down on the beach, Iolani Adams.
I'm here with Eli Olsen. Tell me, what do you do to prepare yourself for an event such as this?
Honestly, we just try to surf as much as we can. Yeah. Pretty much every time pipe is breaking, me and my crew are out there. It's our favorite wave in the world. And it's given us everything, really. It's made us a career and taken us around the world. So I'm just super grateful to call this my home break.
Nice. I noticed you caught the first wave of that heat. Describe it.
Yeah, it's a really beautiful wave, but right now we have a rising swell, and it's a huge interval, so it's really dangerous, and it's a lot harder than it looks. So I just made sure to not go too far out. I saw a lot of people earlier getting baited to going out, and then they're just a little far out, so I tried to sit underneath a little bit, and yeah, it's really steep drops, but I was happy to get a fun wave on the board.
Nice, Raja. Thanks for the interview. Have a good one. We'll be right back. Sending it back upstairs.
All right. Aloha, Iolani Adams. Thank you for the interview with Eli Olsen. Eli Olsen been frothing at the bit to win this thing. All his friends did, and he's coming.
Replay. This was Parker Coffin's wave. Sick one.
Double
Pulls
hand
up
drag.
under, slows down the spit, pulls back in briefly, comes out. Nice one.
That was nice. I love the slow-mo. The double hand drag was beautiful.
Here comes a rider, grabbing rail, pig dog, pumping, backside, comes out.
Ooh,
it's like
Josh.
Joshy.
Oh, how's his narrow stance? That was nice. You seen him
Yep.
just feeling that boy. Jedi'd right through it.
Oh, another one, a flurry of waves here. This looks like Marzo. Nope, Benji Brandt.
Benji Brandt, that low stance and pump. Benji Brandt is his own surfer, but I'll tell you, some of the pipe waves I've watched him witness in his career is so CJ Hobb good. The stiff leg, the low crouch, just small kind emulation right there, and nuts, just like CJ.
Interesting, he's originally from South Africa, but has lived on the North Shore since he was pretty young, like a young teenager.
And shout out to South Africa, you guys, man, unreal.
But he's become local to the North Shore here for many years now. Really, really nice guy. This is Marzo. Look at that stall.
Oh, beautiful.
Oh.
How's that fade? People would say wiping off speed. No, that's just straight clay Marzo. And shout out to South Africa and Jason Ribbink and all the brothers. Awesome stuff.
Wow, this is a fun heat already. Just started, but
It's
seen
like a
3 or 4
finals.
good waves from great surfers.
Past
Really entertaining
champions,
to watch.
2 past champions, and the winner of Haleiwa, and a guy that puts out edits, Clay Marzal and Parker Coffin.
I mean, I guess that's why they're the defending champs,
Yeah.
right? They're keeping it busy.
And their alternate is Harry Brandt. So, anything go wrong, you got another guy that just eats barrels for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. And these guys are we're watching the backdoor shootout. The objective is to get as deep as you can, but these guys can surf above the lip.
Yep, this was Josh. Love that subtle. You see how he's slowing down and then pumping and then
2 wiggles, yeah.
Dang.
Oh, Benji Brandt. They're lucky he never came out of that one. He'd already be on the scorecard with Billy.
Clay here doing his Clay antics right there.
Clay.
Beautiful.
Nothing huge, but just riding the wave perfect for what it is. You know what I mean? And that's what surfing's all about.
Bro, our camera crew's all color coordinated today.
I wanted to see it. Almost looked like there was a surf school going out to Pipeline. We having a lunch break or what?
Oh, change his mind there.
Yeah.
Clay saw something we didn't see, and guy's a savant. I always refer to him as a savant, just all natural, innate talent that most humans don't have.
Yeah, he can take off at different angles, and he has creativity. There's an imagination with his surfing that is very admirable.
There he is.
There he is.
Not sure who broke their board. Maybe that was Benji.
Oh, Benji on the inside.
Hawaiian
maybe,
Water
huh?
Patrol is helping.
Plenty photographers just came out.
Yeah, it was Benji. So as I thought. I mean, that wave was heavy, and he was going for it.
Parker. I know Benji. He pulls into some heavy closeouts. Parker, no joke. Last year, he had a pretty heavy heat.
Oh, Josh.
Oh,
Eject.
Josh. Uncharacteristic. Guy is a professional. Real calculated, Josh.
What I also love about this event is we watch this.
The broken board here. Oh, Parker right there. He got axed hard. And then the water shot from Marzel. But they're kind of lucky he went off his toe edge because he was just ready to just throw one of those ridiculous throw tail.
Yeah, so that was Parker who broke his board. Here we go. Mace. Grabbing rail on the big board. Pulls in deep with the spit. Comes out.
So ho.
Air.
That was so ho. Oh, man. Such good technique. He knows where he's at. He's totally
look at him, all smiles,
unscathed. Yeah.
Always.
And he's riding his bigger board. I'm sure this board has been getting a lot of action lately. No stranger to the theory of riding really, really short boards here at Pipeline.
Right.
Something that happened coming out of the 80s with Max Medeiros and some heavy chargers. Beautiful.
Technique. Look how low he is to the board.
Yeah. His knee, his butt, and his hand all in there, significantly slowing him down. And he knows when to let go at the utmost perfect time. Frother, look at him. You can tell the way he's paddling. That board is.
My guess would be like a 6'8".
He's even cruising out like his uncles the way he paddles. He's such a frother, man.
That's what I was going to say earlier, just something cool about this event, and also with, I don't know if it's just a Hawaii thing or it's surfing in general. You have this legacy of families, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, so cool. We saw the DeSotos.
Yeah.
Got Mason Ho, and he comes from a long line of great surfing families. And
yeah.
So it's a family affair. So it's cool to watch.
Super cool. This guy been spending a lot of time around the island. Oh, and there's Connie Ella. That is the son of Dino Miranda.
Yeah.
And that is Connor Coffin's broken board. Nice clean break. Just snap the Smith sticker right in half.
Yeah, this is the one that did the damage.
Right there.
That was close. Looked like he was close to coming out of that one.
Oh, he's come out of those many times, but that thing definitely grabbed his rail and took him down. Like the trap doors at Backdoor and Pipe. You think that you're just getting something perfect and weightless, just like that. You're at the bottom. But there's that boil. These guys are going to be sitting and paddling around.
Yeah, so this is round 1, heat 2 of the Hui Backdoor Shootout 2025. And Mason Ho, Benji Brand, Josh Moniz, Clay Marzo, and Parker Coffin all out in the water. All of them had waves too. So kind of cool that everybody's staying busy. Some of our earlier heats as the waves were coming up, conditions were not as consistent maybe, or these guys are maybe just being more active and chasing down the medium-sized ones and not being too selective.
Yeah. I mean, these guys, like, if you look at all the big names, they're like finals in every heat.
Here we go, pulling the trigger. Clay Marzo, late drop, stands up tall.
Ooh, I felt that one. He had that stand-up, cool, calm, collective. Even went up all soul arched into it and just got badmintoned on the head real quick. Not going to factor in for Clay, but he's going to get back out there. And you know, this thing is designed, the shootout follows a non-elimination team format. The surfers are divided into 8 teams, typically representing different surf brands or local communities. A few of the Backdoor Shootout 2025 teams.
Benji
brand, a make.
And out.
And that's, you know, the third make of the main event.
And this format fosters the sense of camaraderie, teamwork, community spirit among participants, but also lets them elevate together. Right. You know what I mean? As these 8 teams, they're going for an individual title and a big prize purse, but they're also can win as a team too.
That was a cool one from Benji. That's probably a keeper. I loved how he stood up tall behind the teepee, which is, you know, kind of counterintuitive to most surfers. Like when you're taking off on a wave, you don't want to be behind it as it's breaking. But these guys, that's what they look for. They look for taking off where they're. It's almost like you should be going the other direction, but they're like,
there's some showmanship to it too. These guys are elevating their passion.
So that was a good wave. Kind of a shorter barrel ride, but nonetheless well done.
What would you say? Like, you know, Mason's not a very tall guy, but like that's like in the 6 range, his board. Like that could be a 6'6" to him.
Yeah, I was guessing around 6'8", 6'6".
You know,
6'8".
to a guy my size, 220 pounds, that would be like a 7'2". I mean, it looks like a 7'2" on him, but then I gotta justify, and scale.
Yeah, it's interesting. You'd mentioned a prize purse, and I was talking earlier with Rocky about how competition is something that stretches back in history in Hawaii in ancient times. And they would gamble too. They would bet over stuff, and there'd be prize purses and stuff.
But they never wanted any of them Hawaiian miles, though. Yeah.
Oh, looks like we're seeing some conversation there, and excitement, expression by Mason.
They don't know he's just throwing a spell at them, though. They got to watch out for these frothy guys. Him and Doug Silva and certain guys like Randall Paulson, they're really the kind manipulative with their hands, and then they touch you, and then you're going down.
Trying to jinx it,
No.
Oh, yeah, there it is. See it behind the peak. Oh,
that was nice. That was well ridden, as good as you could take off and get pitted there for what the wave was offering for you.
That was well done.
He's still talking
with his hands.
Boom. Yeah, we got to mic him up. There's a podcast going on over here. Him and Jamie O'Brien been doing.
Which is cool because I mean you realize that that's just who he is, right? Like because he's animated like that when he's behind a camera, but you know, no, he's just out there talking to his boys and still just as animated.
Yeah, but he knows.
Unless he's scolding somebody.
Yeah, no, Mason, I'm going to get the next wave. Shake my hand now. But you know him.
Like, brah, that was supposed to be mine.
Huh? You know,
we
his dad and his Uncle Derek, they're such characters, and these guys are competitive geniuses, too.
You see that wave over here was rolling, foam ball.
I mean, you know, it's also a thing, too. Like, they are competing, but you don't want to get in the way of his froth now. You know what I mean? He just gave you guys a couple Jedi mind tricks. Now he's going to position himself.
I wonder if he's like, okay, who's next on rotation?
No, but also, this is a team event, and it could be them like, okay, you need to get, you know what I mean? For them
like
to, there is, like I said, every athlete, like, you know, like these Billy Kempers and all these big names down here, they might be looking forward down the forecast, you know. Some are trying to win individually, some want to win as a team and just have fun, and you never know what you come up with.
Right.
There's so many different
it's interesting.
things.
I mean, that may be what the conversation is about, right? Like, all right, I got a good one, but everyone needs a good one. So
I do a lot of team events, and the best thing to go as a team is everybody get 2 waves. You know what I mean?
Right.
Even though, and in this event, there is no weak surfers. But, you know, your weakest surfer got to get above 2 5s, and that is the name of the game. If these 6 athletes in each heat get above average scores, they're going to move together as a team.
Right. So, here we go. This paddle, nope. I was going to say earlier, we were talking about accolades and prize purses and so forth. I was reading last night, refreshing on some of my, you know, mo'olelos and stuff.
Yeah.
There's one story of Ka'ili Kalauea Okekoa. Anyway, and then there's a few others that come from Kauai in these stories that they share, and they would have these competitions, and the the highest level of betting was betting your bones.
Oh, you taught me about this.
Yeah.
Yes. So, like
you
we're
put
not
your
talking,
life on the line.
Like how would they carry it in something?
I mean, in
because it's not a Crown Royal bag where you pull up to your friend and go, "Here you go, brother."
Well, I mean, like your own bones. Like you put your life on the line, and in Hawaiian, with customs in Hawaiian thinking of religious thinking, like your mana, your spiritual power resided in the marrow of your bones. Which is interesting because I mean, there's something about the marrow of your bones. Like when people are going for bone marrow transplant and stuff like that, there is a bit of I don't know, intrigue to that, but you'd bet your bones, and so if somebody were to defeat you in battle, and if you were somebody who was important, like a chief, or if you lost in battle or something, then they would take your bones and you would like inherit that mana. Like you'd turn it into a piece of jewelry or into a weapon. And here we go, Benji Brand side slipping down, double hand drag, got that hob good look you were talking about earlier.
Yeah. Benji knows. We've spent plenty time over here.
Sorry, I keep getting confused. Benji and Connor look a lot alike. Not Connor, Parker.
Yeah.
So that could have been Parker. Excuse me. We'll find
Parker
out.
got the black jersey with
Does
the
he?
helmet.
Okay,
He's been wearing those the last couple of years.
So that was Benji. Call him Mike.
Oh, man. So that's crazy about the bones. Beautiful Benji Brand style. Quick double grab to getting mystified out of the majestic pipeline. But over here at these houses, there was no Crown Royal bags of bones, but people used to lose $3 to $4 grand in a matter of half an hour.
Oh no!
Just rolling dice. You know what I mean?
Oh.
But that's a life gamble if you're a struggling surfer. You know what I mean? You're over here trying to hang out with the peanut gallery, losing your wintertime funds. Got to call your sponsor, tell him you didn't blow it last night.
No.
And that's the thing, like how you said about Hawaiian diet and stuff, like moderation and stuff is real key. Like I go back to how you were talking about Duke at his 60s. White hair, silver edition. I mean, he was well shaped and healthy. But, these swimmers and surfers, they have these amphibious look bodies as well.
Right.
So, very exciting as we're watching Snapped 5. Last year, the team winners was Volcom, but Snap 5 winning the previous year. Aloha Ohana. Thank you guys for tuning in live this year at 2025 Backdoor Shootout.
Yeah, I mistakenly think I said earlier that Snap 5 was a defending champ, but you're right. Volcom won last year.
Yeah, but we got amazing teams, and aloha to you all. Thank you, Tim and Kiala, for getting us the killer OGA every year, and mahalo to our sponsors. And thank you to Keiki Beach Bungalows. If you guys want to come up here and join in on the action and be right here on the North Shore, go check out one of our headline sponsors, Keiki Beach Bungalows, right down the road. And you guys must call and email because these guys are booked. It's like a real amazing place to stay. I can't thank them enough. The place is absolutely gorgeous. If you ever want to reset your life here on the North Shore or anywhere from around the world, that's a beautiful place to stay. And they've been with us for many years now, so mahalo.
Yeah, thank you for joining us live. You're watching us live, whether on Surfline or YouTube or on Hawaii Surf channels.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you for joining us.
We're on 1020 Spectrum. The brothers, they got the iconic Jerry Lopez downstairs kitchen couch. Just two brothers hanging out right there. Spectrum, thank you for being here with us. Thank you, Zone Media. And to our young bloods downstairs, the Hui Nalu boys, Chance, Kakashan, and Eli Kreutz, and the boys who will also be filming the event. And go give them a follow at Chance Oz and at Eli. It's amazing media and Instagram stuff that they produce, not just for surfing, but entertainment, boxing, and all the X Factor kind of iconic sports that we're into. Wow, look at the Pacific Lines, Isaiah.
Woo!
Holy smokes, that is beautiful.
That's some sets coming.
These guys are about to get a six-pack on the head. I did call that out for the Wahines, Valente and Bethany Hamilton. 8-pack of waves came and just totally disappeared and went towards the off-the-wall section.
Yeah, sometimes it'll do that. It'll shift
Yeah.
depending on the direction. Look
But
at these.
they were breathing and they were preparing.
All right, hold on to your seats. We'll see if
Here
we've
we
got
go.
a taker here. Go.
Here we
It's
go.
like Mason.
Yeah, Mason.
Nope. Probably was.
Wow.
Oh my goodness.
Mason, that was so you, though. He was a little bit on the shoulder.
Yeah.
Mason loves to just be super deep. If he's going to pocket right, he's probably not going to go. So
Anybody gonna whip around on this one?
this looks like Parker Coffin taking a duck dive. You know, if you were just a lazy boy duck diving, you'd probably be over the lip onto the reef. I can't even tell you enough how thick some of those lips are right where Connor was. Whoa, it's getting big
Roll
there.
from the outside.
Woo! That's 6-8 feet easy, Hawaiian backs.
Man, this is a
No
flurry.
joke. Heavy white water.
Hopefully somebody get one of these.
And look at all that mist. Wow, this 8-pack of waves really came in, readjust the lineup real quick.
It's interesting. I even felt it cool us off here on the
It
patio.
did. It did with all that. Yeah, I felt that. Oh, man. Mahalo, Alex and crew from Zone Media. Marcus, Jake, Nick, and Graham. You guys are all out there. Also swimming and droning. Amazing. Spectrum Hawaii, Evan, and La'a. Mahalo. And yeah, big mahalo to the Hui He'inalu members over there. Hard at work. Making this prestige event happen. It ain't easy. It takes a whole ahupua'a and community to run an event at this caliber. And stoked to be on the live Surf TV channel, where DaHui deserves to be.
Interesting. You mentioned the word ahupua'a, and I've talked about this before in previous broadcasts and stuff. But I think because recently I had someone reach out to me from a kids magazine that's about innovation and stuff, and they asked me some questions about surfing and surfing as an innovative thing. And you know, one of her questions was like, "Tell me about how this developed." And really, it has a direct relationship to the ahupua'a system. So ahupua'a is basically a village, but it's also a system of land management and agricultural management. So
it's actually brilliant to have.
Right. Check this out. Oh, that was way out on the second reef.
That is a pipe wave, Isaiah. That thing is curling over. I bet you a few of our athletes out there wish they were a little bit more out there for the roll-in.
Deeper.
Mason definitely got the roll-in board right now. Oh, awesome stuff.
But the answer had to her question of like, tell me what was innovation, is because the ahupua'a system was essentially an ingenious way of farming fish through the river. So the river would come down, they'd create what's called these awais, and we still have these. They divert into these lo'i or like taro. We talked about taro or kalo earlier. Into these lo'i, which is like, you know, the water submerges the taro. It's like a patch, like a rice paddy or something. But then the water is rechanneled back out to the river, where it goes downstream and exits right where the ocean meets the fresh water, the vai meets the kai. It's a very productive place where a lot of fish can spawn, and a lot of activity and action there.
With the brackish connecting waters,
right? Yeah. And also, if you're having all these nutrients from the farms upstream coming down and exiting right at that point at the river mouth, it attracts a lot of fish and things. So they would build these massive rock walls in these ponds, these loco i'a they call them, and they're big. Like some of them are like more than football field size, and they would manage fish they would basically farm fish. And in fact, there's a gate that they would control what fish could come in and out. It's called a makaha.
Oh yeah.
And it's like this gate that would allow smaller fish in and out.
What was it made out of?
Just wood, wood.
Yeah, and then just pulled it up
like bars,
a fence.
like bars, yeah, bars. And anyway, so the way that relates to surfing is that it ends up affording them extra time. Because if you have an affluent society, a society that doesn't have to worry about where their next meal is coming from, then guess what? You don't have to work as much.
Right.
And
oh,
then it's
I see. Yeah.
There's a lot more free time.
Work
It's
harder, not smarter. Like
smarter, not harder. Yeah. So
foreseeing. Yeah.
So that that innovation in the way that Hawaii society farmed enabled them to develop the arts and it wasn't just surfing. There's all kind of different sports from from martial arts to bowling to Hawaiian bowling, a little different, but a lot of different games and so forth. So anyway, innovation surfing is connected to the story of the land management in Old Hawaii. There's a shot of our two houses there, the Volcom home. We're
there
on the
we
taller
are.
one.
Hello. I wanted to ask you, right here, where is the land division for the Ahupua'a over here on the North Shore?
Yeah, so, I mean, you have different ones.
Yeah.
I would have to look at a map
Yeah.
to know exactly
No, I
where
know
we're
you
at
got
right
those
now.
stuff, yeah.
But Kaunala is down the way, which
Uh-huh.
is where V-Land is. Paumalu is where Sunset is. And then there's a bunch of others that stretch down to
And there was a
Pupukea
stone or something of significance to divide the Ahupua'as back in the day.
Yeah, so oftentimes they would have like what we would probably describe as an altar. And on it would be like a pig's head or carved wooden
On a
oftentimes,
piece of
on
lava
like
stone.
like an altar, yeah.
Okay,
like stone
gotcha, yeah.
built walls. And that would be the marker of a certain ahupua'a. And that was also during Makahiki, which we're in that season right now.
Mhm.
It's also a time of paying your taxes.
Oh, yeah. Thanks for reminding me.
And
shout out to Sonny. I always honor you with death or taxes tattooed around your neck. Sonny strong every day, bro.
So on those altars, when the chiefs would come around collecting taxes or whatever, it would be placed
It would
on
be
those
right.
altars.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
right there. It would go down. Oh, you brought me back. But also, I just noticed. I took my family over to Kahana Bay. Beautiful job. The fish pond is now done.
Oh, yeah.
It just looks, and then this little area that I used to creep in through was totally blocked off, and I said, wow, good job, guys. It looked amazing. It's
Yeah.
about a football size
Yep.
as well.
Yep, there's several. On the North Shore, it's harder to have local EO, which is
to just look at the
because
surf.
the surf.
You just can't do it.
And,
I mean,
yeah, and Kahana is one of the more northerly ones, and it's always struggled to stay intact.
there's nowhere in the world that you get this kind of lifestyle, and then you step off onto the beach when you got Beaver Creek, and you can literally run out to Ehukai. There's no place in the world where you can go out of your back door like that.
All right, well, Rocky's going to come in
Okay.
and look forward to joining again in another heat or so. But we're going to take a break and
stay
come back
tuned.
soon for our next heat, number 3.
Mahalo for joining us. Aloha.
I was like looking at him. I go, look kind of
Allow us to help you grow your brand and expand your business by reaching Hawaii's giant outdoor sports and ocean enthusiast demographic. Zone Media Advertising specializes in television commercial production and campaigns, social media content production and distribution, drone and video production, cutting-edge live productions, and more. With over 25 years leading Hawaii's action sports market, give us a call to find out how we can help you grow your business.
Aloha, welcome back. It is heat number 3, the Hui Backdoor Shootout 2025. All presented by Keiki Beach Bungalows and in memory of Duke Kahanamoku. Rocky Cannon with Ezra Rodriguez bringing you heat number 3 of the action here. Team Japan, one of 2 international teams invited to this year's shootout, Ezra.
Oh, exciting. Shinpei Horiguchi, Ryaru Ito, Riko Matsumoto, Shogo Harada, Shohei Kato, and Keishin Matsunaga is alternate. And they're getting off to a great start. I mean, not a great start, but when Team Japan touches the water, the waves come alive.
Excitement, carnage, crazy barrels. I remember Kato years ago getting a perfect 12, and look at this drop here for one of our surfers grabbing the rail, tucking in,
coming
and
out.
Banzai Kamikaze, give me some more. That was mean.
Oh, give me some more of that, Rock. That was awesome.
That was mean.
Team Japan, their team captain, Kavika Stant Jr. down there. Woo. Awesome stuff.
Got to get an ID on that fellow right there because these Japanese surfers, they like wearing their wetsuits. You know, a lot of them very similar in style.
Very humble, very quiet.
Different stance as well for goofy or regular. That will help identify. But that was just an epic replay. We had the first wipeout. Looked like one of our goofy footers just tumbling, cartwheeling.
Surprise, no board break.
And then the beautiful technique, sticking the rail. Just a wave that was breathing, inhaling and exhaling, pumping in and out of that wave.
Almost knocked him off from that
It was
water
very
shot.
close.
Man, and what a great read on that wave.
Yeah, beautiful judgment and amazing technique from Team Japan thus far.
Yeah, Bretta Shinpei furthest out, I believe, and looking for the backdoor. No stranger to Pipe, but Shinpei also took, and I got to talk to Alex about this, he took the GoPro last year out there, and we did straight from the booth, we went into Shinpei's barrel. Jamie did it as well.
Yeah.
Just got to work on that a little bit more on some perfect surf. But yeah, that was a great idea. From us commentating to them right in the barrel with their GoPro.
Yeah, the conditions holding up too, with still that nice morning glass hanging around through this early afternoon, just past midday. So aloha avakea to all of you. And look at the beach crowd packing in at Ehukai, the beautiful sandbar section there. Mahalo to Hawaiian Water Patrol and our lifeguards here at Tower 26 and Tower 27 at Rock Piles, Ehukai and Rock Piles, for keeping an eye on the most photographed, media-covered, and deadliest wave of Pipe and Backdoor off the wall. Just a streak of crazy waves here on this section of beach and going into the barrel with style.
Yeah.
Accepting his fate.
Yes, accepting his fate with a nice little soul arch. But hey, who wouldn't want to do that on that medium wave? But hey, Shinpei out there with Ryaru, Riku, Shogo, Shohei, and Kenshin Matsunaga. But he's on the alternate list. The Matsunaga's amazing performance over the years. Some of my favorites, Daiki Matsunaga, man, with that yellow on his wetsuit. Never forget those last 2 years of hard charging. Daiki. But yes, Team Japan, Team DaHui in the house. Kavika Stant spending many years up there with Team Japan.
Yeah, was a football player, football coach.
Hammer, yeah.
Waimea big wave surfer. He does it all.
Yeah. And
Look at these
probably
waves. Oh, wow.
some of the scariest dudes at the secret spots on the east side. Him and shout out to Rest in Love, brother Daryl Stan.
Yeah, we've been missing Daryl, especially on these backdoor shootout days. And, of course, all of our folks who have passed on from 2024 as we enter this new year of 2025. You know, as we get older, Ezra, it's like, you know, it's going to just continue to occur and mount up all the folks that we got to say aloha to. And
but we'll never forget you guys.
Yep, we're holding you in our hearts, in our minds always.
Big time.
And beautiful drone shot once again, looking towards the mountains in the background, the row of beachfront homes here, and just a real amazing setup for the first day of this DaHui Backdoor Shootout holding period, getting underway with our stand-up paddleboarding, longboarding, women's expression session, and now into our main event. What a great start so far.
And these guys can be surfing 4 to 7 times. I know you've been here with years with Kaipo. You guys surfed 7 times. I mean, that's
there
radical.
were rounds that there were days that were offering just continued epic waves, and there's no set, quota or amount of rounds. It kind of really depends on the conditions, and then we're allowed, 4 days of runtime. And if we got 3 days and we got 6 rounds in and we still got time, hey, let's go.
3.5 days last year, 7-day pause in between the gap. You know what I mean? But I love it. Like every year, it's a thing to start my 2025 with all of you guys here and these amazing surf culture and the bonsai pipeline. And you've been busy. This is your season, contest after contest. But
I've been a little more selective this year, getting into the season with the Menehune is always one of my favorites.
Yes,
down
I know.
at Haleiwa.
Yeah, we was all Menehunes back
Foster
in the day.
and Bloomfield Ohanas do such a good job putting that on each and every year. Still going, 47 years, I think, was this year. So
that's a long time.
Ivy and Kavika Mahalo and all of the crew that does amazing work. The volunteer judging crew, Freddie P. and Joel and all the gang.
Yeah,
such a fun event, and the way to kick off the winter properly.
Huge
with the
award
Groms.
ceremony.
Awards. Huge. Christmas in October, we've called it as
I couldn't even find my kid in the award ceremony. She was safe, of course, but I was like, where did Metzley go?
Yeah, and it's just a sea of children. Good fun. So
good fun.
That's always a great one to start with. And then took a couple of events off and then came back, obviously, for the Eddie and the Pipe Masters.
Good job.
This backdoor shootout, and then wrapping around to the championship tour event.
Yes.
Will be the Lexus Pipe Pro, so it'll be a action-packed winter. And I got to say, mahalo. I've been, serving a lot of folks up at Turtle Bay and Cavella Bay with my North Shore Ocean Guides, NSOG, guiding that I do there with the dogs still surfing, going strong. And
I'm expecting you to win this summer. When winter ends, I'm expecting you to come on
That's
over.
always good fun heading out there. But we've been staying busy, which is great. And
your dogs aren't small.
Yeah, it's a great life and a great bubble to be in out here on the North Shore. And check out the bubbles on the hunt right here for Team Japan, looking to be inside a pipe barrel, I should say, and is for a moment, and then goes for that low kind of under the hook exit, but does not stick it, but still a well-surfed wave.
Yeah, he was on his way. A body limb just kind of hung out the wrong way and kind of put him over. Yeah, Team Japan. This is calm for Team Japan. They had one calm heat last year until it just got straight up pipe backdoor closeout second reef. So I'm expecting for them to get some significant waves. Plenty time left on the clock.
Yeah, and you see the technique really nice and tight to start, but then, like you said, Ezra, just got a little loose around the edges, and that one was just enough to get him kind of over that outside rail and incomplete. And looks like beautiful glassy conditions. Still, I thought I saw possibly a sea turtle hovering near the surface, but I think that Man, it could be a reflection of the drone. It's such a beautiful, glassy, just clear morning on the water that everything is reflecting off of the water.
It was supposed to get a little crumbly, right?
Yeah, we felt a little breeze. The wind has been cooperating, kind of, coming in from the sea, from the ocean side, blowing onshore, but then it will back off and go still like it is right now. So it's coming and going. So far, being cooperative, and Pipe has the, Pipe does have the ability to kind of withstand some of those onshore breezes and still hold its shape, because it's so shallow. It's such a dynamic wave that can still have a barrel even when the conditions are a little crumbly at times, but it'll still hold its shape and get not shutting down. It'll hold open even when there's a little bit of wind. But right now, that wind has backed off.
Yeah, the drone shot, you can see the other cove of the bay over there. Palmalu, Sunset Beach.
Yeah, you got Rocky Point right there in the foreground, and then Sunset Point in the background. You wrap around there is Velzy Land, backyards, those surf breaks, and when the wind calms like this, I've said it on previous broadcasts before as well, but the 7 Mile Miracle of the North Shore, this little zone between V-Land and Haleiwa, will branch out. You wrap around to the east side with these calm winds.
Yeah.
You wrap out to Mokuleia, as we're showing right there towards Kaina Point. Turns into the 27 Mile Miracle.
Yeah.
Because there's so much quality waves.
There is.
Going beyond this little kind of prime area that is, what the North Shore is known for.
Yeah.
But when you have these calm, kind of variable, light winds, oh my gosh, you can go out towards Mokuleia, find a peak to yourself.
Yeah.
You can go out past Kahuku Golf Course.
Yeah.
On that end.
Oh, yeah.
And get into Laie and even down to the Punalu'us and the Ka'avas.
Yeah.
And
Magic
just
places.
find these beautiful waves. And no secret now, obviously.
No
so
secret.
I know guys going to be like, hey, don't tell. Never tell them where we're going to spend. Specifically. But just
they wouldn't
to
show
know,
up on their own.
Just to know, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out that when the winds die and you got plenty of swell, there are many spots to surf.
And then don't be that guy, show up with 3 of your friends, you know what I mean?
With all kind of cameras.
Yeah, bro. And then the car in the back is your camera. Don't do that. Don't be that guy.
But definitely the most photographed wave in the world right here at Bonsai Pipeline and Backdoor. Team Japan is currently in the lineup. And already with a couple nice waves under for their team. Of course, you mentioned, I heard you say the, accolades of winning as a team. Team Volcom, where we're posted up right now, are the defending team champs. And there are prize monies for each team to divvy up amongst themselves. And then the individual champion, Billy Kemper.
Billy Kemper.
We just saw him in the water from heat number 1, Team NSB. And so representing Team North Shore and Billy Kemper are defending individual backdoor shootout champion.
Yeah, and 2 finals already today in the stand-up paddle and the longboard, the pro longboard. So that was awesome too.
Yeah,
Thank
and our Wahine Expression Session, the one heat final that had our ladies just absolutely charging the building swell, and they were not holding back at all.
Not at all. And then, Bethany showing up again, just doing her thing.
Yeah, I can't even imagine the, difficulty and all of the challenges that comes with, having just one arm to use for paddling. And at Pipe, it's all about getting in early in that timing and to just figure that out and have that, bravado to courageously paddle into some of these waves.
What was it?
Single-handedly, literally, is just like beyond comprehension in so many ways.
2022 making history, adding the women into the backdoor shootout. It was so big that some were pulling. She was out there, and I mean, we watched that together.
Yeah,
it was like that Bellerum stack wave. Deep, dark, ominous, so deep.
Right.
And she almost made it out. And I just have 100 questions for her. What she
yeah,
went through
just
on
to
that.
get into those kinds of waves is already just amazing. And I believe that year also, like, she was with a newborn.
Yep.
So had a little corner set up where she
Right
was
over there
feeding
by
baby.
us. Yeah.
Feeding baby in between and going out and charging, 20-foot plus pipe.
Big time.
A story for the ages, for sure.
Her and her husband also write stories. I was just saying on the live mic, I read a book to my daughter. It's Makana the Surfing Lion. It has all the awesomeness in the storybook as a surfing lion. It's written by her and her husband.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah, it's awesome.
I'll have to look that one up.
And don't
for
forget to
sure.
read to your children, guys. That's what creates the
Reading,
imagination.
Reading is
Literature.
so important. Here we go.
Ah,
oh, wow.
Beautiful. Oh, Jerry Stees, huh? He
was-
just set up, locked his rail, buckled his knees to a 22-degree angle, and just looked at us.
Yep.
Ta-da, wave riding, man.
The stare down.
Oh, yeah. Team Japan.
Going out with style, going in with style, staying in with style.
They know they got to act up after coming from North Shore Boys to Snap 5. I mean, it just doesn't stop. And then you got North Shore Surf Shop coming up after this. Woo-wee.
Oh, look at this.
DaHui.
Beautiful drop. Really just a super steep drop that he handled very nicely, and that was not handled as gracefully.
That was a leash cataract. I just hope that board didn't find him.
Yeah, we're going to hope he's okay. Pops up there.
Oh.
And taking a look at the board, still maybe in one piece.
As he watches Shinpei drop down into a, oh my gosh, split over the blue helmet. We'll see.
Oh, that was just an aquatic earthquake.
Yeah, that was a cartoon. I would rather it be a cartoon. He's okay.
Oh, man, that was straight on top of the head.
Oh, Shinpei. No joke. But you know Shinpei, he's like not in that.
There's Abe Lerner.
Let me just Greg Knoll in real quick. And you know
with-
that white water will just send you to the bottom.
Yeah,
Huh?
no, there's no doubt.
Yeah.
It's not about when you're going to hit or if you're going to hit the reef on a day like today. It's all about when, and almost every wave will send you to the bottom.
Gosh.
Kamalani Hui. Just naming a few of our operators out there today. I think I saw Kyle Pa'o, Kamakani Forsyth, and Kavika Foster we named earlier. Abe Lerner we saw, and I believe, Pomai will be out there too. He was surfing
Great
in his longboard
performance, huh?
heat.
Very close to taking the win.
And check out the replay of this wipeout. Shinpei just straightening out and then just getting it right on the head. Like right there, he's like, oh, I can't make it in. I'm going to try to outrun it. And it just probably picked him up so high in the air and then forced him straight down to the bottom.
What do you think, Rock? He could have lifted up his rail a little bit, I think, He
Yeah,
knows, though.
it's so easy to play
Sensitive.
armchair quarterback from here.
Yeah.
And it looks like he's retying his shorts.
Oh, big time.
Things might have got blown off and blown out.
You know, if his board shorts tie string was connected to his top, sometimes that's not the best right there. You fill up with water and the thing implodes.
Well, it looks like he's working it out, and
He looks like a champ.
got some time in the channel to reconfigure, reassess, and recalibrate before heading back to the lineup. And a lot of times Pipe will do that where you need to just like, Coach, I need a minute on the bench, Well, thankfully he's okay, and back out to the channel as the surfer from the previous wave rejoins the lineup. Team Japan, Nolan Keolana also getting some operator time for Hawaiian Water Patrol.
Yeah, he's been patrolling the insides,
Yeah.
places that aren't easy to be on a jet ski. You got to be on high alert. The guy's been coasting by. What a great thing to have him watching over you all the time. And his Papa's contest is coming up in February, the Buffalo Big Board Classic.
Always a a major event and such a classic one to be viewing and to be a part of. And if you get a chance to make it out to Makaha, it is a beautiful sight watching all these wave riders tackle different disciplines.
Oh, he did feel that one. He's going to readjust the helmet. No joke. Shinpei, man, charging with us over the years.
He's the OG in this Team Japan.
Team captain, I mean, second captain after Mr. Kovikastan.
Yeah, but the surfing captain, the most vintage veteran of the crew, and he looked like he could have stuck his rail in, but it became disengaged.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
He felt that little airdrop. And he knew after that little airdrop slippage, it was going to be fins popping out and spinning out in the barrel. So I think he opted to try to outrun it and just, I'll take this as a straighten out. And then when he straightened out, did not realize how closely the lip was behind. And he was able to survive the board in one piece.
Big time.
Maybe the shorts a little bit loose.
Yeah.
The helmet got readjusted, but
don't worry, Shinpei. You never come up naked from your heat. I mean, that would be one thing,
All in all, he's in, still contestable shape.
Yeah. And he's paddling in with his brothers right now. And they're really spread apart, these guys, through the other heats. You know, these guys, some of these athletes, these pipe specialists, they have their significant lineups, and they were just kind of staying around that boil. Now they're spread out, but the ocean is changing. We got some Pacific lines out the back.
Yeah, the swell building, it's going to build throughout the day. I was just reading some of the forecasts courtesy of Surfline.
Yeah.
And, also some of the other reports that are available.
Peak this evening?
And it's going to peak, this evening into tonight, and then and still be pretty hefty come tomorrow morning. And then another swell is going to fill in on Monday and keep surf elevated at warning levels through Thursday. So kind of almost deja vu how it happened, going into Waimea on December 22nd for the Eddy.
Yep.
Just a building swell that stayed huge for days upon days.
Wow. And we got some ribs coming in there. Look at those. People at home, we have some pipe backdoor action on its way.
Yeah, and it's been, mostly pipe action with the larger swell and a little more westerly direction. Not much backdoor we've seen, but, if there's anybody out here that could, sneak in a backdoor barrel, would be Shinpei Horiguchi.
Yeah, he's sneaky.
Who has been in many backdoor barrels over the years. And a beautiful drone shot. The sun is out now, and the waves are starting to build.
We only had 2 backdoor rides today. One from Dino Miranda, our world champion longboarder in the longboard division, and stand-up paddle. They went some backdoor.
Yeah, there was Mo Freitas did. Yep. Some of those early on heats where the swell hadn't really hit quite yet had a little window of opportunity for backdoor, but as the swell builds, a little more west in the swell, also it will be majority pipeline with, like you said earlier, a side of backdoor.
Yeah. I noticed just, since we started the first round of the main event, Billy Kemper has a pretty alpha wave so far. I was just wondering if you knew where was Baron Mamiya, another hot contender.
He's got a lot of focus on the World Tour right now.
Okay.
Championship Tour event coming up, Lexus Pipe Pro.
Gotcha.
He'll step in if he's needed, but I think he may be kind of holding off.
I hear you.
Just per injury's sake, not wanting to put too much at risk before something for him as meaningful as
because this is the most fun. You get to surf 6 to 7 times. You can get injured.
Well, we've seen some, really gnarly injuries over the years in this event, as any event at Pipe.
McNamara brothers there. There's your Eddie Winner going out there with his brother.
North Shore Surf Shop Ohana.
Yes.
Got the location at Sharks Cove and down in Haleiwa.
Yeah, Landon and Mackay.
And the McNamara boys joined by Ayala Stewart, Steve Roberson, the youngster from Maui.
Yeah.
second generation pipe charger, Dad Kaleo.
And from these houses as well.
And Legend Chandler. He had a great showing at the Vance Pipe Masters. So a couple of young bucks jumping on board with Makai Landon and Ayala.
That's awesome. You know, Legend Chandler, his brother Mananalu was in the longboard, and great performance by him. Last year's champion in the backdoor shootout longboard portion of it, in memory of Duke Kahanamoku. So, what, Rocky, from your experience, I know I've been with you on the mic the last 3 years here at this amazing event, but the forecast, you feel possible go straight through the 4 days, or there should be a pause? Is there going to be what you feel locally a day where it's just too big and washy?
That day could be as soon as tomorrow.
Right.
With the size of swell that's coming and the amount of energy, but it could be just right on the cusp, though. Of still surfable, contestable.
Gotcha.
So we could see, powering right through the first 4 days of the holding period, which I know contest organizers always appreciate. When that can happen. And you get the cooperation from Mother Nature and from the swells. But, we could see 1 or 2 days it's maxed out. And it's hard to pinpoint that specific day right now because if it peaks tonight and starts kind of, mellowing out by the morning, we could sneak in another round or maybe 2 rounds. And then, for Monday through Thursday, it says still just continuous XL size, warning level size, which we're approaching warning level at this time, as far as the National Weather Service and their status and criteria for hitting warning level. It is approaching that at the moment. Warning, obviously, the eddy swell a couple of weeks ago was warning level at, I think, probably face value, 50 to 60 feet. There's probably some 30-foot waves, Hawaiian size, out at the bay that day.
Were 30 feet.
And out at the outer reefs. So that's,
this swell.
I think there should be another category of like extra warning or just something super pigeon, like, it's nuts, bro. There's warning, and then there's like, bro, this is too much.
No, I hear you. I mean, I've heard of certain people going to start getting ready to go surf the outer reefs on the North Shore here. So so there is waves approaching because there is iconic characters headed towards the outer reefs that I know the names. So I'm like, okay, it is real. So
those folks that won't make a move unless it's real.
Less than 5 minutes for our gentlemen. They won't make a move unless it's real. That's why, when we get ready for these events, I always check, what, Uncle Trent, is he you know what I mean? You can tell the judges are all checked in. We're a go. And it's just going to get bigger. But that's why I wanted to ask, because Billy Kemper this morning was so fraught. He's like, tomorrow's going to be so on. And but I do understand. I did see it too big here, too. We had to call it off, so. But that's why it's always so exciting. You never know. Start at 10, run a few heats. You guys are always up in the air for just getting the best of the best out there.
Yeah, and that's part of being, in this competition, North Shore surf culture is we're always on standby.
No, we're on standby.
And waiting to see what the ocean's going to deliver. And a lot of folks, that come out to take part, as spectators and or try to get some filming or these kinds of productions that will come out for this season.
Look at Shinpei.
They'll be asking like, okay, when do we know? I'm like, we don't know nothing. We just got to wake up and look.
That is a local problem. I don't know nothing. Go ask somebody else. But Shinpei was looking at his watch, like, he paid the tax. He got straight up clipped for his team. Now it's just like, come on, don't be this slow.
Well, here's a scramble for a wave on the inside and looking over the ledge. No riders. That one had quite the extension down the line, peeling off even outside of your screen. So, that one was very fast down the line.
Cool to travel through those extensions, but you can get sore neck and ruin your equipment for something that's not even going to factor in with our 8
just
amazing
for the
teams.
view.
Oh, side slip bouquet.
Yeah, that was Team Japan backhand surfer. Looked kind of similar to our rider who got the great wave early on.
Oh, that was a chilly wave, too. You just felt that broken wave just hit her backs up here.
And we're going to check out the angle looking into the barrel as a lot of turbulence going down the face of that wave.
And it had a curve on it.
And you can see, you know, when you can't engage that rail and really stick it, you want to knife it in there. That was not so much the butcher or a sharp steak knife.
Yeah.
That was on the far end of the right drawer in my silverware drawer anyway, the butter knife category.
Butter knife category.
So that was just not quite sharp enough.
Yeah. And these guys are riding some quads. I've been seeing a lot of choice of quads. You know, I'll always honor the quad, learning from Nathan Fletcher and guys, winners here with Dustin Barca and Bruce. Just, you know, quad is a
quads
whole,
all day.
Yeah, quads all day. I'm sure you've seen that a lot at the Eddie. A lot of guns got quads on.
Yeah, for sure. Want to commend Emmy Erickson during the Eddie riding the single fin.
Huh?
The throwback. Yeah. Just committing to the the single fin, and of course her lineage going back to her dad, lifeguard and big wave surfer Roger Erickson. So Emmy, great performance during the Eddie. Here we go. Check this out. Oh, rider up and in the barrel, goofy footer for Team Japan.
Ryato Ito, I believe.
A very courageous drop and entry into that barrel, and almost knew there was no exit, but still was super committed.
Yeah, these guys are committed.
And, you know, that's what I like about the scoring here, too, is that those waves, you know, any normal event, I mean, you know, conventional competition,
you get knocked in.
That will be, you know, just 1 or 2 points. There's charging points here at the Backdoor Shootout. And we got just a few seconds remaining, so we'll keep an eye on the end of Team Japan's first round here at the 2025 DaHui Backdoor Shootout, presented by Keiki Beach Bungalows, all in memory of Duke Kahanamoku. Uncle Duke. And we're hearing the countdown from our beach announcer. That is the end of Team Japan's round 1. And we'll be right back with our next heat of competition, North Shore Surf Shop, up next. Stay tuned. More DaHui Backdoor Shootout after these messages. We'll see you on the other side.
Snap 2, bring it back.
The 2025 DaHui Backdoor Shootout is presented by Keiki Beach Bungalows. Special mahalos to the members of the Hui o He'enalu and these great sponsors: North Shore Club, White Claw, Hawaii Volcanic Water, Haleiwa Distillery, Saltwater Society, Na Menehuni Umi Kumaono, and Excel Haleiwa. This live broadcast is produced by Zone Media, creators of Ocean Paddler TV, Hawaiian Extreme Sports TV, and In the Zone.
Oh yeah, gang, here we are, back live at the Hui Backdoor Shootout 2025, bringing it live at this great event all presented by Keiki Beach Bungalows in memory of Duke Kahanamoku. There is the famous pipeline right away, split between the two Volcom houses, the big Volcom houses where we are at. And speaking of we, Rocky Cannon, Dr. Isaiah Walker, and we've got the other small Volcom house hosting our scaffolding, judges stand, beach announcing, Rocky Cannon, Isaiah Walker. Good morning. Good afternoon, I should say.
Yeah. Aloha.
Aloha. Kind of in between Avakea and Awinala right now. Right. Midday into the afternoon, but some great action. Team Japan getting a couple nice waves under their belt. Now it's Team North Shore Surf Shop Ohana, Ayala Stewart, Makai McNamara, Eddie Aikau, champion, newly crowned Landon McNamara, Steve Roberson, and Legend Chandler. Not sure who's going to be... so we got 5 surfers in each heat that's allowed in the water. If these rosters have more than 5, then it is they have an alternate that will sub in if needed.
Yeah, really cool to see Landon McNamara coming off of a win there at the Eddy, and kind of cool. He had a story that was really very Hawaiian in its approach, where he was talking about how the Hawaiian concept of aumakua is something that kind of a belief that there's animals and can have sort of a spiritual reference to somebody who's passed before, and so it's almost kind of like a guardian spirit as well.
Yep.
And apparently, I was talking to actually Jack Soren down there, the artist for the event. He was talking about how recently Landon, because Landon has a child that's in the Hawaiian immersion program at Haula Elementary School. Here comes a wave.
Yeah, and we'll turn our attention to the surf, and I believe that is Ayala Stewart.
Ayala Dala.
Always leading, never follow.
Oh, man, there's another one right there. So cool to just, like, while I was on break, just stand there and watch the surf straight.
Yeah, there's some ledgers on the reef like that one that have just been, even to some of our most seasoned pipe specialists, pipe winners, this event, the shootout, the Masters, the Pipe Pro, all have been still, on those ones in particular, quite gun shy, which says a lot about the conditions, about the particular waves that, man, I always tell folks, I would when I was teaching people how to surf, and, we'd go for a wave and they tumble, and it's like, sorry, man, some waves are like bulls. They just don't want to be ridden. And there's a lot of bulls out here today.
A lot of bulls.
Oh, man, these waves are just a spectacular showing of Mother Nature. Ayala able to tame and ride the bull for a moment right there.
I'm sure you've seen it, but Ayala had like the heaviest video from the drone of that one that he didn't make. I think it was a few months ago. And, man, he just took off. I don't know if you know which one I'm talking about. He was way behind the peak, took off.
Oh, yeah.
Just hit the eject button. That thing was just a monster.
Oh, yeah.
So Ayala's no
like
stranger.
A cartoon.
I know.
It looked unreal. Like literally unreal, like not real. But, man, it is a lot like that today with these super heavy, thick lips. Fast building swell. I think, tide kind of dropping out a little bit too. So that combination is just lending itself. And then the little backwash we saw too in the foreground.
Right.
That backwash, all of these variables coming together are just creating some unrideable waves, even to folks that are willing to go on almost anything.
Right. Now, I don't mean to tell someone else's story without permission, but hopefully Landon doesn't mind me sharing that. So I mentioned how Landon was a part of the Haula Immersion Program, and there's some folks, there's some families. Nakia Naiole, for example, has this kind of this men's group that get together and talk story and socialize and over ava and other types of things. And apparently they were having a discussion about the significance of aumakua and kuleana, this sort of relationship you can have with aumakua. The very next day went out to the Eddy and talked about, and then after Landon won, he talked about how he saw these turtles, these honus, and he felt like they were sort of guiding him in the same way. So really kind of cool, that connection to our Hawaiian culture and surfing and how it plays out today. But
hey, we've got somebody on the beach that wants to talk story and share a little bit about their experience at Pipeline just now. Who we got down there, bro? Take it away.
Thank you guys. Mahina here with Horiguchi Shinpei. Shinpei. まあ長くずっと知ってるし、パイプラインってどういう自分的にどういう感じですか？どういう意味なんですか？
パイプラインは世界で一番すごいポイントで、僕にとっても一番乗りたい波が来る場所です。This is the place, the best in the world, and I want the wave what I want. It's here today. Woo!
まあチームジャパンは、まあ新平さんは一番上だし年上だし、これから次のジェネレーションはどういうふうにどういうメッセージを見せたいなって聞いて。
若い子たちにはもっとパイプとか世界の舞台で頑張ってほしいし、もっとねガンガン攻めてほしいと思います。Yeah, I want them like go go go, keep going, yeah. Then like respect Hawaii, learn from Pipeline. This is surfing. ありがとう、おおきに。
Thank you so much, and ありがとうございます。次も頑張ってください。ありがとう。Thank you guys. Back to you guys in the booth.
Hey Mas, thank you very much. Arigato to our Japanese surfer Shinpei Horiguchi, Mahina Maeda, local girl here in Hawaii, but also Japanese heritage. Right. Can speak Japanese too, and
accomplished surfer herself.
So cool to see, and such a ripper and shredder. You're right, but man, what a crazy wipeout for Shinpei Horiguchi. But if there's any guy who's built to last, it's Shinpei Horiguchi. That we'll take another look at right here, and just that reverse angle shows him just missed the rail connection to get in the barrel, and then had to straighten out, and I think he did not realize how late he actually was, and the lip was right behind him.
Oh my god.
And he was kind of relaxed, thinking, okay, I'm gonna just ride out in front of it, but Pipeline had other ideas, and oh man, I was really honestly in a short prayer for Shinpei. Known him a long time. He's part of the contingency of Japanese surfers coming over for the Haleiwa International Open that just had their event. I think that's like number 40 something for Joel Centeo, Kavika Foster, and the crew for putting that on. Wow. But always having a Japan men's division, and that's where we got our first glimpse of the Shuji Kasuyas, the Ogawas, and one of the other name is
Glenn Masamoto.
But Glenn also, one of the dual agents, Hawaii and Japan. There's one other one that, man, he was old school, but anyway, Charger, and Shinpei was kind of a Grom coming up in that crew way back in the late 80s or so, and what a great thing to see Shinpei still out at Pipe doing it for Team Japan. And now we're into Team North Shore Surf Ohana, Surf Shop Ohana, and Ayala Stewart already with a nice little glide through a pipe barrel that got him a decent score. But to be anywhere near the leaderboard in this event, I mean, you're going to have to go and impress this judging crew that's made up of surfers that have all done amazing things, specifically here at Pipe and Backdoor. Flynn Novak, Kaimana Henry, Miles Padaka, Love Hodel, Barton Lynch. That's the crew. And tons of experience, tons of miles of barrels ridden through the years by that crew. You're going to have to go super deep to get the good score.
Yeah. No, it's awesome. And also having Uncle Eddie up there too, adds a little factor to judging.
Yeah, he's kind of like the official, unofficial kind of like extra input judge that will throw some seasoning on the cocktails as they come through. But and definitely this event rewards charging and traveling through the barrel. What would be maybe a 2 at another qualifying or conventional surf event would get elevated to 4, 5, or a 6 in this type of environment, and that's just to simply the optics of rewarding. It's like almost like that's a 10-foot legit Hawaiian-sized closeout barrel that you just pulled into. Like, how can I give you a 1.5? That just doesn't seem right.
Gotta be
for some reason.
rewarded for the attempt.
You know, so we'll kick it up to 4s and 5s and things like that, and that's one of the distinctive qualities and characteristics of this event, and the scale.
Yep.
We don't stop at 10 for perfection. Because there are waves that are better than 10s
right
in this event. So we've kicked it up a couple notches to the max of a 12.
Right. I think we saw Kala Grace get a 12.
Mm-hmm. Keito Matsuoka.
That was years ago. That was one of my favorites, though. That was insane.
That was an insane wave. Almost had reminiscence of how Shinpei dropped in.
Yeah.
But somehow was able to stick it in the barrel, and then just looked impossible. Came flying out.
And it kind of like warbled him a little, which in the long run helped him because it slowed him down a little.
Yeah.
Just to the right speed, and then the spit that came out of that thing was like a fire hose. It
was a few of those fire hoses that a couple companies were, battling some kind of wild forest fire and needed to throw everything at it. That's what got thrown at Keito Matsuoka. He ended up winning Wave of the Winter that year, too.
Yeah.
So just a monumental achievement
for
cool. himself and Team Japan. And that was, also Koa Rothman's got a perfect 12 out here before. Just a pipe barrel that there was no way. I mean, look at the wave. If you glance at it, you looked out at the wave was empty. Like nobody was even on it. And then he comes shooting out. So Moana Jones entertaining some of the young surf fans on the beach right there. Such a graceful and amazing Wahine. Dances hula very well. Been doing that for a long time, and really perpetuating our Hawaiian culture in more ways than one. And always love watching her surf.
Dancing hula. Ezra and I were talking earlier about, and I asked the question. I was like, or actually maybe it was with Cliff, but I was like, do you think women approach surfing differently in any way? I think especially on a longboard, you see an extra added level of style and grace to like cross-stepping, and that seems more like a dance. Because, in Hawaiian Mo'olelo I was talking about, there's a lot of stories of women who are very accomplished. And so I just really was, wondering if there is sort of a different approach that men and women when they're riding a wave.
And I think it really bodes to the context,
Right.
Shortboard, longboard, big wave, small wave. Here we go, paddling, up and riding.
Aladala.
Oh, again.
Oh, pumping, traveling, let's go.
Come on.
Oh.
Man, he was knocking on the exit door right there, almost made it. Was like I always compare it to that scene in the movie Casino where he's got the 2 bags of coins and gold coins and just gets out the front and gets clotheslined by the security as almost breaking out. But man, Ayala was headed for that escape hatch.
Oh, it's be fun to watch the water angle. Bottom turns under that. Look at that cavern. How he's pumping through the foam ball. Whew.
Oh, he was right. You got a last little silhouette glimpse of him going, over with the lip. But, the effort, definitely E for Ayala and E for effort. Right. That was an amazing attempt. Want to just get confirmation. Yeah, that's Ayala. He's got the big, hefty dad beard going on. He's got a couple keiki now.
Nice.
And I hear his brother, that Ayala's going to be an uncle.
Right.
Ayala's got one baking in the oven right now.
We're used to seeing him in the longboard in the shootout. He's not here this year, but an accomplished, amazing longboarder.
Yeah, and you see that backwash. Rick Williams, longtime Tower 26 Ehukai lifeguard, confirming that phenomenon when the two waves come together is called clapotis.
Oh.
Yeah.
Technical term.
Yeah, it's very technical. And, a lot of words like Hawaiian language, too.
Right.
Just a straight, literal description.
Right.
Involving the word, the wave clapping together. Yeah, and just adding a little scientific ending on it, Rocky Cannon, Isaiah Walker, bringing you live action from the Hui Backdoor Shootout 2025. And this event in memory of Duke Kahanamoku.
Right.
And we just had an event remembering Eddie Aikau a couple of weeks ago. So it's so great to have those two, honored so closely together. Of course, we always are kind of running in this chronological order of events for the winter season.
Yep.
But to have the events run so close together, I think is really cool.
For sure. Yeah, I love that. You've been sitting with me for many years doing this, and one of the things I like to talk about is the continuity of surfing in Hawaii, and that you have this chain of unbroken line of tradition of he'enalu that goes back hundreds of years. But that story of Duke Kahanamoku and Eddie Aikau, they have this cool moment where they're passing from one generation to the next, and that takes place when Eddie first surfs in the Duke event on the North Shore. He's pretty young, and Duke actually is an older man, gives him the trophy for his play. He didn't win at that first event that Eddie was in, which was actually technically the second event that was run for the Duke Invitational.
Right.
But kind of cool to see this passing of generations. That's what I love about the shootout. You have multi-generations surfing, in heats together.
Yeah.
Earlier in the longboard division, so forth, we saw that. See a lot of family names. You look down the list here. You have the whole family. You have McNamara's who are in this heat, and Chandler. We have Mananalu and Legend, and so it's really cool to see kind of the passing on of the torch from one generation to the next. And at the event here at the Backdoor Shootout, we celebrate that, talking about remembering our kupuna. Kupuna just meaning our elders, those who've passed on, Duke Kahanamoku being one of them. And I love the fact that the shootout brings Duke to the North Shore, because so often we just think of him as being like at Waikiki only.
Yeah, and his rightly so, his week-long festival in August surrounding his birthday, right near his statue and all that, kind of highlights as the premier Duke event.
Right.
But you're right in the sense of bringing him from that location out to the North Shore in spirit is such a great move by DaHui.
And Duke, I've said this before, but Duke lived in his lifespan was very interesting, because he was born in 1890 when David Kalakaua was king, and then Liliuokalani, Kalakaua's sister, became queen. And then he lived through so many of these political transitions. So from the Kingdom of Hawaii when he was young, and then during the overthrow, what was called the provisional government, that was an unsanctioned government after they overthrew the queen, and then it entered into the territory of Hawaii, and then it becomes a state of Hawaii, and he lived through all of those seasons.
Right. Yeah, I mean, talk about a lot of changes in a short period of time.
Right.
And all within his particular lifetime.
And also he lived through a time period where the Hawaiian language, Hawaiian was his first language. Spoke it fluently, but by the time of his passing, the language is in peril in many ways.
Right.
And then, in the 70s and 80s with the Hawaiian Renaissance, there's a revitalization movement to make sure that the language is restored. And so it's cool. I was talking about earlier, like a lot of young people have the opportunity to learn Hawaiian in schools. I mentioned Landon McNamara's son is one of these, as well as Pomai Ho'opili and many others who are at the event. It's kind of cool to see that impact of language being revitalized in our community here and even amongst our competitors.
Yeah, and what a great event to memorialize Duke Kahanamoku. And, he was, branching out beyond Waikiki, catching the train out to North Shore with his surfboard. And I seen so many different types of, documentaries and things of talking about his venturing beyond. As we see our traffic light up there, green means go, bro.
Wow.
So when the green light is on, boo, the contest is on. The Hui Backdoor Shootout, beach marshals, Uncle Manny, them on the beach, handling everybody. Mahalo to the club, mahalo to the Hui He'enalu, and all of our great sponsors that are making this year's event possible. And that side view, you get a really nice look at a profile of the beach crowd
Right.
that is assembling here on this beautiful, lovely Aloha Saturday. And, from that angle, you can see the beautiful setting and the scene here. If you haven't been here to the North Shore, I'm not sure what you're waiting for, bro. Come on out. We obviously have been on the map now for almost the Hui. We have our hats, bro. 50-year anniversary of the Hui O'Hitinalu Surf Club, which has so much history and the origins of it. I remember, going surfing on the mainland and inviting friends that I met in competition, from California, Florida, wherever it may be, to come hang out surf Hawaii. They were so scared they were going to get beat up like right off the plane, which was good. It's healthy, It's like, I always say, you guys, it's no secret, bro. I always say, we got to keep the edge a little bit, Some spots is like getting like, not like before, you get the regulators out there, but, at the North Shore, the waves itself do some regulation still. Right. The waves have not really changed, The power of the ocean is still there, but the faces, the different types of, attitudes and characters in the lineups have changed. Right. But, however we can, in a positive way, keep the edge. Got to keep the edge. I'm not saying we got to go scrap everybody and, broke everybody's fins, but yeah, there's a nice way to, recorrect, and redirect and correct certain things in lineup, because surfing, for a lot of us, it's all about safety.
Right.
It's all about doing some safe stuff, because it's like driving on the road too. Your carelessness can cost someone else a severe injury or worse.
Right.
And we just want to make sure that that is still being held and handled to a standard that keeps everybody in a way that will, not jeopardize others around you.
Right.
And that's what, the main formation of the Hui.
Yeah.
Got back to that kind of concept.
50 years, that's crazy.
Yeah, I know, yeah.
So that, and it's cool because a lot of the founders of the club are still here today.
Right.
Walking around downstairs.
Yeah.
Byron Amona and Terry Hui, and we have David Stant and several others that were part of the original group. And actually that was the beginning of the project of what eventually became a book called Waves of Resistance. Was just my intrigue with the club. So I grew up in Hilo, and I remember likewise just sort of like you watch the movies, North Shore and stuff, and it's like, oh, who are these guys? And I came to realize that the media had depicted them in only one particular light.
Right.
And whenever you're dealing with any group of people, you have a variety of different people and perspectives and things like that. So what I was just intrigued when I actually came out here when I was 18 years old and went to school, attended school out here and studied history, and decided to interview some of these folks that were original founders, and like, hey, so why did this happen? Why did you guys form? And came to find out there was much more to the story than I had thought about or that I had known.
Yeah, and then that what you had been like presented with, through mainstream outlets. And there's artist
Jack
Soren, yep,
Uncle Manny.
And Uncle Manny right there, and all the everybody, uncles and aunties, nephews, nieces, all the generations, definitely well represented at this. I've been calling it on the beach. It's an all-age araja.
All-age araja.
Because we got all the generations. That's my coined phrase, by the way.
You get plenty good coined phrases.
But that's coming to a shirt near you.
All right. Alongside Easy, bro.
Yeah, bro. That's the ones. And
cool.
Just, it is just a great event. You saw the little young surf fans with Moana Jones Wong down there, and then you see the uncles all the way up to aunties and everybody just making their way down to the beach however they can, hobbling with the cane or toddlers with the diapers, all the way through, everybody in between.
Yeah, so cool. The Hui O'Hitinalu, some things that I discovered when interviewing a lot of club members, then doing some archival work and looking at newspapers and a variety of other things, was that it really was about preserving space for the Hawaiian community.
Yeah.
And Interestingly, Rabbit Bartholomew kind of articulated it well after he had a run-in with some of the boys.
I made my daughter sit down and watch the Eddie 30 for 30.
Oh, yeah.
You had some great quotes and parts in that. I had some of the background work. I was actually walking down to beat up Rabbit. I paused it for my daughters. Look, there's me right there. Like, Dad, you look so scary. and so, having them really sit through, and it was, we're on Christmas vacation, but we got to do some learning. And just had the Eddie, and then why is all this happening? Who is this? I'm like, okay, well, let's watch it.
Right.
So there was some good information there.
So later, one of the things that triggers some of the tension is actually Rabbit and some of his other came out with these stories about how they were going to come out to the North Shore and kind of bust down the doors.
Yeah.
And then some of the photo shoots I think were not carefully thought out because Rabbit was in part of the photo shoot for some of these stories. He was wearing boxing robes and gloves, and that's in the era of Muhammad Ali, who was like the trash talking. You know what I mean? And some people took that literally, right? Like, I'm gonna come and stomp on people, and it's like
that's a pretty audacious.
I'm
image.
sure he's like, no, that was just metaphor,
Right? The audacity to put out that image. You better be ready for some actual confrontation, for sure.
And then there was some confrontation, and then but what I was saying when he articulated the story well is that he later tells the story where he, with Eddie Aikao's help, was able to kind of ho'oponopono, which is a Hawaiian term meaning for to kind of make things better, to make things pono again. And he later writes in a different book saying that he didn't realize that surfing was one of the last vestiges of Hawaiian culture that they still had.
Things were taken over slowly but surely in other arenas of life, on land, in politics, in certain things. So,
and that's actually the word he used, one of the last vestiges of Hawaiian culture. And I appreciate that because that's a good assessment of what was happening and why the Hui was forming. Because in so many other places on land, the Hawaiians had lost authority, whether it was in the government, in social, economic areas. But surfing was still a space where, there was still, and maybe it's because the lack of control. Like, you can't put a fence up around the surf. Like, you can't privatize the ocean.
Right.
You can't really police it, and so and plus, surfing is identified as a cultural art form and something that was very much so Hawaiian, and it is a tradition that never stopped being perpetuated.
Right.
So it was this sort of enclave or a vestige of culture that was offshore. Anyway, so I thought he did a good job of articulating that idea.
Yeah, just humbling himself in his lack of or like ignorance in not knowing what he was tampering with was so sacred. And had he probably known that, he might have rethought his approach. But to him, it was just some sport that we're all doing now, and like any other sport, where like we're the new generation, we're the next breed of this or that, not realizing how much of a cultural impact that it would be.
And in 1975 and 76, that's when there were a lot of professional surfing competitions that started to roll out on the North Shore, and they have permits to basically have exclusive rights to the beaches on that time. And that
which
also,
is kind of like putting up a fence,
right?
And blocking off.
Exactly, and that's what pissed him off.
Yeah, that was the last straw.
Yeah, it was like, wait a minute, you just told my kid he cannot go out right now.
Team Volcom is coming up next, and that's why Moana was still at the ready. So she was not only in the
double
women's expression session, but so honored and so valued by Team Volcom that they are letting her or putting her into this team competition, which says a lot about the respect her peers and her skill.
Yeah.
That the guys are like, bruh, can you please be on our team?
Right. That's special.
Yeah, really cool.
Yeah, and so eventually the Hui does come to a compromise with some of these event organizers, and it's essentially like reduce the number of events. Like you can't just have all season long just event. Reduce the number of events. And interestingly, also it was like, all right, but you got to hire us. Yeah. So like all the water patrol, the security, safety, all that stuff is like, all right, we're going to help manage this. And because there was also an economic engine, right? That's coming through, all this money coming in and out, and the local community is like, whoa, how come everybody's making all this money?
And
we are
in my backyard.
Yeah, told to sit on the side.
Yeah, we can clap and be spectators.
But on top of that, they were also some of the best surfers.
Yeah.
Right. So then you have the competitors who are so it eventually lands in a place where the compromise seems cordial. But of course, the establishment of this event was the next level too.
Yeah.
In 1996, it was like, all right, we're not just going to be your water patrol. We're going to have our own permit. We're going to run our own event, and we're going to bring the best of our Hawaii talent into the show.
And that's what I like about a lot of our contemporary Hawaiians that, you know, I know I get asked a lot, you know, in different scenarios and different contexts and circles of, you know, what, as a Hawaiian, as growing up here, as, you know, there's just, you know, a lot of changes, this and that. I go, you know, and change is inevitable no matter where you live. I believe in this day and age with people living longer, people are exploring more, you know, digital gadgets available, technology, you know, blowing everywhere up. But that's just kind of going to come with our advancements as humans. But being conscious of our, you know, connection to roots, to culture, preserving those kinds of things that we can preserve is super important. But you know, I really appreciate, you know, us Hawaiians that can have a connection to the past, be present, you know, in what's happening now, but also have, you know, preparedness and preparation for future things with all that being in consideration. You can't just be all about the future and forget everything behind, you know, or all stuck in the past and I'm never going forward. So the end of heat number 4 is complete with North Shore Surf Shop Ohana getting that last heat right there. So we're going to take you to a short commercial break. We'll be back with Team Volcom on the other side. Stay tuned. The Hui Backdoor Shootout. We'll be right back.
The 2025 DaHui Backdoor Shootout is presented by Keiki Beach Bungalows. Special mahalos to the members of the Hui Ohe'enalu and these great sponsors: North Shore Club, White Claw, Hawaii Volcanic Water, Haleiwa Distillery, Saltwater Society, Namenihuni Umi Kumaono, and Excel Haleiwa. This live broadcast is produced by Zone Media, creators of Ocean Paddler TV, Hawaiian Extreme Sports TV, and In the Zone.
All right, check out this live action back at the Hui Backdoor Shootout. Everybody's scrambling for protection and running away or running out to that wave. Just a little too far in as the sets begin to build. The swell starting to arrive and has been arriving the last couple of hours. Here we are in heat number 5 of the 2025. The Hui Backdoor Shootout in memory of Duke Kahanamoku, presented by Keiki Beach Bungalows, Rocky Cannon with Cliff Botello.
Aloha, gang.
Cliff, we got Balaram Stack in this heat. Moana Jones-Wong, we saw her in the water getting warmed up.
With the women's expression
and
session.
She's been invited to compete with her fellow Volcom team riders. Noah Dean from Australia out there. Makana Pang has been getting some bombs. Jake Maki charging as always. And Mike Kai Birdine, the youngster, rounding out Team Volcom. I believe we got 6 names here, so I believe 5 is allowed in the water at a time. So one of these surfers are kind of on standby to get ready for the put me in coach in case of a board or a body breakage.
Definitely a put me in coach moment today. Everybody's salivating to surf these waves. Pipeline, just like you mentioned earlier, starting to turn on. The swell is arrived to our beautiful island of Oahu. It's pulsing. We got some 8 to 10 footers, on occasion.
Yeah, that's Hawaiian size. So
Hawaiian size.
You can double that with your tape measure.
Yeah, it's 20-foot faces easily.
Yeah.
And we have some in this heat. Jake Maki, he just came off of the Eddie Aikau.
Yeah.
So he's no shy person when it comes to sizable waves and charging it. And Balaram stacking it up over here. He's surfed this spot many a times for Team Volcom. It's basically their front yard.
Yeah, and was able to win Pipe Masters himself. I believe that is Jake Maki right there. And just got a little pinch on the end bowl and had done everything right up until that point, but the wave just not cooperating, and not much you can do about that. But what we can do is throw you down to the beach. We've got an interview standing by. Take it away.
All right, we are beachside at the Hui Backdoor Shootout, and I'm Iolani. I'm with Eala over here. How critical was it in your heat?
It was pretty critical. It's a rising swell at Pipeline, and it's always going to be heavy and critical. And the swell's on the rise. So it's always challenging out at Pipeline.
So on your heat out there, did you get any completed rides?
I got one small wave just to start off with and get in the barrel, get the board underneath the feet, and then I had this really good inside double up where I traveled through the whole wave and came past the spit flying, and I think the wave just didn't cooperate. It closed out or got super small, and I couldn't make it, but I feel like I did all the hard work that wave had me do.
Exactly, Brock. Right on. I see you again. And who is this? Who is with you?
It's my 7-year-old daughter, Amara. Say hi, Amara.
She says hi. All right, back to you guys upstairs.
All right, mahalo, Iolani. Thank you, brah. And nice to see Ella Stewart with Keiki on hand and watching Dad get some nice pipe barrels for Team North Shore Surf Shop Ohana. And we're now to heat number 5, so we're past the halfway point, or right at that halfway point. We got 96712 coming up next. A New Earth project will be heat 7, and Team Peru, they've had some great performances in the past here.
Yes,
heat number 8, that will be rounding out.
Wrapping up our day for the day, right?
Yep, day 1, and always good to get day 1 finished on the first day of the holding period. A little bit of a pressure off the shoulders, and
Shake the cobwebs off.
Yep, in the surfing side and production side and all around, you know. But great job, Zone Media. This is just top-notch drone footage right now. Going to cut right to the water angle with Hawaiian Water Patrol.
Yeah.
So important to get those epic water shots and then a couple land angles as well. And everybody kind of regroups now after getting pounded. Look at this replay.
Yeah,
everybody's got feet kicking. Moana Jones
Moana
bailing.
Jones. Oh.
Guys are just barely duck diving under that crashing crazy lip.
That's the price to pay for being the queen of pipe.
Oh yeah, and that was a landscape situation where everybody got mowed.
Yeah, exactly.
So there you see Moana Jones Wong, Jake Maki. I think I see
Balaram over there on the right.
Balaram on the right, and then far left Makana Pang and Maikai Burdine. So it looks like Noah Dean maybe subbing out on this first round of Team Volcom. And a pretty strong team right there of, you know, the young shredders with a Wahine Ripper, and then, you know, the veteran right there, Ballstack.
Yeah, that's
2022 Vans Pipe Master Champion.
Classic that we call him a veteran, but on this team, you know, the age, it's like
I mean, I think some of those kids no more license yet,
e-bike.
But no, definitely a talented team, and running the range of generations there.
Definitely running generationally. You know, Noah Pang. He's Makana Pang. Been around surfing his entire life.
Yeah, Dad Dennis really
shakes.
makes amazing boards. Great waterman himself.
Great waterman, and he's here in the scene. He's like we had a peaceful warrior. You know, you don't really hear of these guys much, but he's always there.
He let his actions do the
expected.
talking.
Exactly.
Let the actions, and I want to say mahalo Dennis, always providing boards for the Menehune Surf Contest. We mentioned earlier on the mic with Ezra, and just talking about the winter season and how we get things kicked off here on the North Shore.
Yeah.
And it's always that great
banging
12 and under Grom contest down at
I
Haleiwa.
think that 500 kids this year.
Yeah, bro, so crazy. 4 days, bro, 2 weekends full.
Crazy, 500 kids.
Yeah, so good fun.
Such a healthy environment, you know. Amazing area, good community.
Yeah,
you know.
and then the memories, you know, even for us guys going way back, you know, we just did the 47th annual, I think, and Kavika and Ivy doing a great job with all the support of their Ohana Fosters and Bloomfields, and then all of the other volunteers and Ohana that come together is really special. And then just the kids, man, they're shredding nowadays. All the companies donating all the prizes. Christmas in October, we've called it before.
No, 100% is Christmas in October, because I even get grab bags, you know, just for being at the event. You know, we help out with water patrol and stuff.
Yeah.
And, you know, it's just an amazing thing for the community, for sure.
And check out our North Shore community spread out right there with the mountains up the heights right there, and then the beach side
down the way.
Yeah, our Ahupua, beautiful North Shore, which has been, you know, the site of so many surfing showdowns. Isaiah and I were talking about, you know, going back to the Duke Invitational kind days, and then kind of the passing of the torch from Duke Kahanamoku, and then Eddie Aikau coming into the picture, and then, you know, Uncle Clyde winning that event as well, and then, you know, kind of the scuffle and skirmishes with, you know, DaHui. You see our hats, 50th anniversary, bro. 50 years.
I mean, not to put a date on myself, but yeah, look at the tens. It says 1975, and that's my birth year. You know, I'm approaching the 50 myself, and so they've been around since I can remember.
February 1st, gang.
Yeah, just in case you like send GoFundMe or whatever. Then I get joke kids and whatnot.
Yeah.
But yeah, you know, I grew up basically.
Yeah,
that's how it was.
It's as old as you right now.
Yeah. And, you know, surfing has come a long way. It's a lot different nowadays. I've noticed regulation isn't as much as it was back when there were spots you couldn't surf that loud. And I think
I was telling Isaiah, we got to keep the edge somehow.
Because that's kind of like the missing link, I think.
Yeah, and it's...
that's why the kids drop in on Uncle.
Yeah, it's all about, you know, it's a little bit of correct and redirect, you know. but in a way that is suitable for the times. You know, back in the 70s, no more cameras. There's a certain way to correct and redirect, and it might not be a lot of talking.
Connect is the word.
There will be a connection for sure from this part of the hand to this part of the head, and all around different kinds of ways to connect. But the you know, sense of connect and or correct and redirect is definitely you know, still a way of life out here. It is just performed with different methods and different characters, even, so to speak. You know, I'm approaching now like, geez, you know, like I'm a straight up uncle, you know, like it's so full circle, you know, and sometimes triangle, sometimes square, sometimes oval,
and sometimes lines.
Yeah,
lines,
sometimes.
Lines coming
Oh,
on the
you see them on the outside, bro. This is approaching
Sometimes
mean
lines.
kind.
And so we talked about that swell earlier, you know, and 2 or 4 foot.
Yeah.
This way it started off this morning, and now you can see that this energy. Look at this shot right here. It will show you exactly what happens when that energy and that storm system that they predict and stuff, when it hits our island.
And that drone shot just illuminating the reef on that little forerunner on the inside. Now Team Volcom scrambling. Somebody's going.
We have a taker.
That is ball stack. Oh,
Sets
yeah.
himself up for success right here.
Nice.
Shows you how it's done. Very nice.
Good style, nice approach. The wave didn't cooperate as good as he thought with, you know, lining up a super huge barrel, but man, the wind is really almost turning trades right now. So pulling a full 180 from earlier with the sea breeze, it has now, you know, still quite still, but you can see that
him scratching
Ehukai, that offshore spray coming off the top, indicating the wind has adjusted its direction just a little. Photographers are diving deep. This was a sweeper just coming right through and putting everybody in the dustpan.
Man, these waves are very nice size, and you know, you hit the nail on the head when you said, you know, that mist, that color of that mist coming off the waves. If you're here live, you would see it better to understand what the name Ehukai actually was derived from, and that was it right there when you see that mist.
Yeah, that's the name of the area, the beach park.
Yes,
and
Ehukai.
the section of beach here.
You can see the water catching everybody in the
some
shoreline.
toe ticklers and looks like some Okole swampers. It reached high enough. It got up there, bruh.
Rinse and repeat.
Yeah. So, you know, the ones that just come to your feet, that's a toe tickler.
Yeah.
The one that comes all the way up to your Okole, that's the Okole swamper.
Yeah.
And shout out to Brother Thompson showing some messages over here. And he likes that one. And those are fun, definitely.
Abe Lerner on the grab, Abe on the operations of the watercraft.
Yeah, it's so great to see the generations of Hawaiian Water Patrol as well. Kamalani's out there. You see Noli Keolana, Kavika Foster, part of the OGs like Abe Lerner right there. And Kamakani Forsyth and Pomai and Kyle Pa'o. Pomai pulling double duties today.
Yeah, double dipping.
With the competition and on Water Patrol. And here's Balaram dropping into a beauty.
See, perfect spot where he took off, and then he sets himself up. Not as deep as he would like, but hey, beautifully ridden pipeline wave, and he kicked out. It's a completed wave.
Yeah, and you know, the reason for not wearing these jerseys, like we said earlier, you get a chance to showcase your sponsor's logo, and I'm sure with that many photographers in the lineup that we saw scrambling out of the way, looks like there's probably about 8 or 10.
Yeah.
Somebody got a good shot of Balaram.
In the blue room, I'm assuming somebody caught that shot where that sun is at its perfect position and
the
just
angle
gives it that beautiful blue room little ambiance that was set there. So, you know, good on him.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, there's probably a couple off screen to this. At least 7, possibly 8 plus. Oh, there's a guy hiding behind Onato, so that's 8. There's 8 in our frame right there. And somebody had to get a good shot of Mr. Ballstack. He's earned by charging big waves here at Pipeline. And across the North Shore from New York, bro.
Yeah, who would have thunk, right?
Yeah. Look at that angle. This
is a backside angle coming from more towards the back door area.
Yeah.
But, I mean, you just see how that thing's dredging off the sandbar.
Yeah, and then he fully disappears. Can't even see him kick out the top. That's so much spray coming up, that explosion. Just the power of the waves here, so impressive. If you haven't made it here live, or it's been a while, make sure you get down here maybe sometime this year, next year. Check out Keiki Beach Bungalows. They're literally like just a half mile down the beach. You could do your beach walk. Come check out. Do it safely, please.
Yeah.
Way high and dry.
Do it in the summer.
Yeah, or even walk the bike path to get here.
If you do it in the winter, I recommend definitely talk with the lifeguards.
It has been already a crazy winter of fatalities as we watch another ball stack wave and manages that airdrop.
Oh, and he shot the gap.
Nice power through right there.
New York, showing us what's up.
Yeah, not a big guy, but man, he's got a very, very solid stance.
Yeah. Wave knowledge, knew where to be.
Yeah.
Came out when he had to.
And showing his veteran status amongst these youngsters.
We got another paddler here. This is a nugget.
Makana
Pang. Oh, man.
The gift.
Treasure.
Makana pumping. Come on, brah.
Oh, man.
There's so much movement.
I thought he was going to have that with the speed he picked up, but just so much power the wave has.
That wave just unloaded on somebody's head.
You know, the guys predicted it, and here it is.
Yeah.
The swell is here.
And Makana's wave, it was just so much breathing and movement inside the wave. His technique, everything was absolutely flawless as far as his positioning. The criteria for this event, I heard the judges say, we want you to come from deep. We don't want you to be in front of it and stall.
Yeah,
we want the real deep, not the fake deep.
Yeah, exactly. Here we got a replay showing
Check
up
it
right
out.
here.
Yeah, this Balaram.
Balaram's right there. Oh, man, looked like he slid a little bit, shot the gap, came out.
And then stacks of waves out the back. Here's Makana.
Sets himself up. And right there, that pop, I thought right there he had it, picked his line, but, I mean, so much water moving.
Yeah, the backwash from the previous wave, some of that turbulence, kind of residual turbulence left over, definitely gave him some extra movement inside. If that had been like the first wave of the set, or maybe something that had a chance for the initial waves to like settle down a little bit, he would have had a really good chance, because that pump, the positioning, that technique was all very spot on. And we're hearing sirens in the background for us as we're watching Abe Lerner and Ha'aheo Foster Bloomfield get one of our surfers back to the lineup, and or maybe back to a board. He's got a board. That's Makana.
Yeah, Makana's got a board.
So he's opting for the
ride out.
The Hawaiian Water Patrol service. Thank you very much. And we're hoping everybody else is okay. I know we had an injured hiker earlier in the day. We saw Air One, HFD.
Yes.
Hawaii's finest department.
Hawaii's finest department landing in the park across the street. Hikers. We got across the street, you got hikers. We got the ocean right here.
Yeah.
You know, there's always action out here when the waves are up. People come to enjoy the ocean. People come to enjoy the trails and stuff we have here. It's just all hazards all time, especially in the winter months.
Yeah, because the views from up some of these trails, looking down at the ocean, is spectacular. And
it's also whale season, whale watching season.
Yep, get the humpback whales. Yeah.
Jalapula Hiva Kanaloa and Makahiki season.
Yeah.
And so you can see much more and much better with the bird's eye view up at the pillboxes. And so that's why a lot of people head up there.
Yeah, and hoping everybody's okay for the moment. We've been hearing kind of sirens all day, which is, kind of unusual. It's very usual for us. And, we lost a few people already this winter season.
Yeah, sadly.
Way back in November, there were a couple of folks that were swept off the beach, in the area around here. And then at Sharks Cove, somebody was snorkeling there, and you don't come
20 feet
here to snorkel during the winter. If you're lucky, maybe over at Turtle Bay in the cove over there might be doable, but other than that, it's spectating and dipping in the safe areas that are very, very limited in the wintertime here. So it is all about the big surf. And but if you come, talk to Uncle Rocky and Uncle Cliff, we can show you the safe places to play.
Yes.
That is where we handle a lot of our fun ocean guiding things that we do. But
that's what I like to point out too is that when people ask where to go and stuff, I just recommend heading to a beach that has a lifeguard on duty. City and County of Honolulu's ocean safety men and women are some of the best lifeguards in the world, and so they're at our beaches day in and day out, and so they know exactly what conditions are going on, what the predictions are, and what it's going to look like. So go get a heads up before you take your ohana out to enjoy.
And forecasting is a huge part of it.
Forecasting is huge, and they'll actually let you know, like, if that's a safe spot for you and your ohana, or maybe better beaches down the road,
The recommendations are very, very crucial, very key, and that's well said, Cliff Botello, to speak to the folks in the lifeguard towers, because if they, can have any information of, this beach is not safe right now, but you can go this way or that way and find something.
Point you in the right direction.
Which is very crucial in enjoying your time here, means staying alive.
Yeah, safely. Safely. We want everybody to enjoy, but be safe, And just like these competitors, they're here, they want to push the limits, and, thankfully we have the gang over at Hawaiian Water Patrol that's standing by, watching them, and keeping a lookout for their safety. And so that kind of gives them a sense of, almost like a sense of security. So they do feel a sense of maybe one level up, they can send it a little bit harder.
Yeah, that is, what a lot of our competitors have corroborated, that very concept, that knowing Hawaiian Water Patrol is there does contribute to, a little bit more of a, courageous attempt that they may not have done in a normal situation or a free surf recreational situation where there was not someone right there with a jet ski to respond that, I'm not going to take this chance right now, because this is going to be really, an iffy one.
Yeah,
but
back.
When they're standing by, watching very closely your every move, it can be a confidence booster for sure.
Exactly.
And drone shot looking towards kind of point that you can barely see now, just because of the haze and all of that sea spray and salt air that we've talked about during the eddy. Is there, when you get pollution and smoke and fog, it's called smog.
Yeah.
When you get volcanic, stuff into the air, and it's called fog.
And the volcano is actually erupting. I just got back from Hawaii Island. I was up there visiting family up by the golf course and the national park, and looks like we got a paddler looking for it, or we got a turn and burn situation.
Just under 10 minutes remaining for Team Volcom, and already a couple of impressive rides from Balaram Stack and from Makanapang. But for wave ocean fog, we've been hearing WOG.
WOG. WOG is we're creating words on the daily.
It is an unofficial, untechnical term, but man, that was an official big pipe barrel with choke spit.
Choke spit.
Oh,
choke.
Wow. Choke means a lot.
And here we have another set going on written. Like, these waves are, these drone shots are amazing footage, but doesn't do it justice of the size and scope of the amount of water. Here's a replay we got going on. And
we saw Maikai Burdine just going balls to the wall, for lack of better terminology. And there's Maikai again, it looks like. This time
stalled it.
Performing well.
Is that they kind of have similar stances.
Yeah, it could have been Jake Maki on the previous.
With the yellow and red board.
I know Jake is a bit taller. Maikai a little smaller in stature. So So there's Jake Maki on that first closeout barrel that was just balls to the wall,
And
just
then
straight up charging.
Mike
And then
Kai on the second.
Mike Kai charging on a beautiful
So this is Mike Kai.
pipe drop here. Yeah, Mike Kai with that red and yellow
And that's
board
Maki
and
on the inside, they're padding back. So
sticks it right in the under the hood right there.
nice little wave to add to his repertoire of choices.
Yeah, not super deep. Kind of had remnants of Balaram's first wave as well. And but we've seen Mike Kai through the years, you know, from a Grom, just really impressively continue to improve. Got Team Volcom, Dave Riddle, and the crew always, you know, on top of the surfer's progress, and finds himself now invited to surf for Team Volcom in the Hui Backdoor Shootout. I believe he was on the team last year too, so he's been making very big strides as a youngster, and always a very respectable, nice young man as well. Good upbringings for both Jake and for Mike Kai.
Yes, I work with Jake's dad actually, Honolulu Fire Department, you know, and he's a water guy, waterman too, and just amazing kids, you know, him, his sister, mommy. It's when you see that nuclei of a family.
Yeah.
It's awesome
And
to see the type of kids they produce.
That drone shot, this land angle showing you the waves approaching from the outside.
And this is it.
Some beasts are on the way.
And the swell's projected to fill in.
It's
later.
still coming
So
up.
It's still coming up.
It's still coming up. It's still building. It's going to peak this evening, maybe into like the early morning hours. So it might be one of those nights, you know, I always want to take my kids on a little cruise by a rock pile, sit on the side and watch the waves come over. Just to safely witness the power of this incredible ocean is, you know, that is been at our fingertips our whole lives, you know, both of us growing up here.
Kind of take it for granted, right?
And yeah, just trying to appreciate every part of it, whether it's just watching the waves, you know, sometimes like lately, my daughters are 5 or 7 and 9, so they're just, you know, surfing is like not their most fun thing to do, but they love the ocean. They love being at the beach, and we throw them in the shore break sometimes. They'll run down and just they love getting pounded now. They're like, Dad, can we go get pounded? And running up and down at Monster Mush or places like that where you feel the power, but you get blown at the beach, so it's, you know, it's safe, and we're right there, kind of like, you know, but my wife's up the beach like having a heart attack.
Yeah, that's how we were raised, though.
And and then I'm at the shoreline, you know, down in the trough, just waiting, making sure none of them get past me, and it's just a fun thing, a fun way to enjoy the power. I don't recommend that, you know, unless you grew up here.
Yeah,
like
you know,
we did.
and that's the thing. That,
But,
you know,
but even
kids,
watching the waves come over the road,
yeah,
it's
our kids are in the shoreline getting tumbled and all that stuff. It makes it look so fun.
Yeah.
A lot of times I let them do it, and then the next thing you know, we got some visitors that think, hey, the kids can do it, we can do it.
Yeah.
It
turns into an
example.
emergency really quickly.
Not a great example, but that's kind of like how the kids in Hawaii, that's how we grow up and we raise our kids. Like, you know, we're surrounded by water. We are the saltwater people, so, you know, it's in our blood. And so, the earlier they get in there to do it, like riding a bike, the better you get at doing it. You know?
Yeah, and then, you know, just reading the ocean, situational
awareness,
you know, how to be safe, and what wave is going to come this far up the beach and what it looks like as it's approaching.
Exactly.
So much of that just comes with getting your reps and being in the moment in that situation. But, you know, don't get us wrong. Even for folks here forever, it can still get out of control in a heartbeat.
Definitely. It goes from 0 to 60 real fast.
Yeah.
Like you saw, if you know, the earlier heats with the stand-up, kind of perfect timing. Have those, you know, those guys go first. Their larger boards are a lot harder to surf bigger waves here, and so it kind of worked out perfect with their format.
Yeah. Yep.
You know,
we've had the appropriate size and conditions for each division.
And when Heat 1 started, it was pretty much the slow king.
Yeah.
There's
It started macking during the women's heat, and then now it's really starting to show its teeth on that first reef and second reef. And even this team Volcom, I mean, I think they get the bailing awards.
Yeah, exactly.
For how many times they've been caught inside just because they're out there during a time these the swell is starting to really exponentially build. Right now, a little low in the action, probably just a few minutes remaining for this heat number 5 that's in the water. Heat 6 will be on deck.
Some more.
Just 8 heats to go.
And heat 6 coming up, 96712. A lot of charges. It's going to be interesting to watch this team. You got the Rothmans, Koa and Makua, and then you got the Florence brothers, Ivan and Nathan. So Jose Angel as well. Am I reading that?
Yeah, he's a Puerto Rican surfer.
Okay, because
that surfed in this event last year with.
I thought it was in loving memory because
not Johnny's father.
Johnny's father is Jose Angel as well. So it should be an interesting team to surf this event here with these waves because they're all seasoned pipe masters. You know what I mean? They all charge. Makua Kai Rothman and Koa, as well as the Florence brothers. Not too familiar with Jose Angel, but I'm sure if they brought him on their team, he's got action.
Yeah, he was surfing last year, and actually going to open up the message board because nsoghawaii@gmail has been a great way to keep in touch with us. And we've got folks that had tuned in last year. Susie Friedman. Susie, thank you for the kind words. And up in the rainy North Pacific right now. And wow, nice to see a screen full of beautiful waves. And just moments remaining here in Heat 5 for Team Volcom and nsoghawaii@gmail. If you've got questions or shout-outs to bring to the broadcast, we always enjoy hearing the different places you're tuning in from and how we can make this special. And last year, that's how we found out about some information of Jose Angel. And
nice.
People
were watching from his
pull some of that
home spot
information up as preparation for the next heat. And
I don't see any waves coming through for the amount of time that's remaining. I believe we have mere seconds left in the heat, 15 seconds to be exact. And so as we do the countdown and stuff like that.
So Jose Angel Morales will be his complete name.
Okay.
And it comes from a shaper and surfer from Puerto Rico. So it's got a good lineage of wave riders and board makers. So that's pretty awesome. That's from Ruben Sanchez from last year. So just catching up on information for this year. And what a great way to interact and a great tool to have. And the source of knowledge coming in from around the world. Mahalo. That is the end of the Team Volcom Heat. We saw a couple of nice rides from Balaram Stack. We saw rides from Jake Maki, Mike Ty Burdine, Mona Jones-Wong might have just been biding her time. We also saw a lot of being caught inside. But we are going to take you to a quick commercial break and be right back with more action from the 2025. The Hui Backdoor Shootout 96712 is where we're at, and they're coming up next.
Stay tuned, gang.
The 2025 DaHui Backdoor Shootout is presented by Keiki Beach Bungalows. Special mahalos to the members of the Hui o He'enalu and these great sponsors: North Shore Club, White Claw, Hawaii Volcanic Water, Haleiwa Distillery, Saltwater Society, Na Menihuni Umi Kumaono, and Excel Haleiwa. This live broadcast is produced by Zone Media, creators of Ocean Paddler TV, Hawaiian Extreme Sports TV, and In the Zone.
All right, aloha and welcome back to the 2025 DaHui Backdoor Shootout in loving memory of Duke Kahanamoku. I'm Cliff Fortello here with Isaiah Walker.
Oh my goodness.
Watching a drone shot of, is that Cole Rothman? We just got back in, so we'll take a look. But this is a Team 96712 Heat 6, Round 1. We have Cole Rothman, Makua Kai Rothman, Ivan Florence, as well as Nathan Florence and Jose Angel. Dr. Walker, so far so good.
Yeah, I mean, the waves have been amazing. The weather has been good. I know at first we were unsure of what the winds were going to do, but it seems like they've stayed at bay.
Yeah.
So we've got clean. Look at this. That's just
prime time.
Picture perfect pipeline, spitting barrels, crystal clear, light winds. It's really awesome. I know that last heat had some big sets, and looks like Ivan Florence taking a look at this one.
At that one, and like you mentioned, the wind. You can kind of see how earlier we mentioned how it helps keep the wave kind of open in a sense, and that great example right there.
Yeah, I mean, I was watching from the beach, and it's amazing how big those sets are, especially in person. And I feel like the cameras are amazing, but for some reason,
2 to 4 feet.
Yeah.
It's definitely not 2.
On camera, especially from these drone angles, are amazing, but it almost lulls you into this false sense of like, I could probably do that. I was down on the beach. I was like, oh no, I wouldn't paddle out to that.
These guys and gals make it look easy in a sense. You know, seasoned pipe veterans, especially in this heat right here. So I'm excited to see what the ocean will provide for these surfers. Here at the Hui Backdoor Shootout, we have somebody looking. His drone shot's giving you the best possible angle right there.
Here we go. Regular footer pulls up into the barrel. Let's see who comes out.
Oh, a little clamper there at the end.
So our only regular footers in this heat would be Makua and Nathan and maybe Jose Angel.
Yeah, maybe Jose Angel. That didn't look like Nathan, so maybe Jose.
That's interesting. They got 96712 as their team name. I know in the past, Team Florence had its own team name, but sticking with the
area code. Yeah, zip code. 96712. I know Nathan's got a spot in Pupukea now. He's joined the Mauka gang. It's my neighbor up there in Pupukea. Yeah, and then Makua Kai Rothman. He's relocated to Hawaii Island for a brief moment.
Great.
I know he's pursuing his music career and whatnot up there, but still makes it home here to Paumalu.
Right on.
Actually, Kaunala, where he's born and raised.
Right there at the backyards.
Exactly. And so here and ready to rock for our winter surf season, beginning out in the 2025 DaHui Backdoor Shootout. Waves are pristine. Still like Rocky and I did mention that the swell's still coming in. So it's expected to peak this evening. And as we speak now, those waves we see come through here on the sets are 10 to 12 feet, you know.
Yep.
And so bigger? I don't know if it can, you know what I mean?
Handle bigger.
Can handle bigger today with all that sand, and it's just doubling up on the shorebreak. Right. But we'll see what we have left in our tank for the next few heats.
Yeah, we've seen a few like fizzle out on the third reef. We've had some years at the shootout where there was a lot of white water and a lot of dipping, and so I mean this seems like the right size. I know when it's building, maybe it's kind of hard to find your lineup because it's like, all right, where is the set gonna break? You're not too sure.
Yeah, and I mean everybody wants pipe at its perfect day, right? And I remember Nate Fletcher saying he was doing the Pipe Masters, you know, the Advanced Pipe Masters, and he actually was like, you know, there's many faces of pipeline, and I was like, oh, you're right. You know, we've seen it over the last few decades. We got a surfer here going for it, backs off. But the last few decades, you see pipe. We've watched it being surfed with perfect 10s all the way down to it being surfed at gums. You know,
right?
Many faces of pipeline.
And it seemed like when those days where, I mean, I've seen like some of the best waves, like with a single ride. The rest, you know, they're kind of diamonds in the rough. So you'll sometimes get the days where it's all washed out and washed through, and then a gem will come through, you know, and those.
And that's the one.
It seems like those wave of the winter ones are usually when it's like
who's going to be
like that.
Who's going to be the jeweler?
Yeah.
To find that diamond in the rough, because you know it's hard. Like you said earlier, you know, we all think, hey man, these guys make it look easy, but it's hard selecting that one that's going to get you the perfect ride. You know.
Right.
I don't think we've got a perfect ride today. I know they don't drop the scores, you know, but we've seen some close to perfect rides, but I don't. You know, the judges are looking for a point of takeoff. You know, they want you to be at the peak.
Yeah, I was watching Boy Out from the Beach, and Makana Pang, had he made that one?
Yeah,
that was in the above 10-point ranger.
That was a deep one.
That was insane. He was close too. It looked like it.
Yeah, it looked like he had that. He picked his line again. Looked like he adjusted and looked like he was going to come out, but there's too much water moving, I believe. Took him out.
So, last we were in the booth, I mentioned that I was hoping to get some insight from you on being on the ski and in the water patrol, because you've been doing it for so many years and are part of the Hawaiian Water Patrol team, and you're usually in the water, like during the event, like at this event, on the ski. Tell us a little bit about what it's like being out there on the ski. How are you guys so good at what you do, and what is it that you're looking for when you see a rider? How do you know when to go in and grab someone?
I think a lot of it has to do with experience, you know, and with the crew that we were working with. Everybody seasoned veterans. You know, we have Abe Lerner, who's got a lot of years of experience. Of course, Uncle Terry and Brian Keolana right off the bat, but we got Abe Lerner, we got Nolan Keolana, Kavika Foster. You know, he's one of the OGs. You know, that mentored and got his son actually working with us too.
Oh, late drop.
Oh, and so. That's a great example of what we're looking for if we are out there on the skis. Is if you see a wipeout like that, you're on. I mean, we're already on alert. But when you see a wipeout like that, you're elevated. And what we're looking for is just what we see here. The surfer pops up, either looking for his board or the surfer. And then you can kind of tell. A lot of times, these guys are all seasoned veterans and seasoned surfers, so they'll wave if they're injured. They'll let you know that it's an emergency, you know, and for the most part. But it's so hard to get reps.
Look at this.
Before, look how beautiful that wave is. It's so hard to get reps before in practice in the arena. You know what I mean? Because it's like crowded, and there's always guys. And so ocean safety a little different. They're on duty and they're working and they get reps. A little different for us. So sometimes you know it's a little tricky, but through the years we've managed.
Right. Now, when you go and grab someone, I remember one year at the shootout, there was a guy that you rescued, and his board was dragging because his leash was still on. How do you communicate to the person? Like, do you show up and be like, tell them what to do, or like, hey, take off the leash?
I said Hemo.
Yeah,
I did. I said Hemo your leash, but you know, it's like, like I said, I grew up working when I worked with Kavika. Originally brought me in. We had Daryl Stanton in that era, you know, and Brock and those guys with Uncle Terry, and a lot of more local surfers, who understood terminology
in the shootout. Yeah. So Hemo, if our listeners don't know,
Hemo means to remove. Yeah. Right. And so Hemo your slippers. You take your slippers off before you go in the house. So I was telling him Hemo your leash, and he was Spanish, I believe.
Yeah.
Didn't speak. Didn't know what I was trying to tell him. So you only have a couple of seconds.
Yes.
So it was main thing. I had him, and then I just prayed that the leash didn't snap the board back into my head, you know.
Oh yeah.
So that's the reason why we do take off the leash once you get the surfer, is so it doesn't become an issue with our impeller or with it becoming a projectile, because you know normally it's the back half of the board and got the skegs on there, you know, surf fins and stuff, and that can actually slice you really, really bad. So we kind of like to take that off once we retrieve our competitor, because that's their lifeline, right? if they're unconscious or whatever underwater and their board is like what we call tombstoning,
Yep.
that's their lifeline telling us
where they are. Yeah.
And so if they become detached from that, then we have a situation that is in dire need of finding or locating their surfer, because as you can see, especially from the drone shots, you'll be able to see that white water and all those bubbles. If you're in there underwater,
there's no seeing.
You don't know. You can't see them. You don't know where they are or where the currents are taking them. Are they going out the Gums Channel? Are they going down the beach? You know, like what's really going on? And so, a matter of time. Time is of the essence when you're injured and underwater. So,
and the current does pull from the screen left to right pretty strong, especially when you get these big west swells.
Very, very strong current. You'll get swept off the beach by one of those big sets come through. 2-3 of those will come up high, and then they'll suck you off the beach, and then wherever that water deems you're going, you're going. There's no fighting it. Yeah, and sometimes the Gums sandbar, it just depends on what the topography of the ocean's floor is in that area. Sometimes it'll shoot you out that Gums Channel, or sometimes you'll get shot down the beach.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Which is what unfortunately happened to Malik Joel some years back.
Yeah.
You know, he got detached from his board and ended up down the beach, and so yeah, we pray for the best, but prepare for the worst. You know.
Well, appreciate what you do out there, and for all of our ocean safety.
Yeah, no, Mahalo. I thank
care.
Hawaiian Water Patrol for allowing me the opportunity to learn from them. Uncle Terry and Brian, you know, they're the best, and talk about making it look effortless. And you know, the Keolanas and Fosters and Ahuis and you know, even Makani Foyset's with us now. His dad was my captain when I got in ocean safety on the west side, and so and his grandfather shaped canoes, and his ohana is saltwater people too. So it's all ocean-oriented people around us. Abe Lerner, 25 years on the jet ski out here. Wow. You know, he spent his entire career pretty much out here, and so very, very seasoned veteran. Kyle Powell, Kamalani, all us guys all got in ocean safety same time with George Waddingham, who still, he works with us from time to time, but he's also on ocean safety, watercraft operator. So there's a lot of experience within our group, and we just feed off of each other, and kind of, you know, 2 steps ahead what we're going to do. You know, it makes for a great crew that I get to work with, so I'm thankful.
Right. And would you, I mean, as a ocean rescue person, would you advise people to, when they're surfing waves like Pipeline, to wear flotation? I know some people will wear wetsuits that have some float to it. Does that help in a situation?
For me personally, I believe like those are safety devices that were created, which are awesome. Helmets, flotation, amazing. But my opinion in that matter is, if you can't or you wouldn't surf it without it, or couldn't surf it without it, you probably shouldn't be out there.
Right.
You know what I mean? Because then that's a false sense of security.
Yeah. Like, I'm going to buy a helmet and flotation. I'm going to go surf.
Yeah, I'm going to go 30-foot wide and see, you know, those guys at the Eddy, you know, it doesn't give it justice watching it. Like these guys here at Pipe.
Koa Smith,
he's wearing a flotation helmet, everything. This guy's one of the most seasoned surfers, surfs waves, big waves all over the place, you know.
Check him out right in the backwash.
Yeah, and so for them, yeah, of course, because he could and would surf it without it. But given the fact that they have it, why wouldn't you use it?
Right.
You know what I mean? Because at the end of the day, from a safety standpoint, we want all of these guys. You know, it's such a tight community, the surfing industry and stuff like that, that we love each other. We're all brothers and sisters. We want everybody to go home to their families safely. And if you can and have the access to it, then why wouldn't you use it, right? But you do see some guys out there, you know, and it's like, hey, dude, it's 4 feet sunset. Like, what are you wearing a float suit?
Yeah.
And then their abilities aren't there. But, and to each his own. Maybe he's, you know, feels safer, whatever, what have you. But yeah, I wouldn't recommend using it if you're not really.
Although I heard Cliff's 4 feet earlier, so.
It was 2 to 4 feet when I was in bed this morning. But yeah, it was 2 to 4 feet, but just go to show how it went from that to this, and it's a matter of hours, you know.
Yep.
And we got some sets rolling through here, and maybe we'll get to see these guys showcase their talent, because this is one of the more talented, not more talented, I would say, but one of
pipe specialists.
One of the, you know, favored pipe specialists here with the Rothmans and the Florences.
Yep.
And then a little bit aside of Jose Angel. But look, those just washed through, you know. Very, very, very big wave.
Right, yeah. So in this heat, we have, again, Cole Rothman, Makua Rothman, Ivan Florence, Nathan Florence, Jose Angel. In the next heat, we just saw it's the New Earth Project, Team New Earth Project, and Kelly Slater, Kai Lenny, Koa Smith, Kaulana Apo, Shaden Picaro, Luke Tima. So they have a full roster. Only 5 are allowed at a time, so we'll have to get back to you on which 5 are going to be surfing today. We did see Koa Smith, and kind of cool. He's riding one of those asymmetrical boards where the tail on the left side is different than the right side.
It's always, everyone's always thinking outside the box. You know, it's like how do you reinvent the wheel, kind of. You know, but it's cool to see, and it's going to be interesting to see if Kelly makes it. I don't see any commotion, right?
That's Kaulana Apo.
That's Kaulana.
And that's Shaden Picaro.
Shaden Picaro. So Shaden was an alternate, right? And so he made it. So he made it off. So he's psyching.
That looks like Luke Tima.
So I'm taking it that maybe Kelly opted out and potentially Bethany or Kai Lenny.
I said it earlier. These two Hawaiian brothers right here are some of my favorites. Their style, it's similar too. The way Shaden and Kaulana surf, real smooth. Both goofy footers, real nice carving, eye-pleasing styles to watch surf.
A little bit of soul surfing action. And Shaden actually, came into his own right as a father. You know, fatherhood is grew upon him. He's got another one expected, and so life happens.
Yeah, I just saw he has like a TV show out on YouTube that they're putting out, and look forward to seeing that. Here we go.
We have a paddler.
It's like Ivan, maybe. Woo! Look at that drop.
Nice drop. Pulls in. It does look like Ivan. Ivan Florence. And then
back.
Who's out the back?
This looks like a Rothman, probably
Makua Kai. Yeah, Makua Kai Rothman. Backside attack. Sets his rail, sits on it, and gets barreled. Nice job. Nice job, Makua Kai. And again, he's got a float suit on with a helmet, but he'd be out there with or without that. So he's another one, father, as we get kids and stuff, people rely on us to provide for our ohana, so he's taking precautions now with this is your career, right? And so you choose the correct tools for the trade, and when it's 10 to 12 feet and no longer 2 to 4 feet, then you bust the good stuff out. So here we're going to replay Ivan's wave.
Wait, when he was paddling for it, he looked super deep.
And then Makua Kai here on the backside, setting his rail there, grabbing rail, sitting, getting pitted, and then coming out.
Nice.
So they got that wave out of their way, and now we're here back with live coverage. So
yeah, it's really kind of interesting because you want to go fast because you want to make the wave. But then you don't want to go too fast because you want to make sure that you're in the barrel of the wave.
Yes.
So with Ivan's wave, it looked like he was super deep, and that drop was really late. But because of the speed that he picked up right off of that initial
you're going
down
so fast.
Drop, it's hard to kind of slow down when you're riding a 12-foot wave playing Mach speed.
Yeah, exactly. And you want to stay safe, so don't do anything stupid. They say, right? Like, you're on it. If you can. If no can, just get to the channel safely.
I was downstairs talking to Shinpei Horiguchi.
Oh, man.
And he had, the wipeout of the event so far.
And he's still smiling.
He's still smiling.
I was like, man, this guy's smiling. He's alive.
That's what he was
came out.
David Stant was, and we were talking together with him, Shinpei, and David was describing, after you got blown up, we seen you go over the falls.
Yeah, he got sucked over the falls.
And then he was like, I don't even remember. And he's like, oh, you must be concussed.
Oh, guaranteed. It's like, those would be one of them if we're on the ski. Keep an eye. Make sure he surfaces for one, and then make sure he surfaces in one piece, because he literally, it looked like he was like, do I pack it or do I straighten out? And then that split second, the lip just was on him. And like you said, we saw him come back over. I was in the judges' tower, so you could see everything. And I mean, I don't know what he does, yoga or whatever. That dude is limber because he got folded like origami.
I know.
And you know, he had a big smile on his face after. He's like, man, I'd be out for months.
I don't know how his body or his board survived that, because when he straightened out, you see the slow-mo of it, the lip landed right on him.
Literally landed right on him. So, pack another little replay. Different angle of Ivan's wave there. So, like you said, he just dipped it. Makua's wave. So, you see Makua kind of gave it a moment to set up and dragged and stuff like that, but it's hard to make a call out there when you're traveling at Mach speed, like you say. You know,
especially a lot of the guys are riding bigger boards, which also has more momentum, and so being able to slow down a larger board takes a bit more drag.
Yeah, it's definitely not as easy.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, they're talking about these waves coming through. So that's third reef. If you can see on your TV, this is a live shot. Third reef breaking. This tells me and these competitors that we got waves are coming.
As a surfer, that's a heart-pounding moment, right? Where you see that massive waves are coming, and you have to paddle out.
Start heading to the channel. So we got a taker on this one here.
Goofy footer might be
Ivan, I think. And so it looked like he used that wave to just get into the channel, you know?
Yeah.
Smart move, because these are just going to wash through. Like, this is a lot of water mass moving, a lot of energy. And nice drone shot.
So that's what we call the second reef.
Yeah, so this is a second reef shot. The third reef was where it originally broke. Yeah, we saw that white water. And then first reef is right where you normally see folks getting barreled out of their mind. But from time to time, you'll get guys take off on the second reefers. And then
set it up
for the inside. Guys like Kala Alexander was one that would catch him from the second reef, you know. And I think I've seen Mason out there a few times, Uncle D. Uncle Mike, you know that.
Right.
The Irons brothers, like you'd see them sit out there with a big enough board and go, okay, I'm gonna. They call it like a chip shot, right? If you get out there and you set yourself up for the dredger in the inside, which kind of gives you a glimpse into the mentality of these guys, you know. Like I personally was like, nah, maybe not second, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'll wait for the 2 to 4 foot day.
Well, thank you for joining us today. It's been a great day of surfing, beautiful weather, got some great cameras to provide you the best angles of every wave that's being ridden today. And we still are in round one, and here's a replay of, looks like Ivan Florence.
That's Ivan's wave, and you can see he gets to the bottom, and then it just doesn't set up for him, so he takes the ride to the channel, you know. I would say that's kind of a smart play in a sense.
Now, I noticed this year something new. It seems like the cameramen in the channel are all wearing either green or blue colors. Is this a safety precaution?
I believe part of it is for safety, but it's mainly for the contest director and organizer. So there's the format is designed so that the surfers can actually get sponsorship shots. So that, you know, it's sport surfer friendly.
Right.
And so the more photographers out there, the more chance you get that shot that can actually gain you some coin, you know, some money. We got to eat. And so I believe the color of the jerseys are if they checked in with the beach marshal, if they registered, you know, because you gotta be registered, so that accountability is everything, right? And so they want to know who's out there and who are they taking pics for, and just so it's not just any
random
can go out and stuff like that.
And then because you want to make sure that you trust, even because the cameramen too have to be excellent watermen, waterwomen. I saw.
So that's our kuleana too, right? Our responsibility is not just the surfers; it's event safety, right? So surfers, yes, but the camera folks as well. Like when you see those bombs roll through, these guys get smoked a lot of times, and they end up in the wash or end up in the rip, we pick them up, we'll give them a ride back, or we'll take them to shore and stuff like that. Just making sure everybody that's involved with our event is safe. Yeah. Just like beachgoers too. You know, I've made some rescues of kids on the shoreline at the shootout before. You know, luckily Rocky was actually in the judge's booth, saw it all go down. I was able to yell to me when I could look down and actually see the kids in the whitewater just about to get sucked out to sea.
Oh wow!
So it's all hands on deck. Everybody's here to put on a good event and safe. Like I said, we want everybody to return to their loved ones safely. You know, the last couple of events we had action, but you know, it happens with this. This is I believe one of the most dangerous waves in the world, and that's why you see folks with, especially seasoned veterans, with helmets and float suits and stuff. You know, they know that the potential is there. And so,
one thing that I believe is that Hawaiians have been very innovative over time, inventing things like, as we see here today, surfing, and the development of different sports and arts, even in music, slack key or the steel guitar, which interestingly the steel guitar is part of the evolution to the electric guitar in rock and roll music and stuff. But anyway, a more recent innovation amongst the Hawaiian community that you've been a part of is using jet ski and the sled, and the Hawaiian Water Patrol kind of at the forefront of using that technology to improve the ability to rescue.
Yeah, look at all these beachgoers having a wonderful time, staying nice, high and dry. We like to say in ocean safety and stuff is high and dry, right? But like you mentioned, you touched bases on it, and you know what is funny is that Uncle Brian, Uncle Terry, you know, Dennis Govea, Mel Puu, and those that did start, you know, Kavika Foster guys and Abe Lerner, everyone who had a hand in it to develop and progress from where it was with surfboards. Like imagine Eddie Aikau era surfboard, no leash, but just a surfboard to rescue guys on it.
Which, by the way, Duka Hanamuku was at the forefront of using the surfboard to save people,
so,
even in California.
And so that's basically where it transitions from that to where we're at today. It was and always, I believe, has been a lifeguard, right? We got action here, scratching for this one and opting out. But yeah, so Hawaiians, in a sense, if you think about it, we're always forward thinkers. You know, 2,000 years of being here, thousands of miles from people, and we're able to navigate utilizing the elements and stuff is, I mean, extraordinary. And then to bring it back to where it is today, where we actually still do celestial navigation and stuff like that, is just one component, one component to what our people have been able to do. And so jet ski rescue has been developed by them, and they were all ocean safety officers, you know, like, so Brian worked for ocean safety, as well as Uncle Terry, Dennis Govea, Mel Puu, all lifeguards. And how do we make this easier and quicker?
You know, it's a real privilege to be talking with Cliff here, as so many years of experience working with the Hawaiian Water Patrol. And as we're talking, I'm realizing, and even if you just describe the event and the camera folks, and we're not just displaying the surfers in this event, but also in many ways, even the Hawaiian Water Patrol, and over the last few years, we've seen rescues where people's lives were saved on live, TV from the Hawaiian Water Patrol. So it's kind of cool that the holistic perspective of this event is that we're celebrating, water people, watermen and women, and it whether you're on a ski or on the wave, on the surfboard, it's everyone out there has experience and has a bit of brilliance to them that we can all celebrate. So really cool, because as we're talking about here, we're seeing the jet skis and using the sled, that big oversized boogie board, so to speak, on the back of that. This was an innovation that took place amongst the Hawaiian Water Patrol, and using that, and now it's global. That's what everyone uses when they're doing rescue saves.
It's for good cause, right? Good reason. It's all about safety and life safety, life saving, and that's the bottom line, and it's part of the innovation. And especially for us, like, if you think about Hawaiian Water Patrol and what we do, waves are big, gnarly, most of these, not most, but all of these surfers are seasoned veterans or they're experienced, you know. But hats off to the ocean safety, City and County of Honolulu, and the guys that implemented it, and
Right.
you know, Uncle Brian and the pioneers, and Uncle Terry, Dennis Gobert and Mel Poo, and all these pioneers that brought it to the forefront and where it's at today. Because ocean safety, if you think about it, they watch 99.9% of the people that come to Hawaii or go into the waters, which skill levels vary, right? We are watching these guys whose skills levels, you know, they're professional
Right.
surfers, but they are charging, and we do get into situations where, you know, but I think enough isn't given or said about ocean safety and,
Right.
and their ability, with or without jet skis, to keep our population safe from one of the more hazardous areas. You know, we're on an island surrounded by water, and they get day in and day out are inundated with folks that come to the beach just aren't aware, you know.
Yep.
And so we are fortunate to be able to be in a position where we get surfers, and they're pretty much aware of their surroundings and where they're at. But they do push the limit, and that's where we come into play. And we do have hairy situations and have had to utilize our skill set to save lives. But hats off to ocean safety, you know, and those guys, the men and women who risk their lives daily, you know, hats off to them, and helping with the innovation of where the watercraft and
Yep.
ski and stuff is at today.
No, it is cool. I mean, just to provide a little more historical context to ocean safety, it is these surfers, and a lot of them from Hawaii. Prior to Duke Hanamoku, he had a generation just like a little older than him was a guy named George Freeth, who was a Hawaiian Hapa Haole, so Hawaiian and Haole guy that grew up in Hawaii and was like one of the premier surfers, like kind of, I guess he would have been like an uncle to Duke Hanamoku.
The generation before,
right? And then, but him and Duke were really close. And in fact, when Duke Hanamoku was in California, because Duke had some time where he was in Hollywood movies and spending some time kind of in the spotlight after he was in the Olympics and winning gold medals. And then he started traveling and working for the Red Cross and teaching people ocean safety and how to rescue and so forth. But George Freeth was already established in California, and he had brought with him a lot of the tools of safety and rescue. And so, you see on Baywatch and stuff, that float that people use. So he really developed the evolution of that. And then, of course, using surfboards, as I mentioned earlier, Duke Hanamoku was most notably remembered for an incident where there was a boat that flipped over in Newport Beach. He paddled out and saved many, many people. Unfortunately, he couldn't save everyone, but he did it on his surfboard and utilized the same sort of techniques that you still see in here today.
Yeah, that's awesome how that transpired. And with about 20 seconds left in this heat, it's amazing to hear the history of, just the backdoor shootout in loving memory of Duke Hanamoku.
Oh,
and look at
Ivan.
this one. Ivan Florence just on a dredger at the buzzer, but not able to come out of that one. But man, talk about packing the boat. That was definitely a lot of water, one of the larger sets. At the end of the heat, we got Makuakai Rothman there sending it on 1-2. Getting under that lip.
All right, well, that's the end of heat number 6 with 96712. We'll be back with the New Earth Project. Stay with us.
Aloha.
Allow us to help you grow your brand and expand your business by reaching Hawaii's giant outdoor sports and ocean enthusiast demographic. Zone Media Advertising specializes in television commercial production and campaigns, social media content production and distribution, drone and video production, cutting-edge live productions, and more. With over 25 years leading Hawaii's action sports market, give us a call to find out how we can help you grow your business.
Aloha, welcome back to the Backdoor Shootout 2025. Can't believe it's 2025 already.
Oh, man.
Pretty old, but
I better remind myself when I write my paperwork. You know, that's what's going to happen, Professor. You do all your paperwork. 2025.
And we're wearing these Hui hats, and on the side it says 50th anniversary. That's awesome.
I never even
mind-bending.
noticed that. Mine get them too.
Yep.
All
50th
right.
anniversary. Just wow.
50 years in the making.
So pretty cool.
That's big.
Time flies.
Mm-hmm.
So we're here, and we have our heat. It's a team format if you're just joining us. So they're not surfing against each other, but with each other. The objective is to try and accrue as many points as possible for your team and also for yourself, because at the end of the event, we'll crown both a team and an individual champion. Last year was Volcom that won the team division. The year before that was Snap 5.
Yep, Snap 5.
Or were they 4 back then? Can't remember.
Yeah, it was Snap 4.
Okay.
Yes, and now Snap 5 is going to premiere. I'm very excited for that.
And so New Earth Project is a team here. We've got Bethany Hamilton, Koa Smith, Kaulana Apo, Luke Tima, and Shaden Picaro.
Yeah, so Kelly Slater and Kai Lenny on the absence right now. But I was ready to talk about Kelly and Kai Lenny, you know, and say that was so Kelly of you, Kelly, but not today then, Kelly. We'll put that on the back burner, but shout out to you, brought us.
We've seen both of them put in a bit of time at the Backdoor Shootout.
Big time.
Last year, Kai Lenny got injured in the early round.
Right off the get-go.
With the Standup division. We're grateful that, he pulled through, and he's doing well now, but scary times, right?
Scary times.
Even somebody as accomplished as Kai Lenny, who's gone around chasing the 100-foot wave in that award-winning film, the 100-foot wave. Pretty cool.
Unreal, yeah.
Grammy, I think they won for it.
Okay. Oh,
anyway.
Good.
Anyway, Oscar, sorry.
He's been working on his equipment, and a lot of things are going good for him. But I'll tell you what, it's just like, Rest in Love Malik from Tahiti. You watch this guy do all kinds of crazy stuff on just the biggest waves of death, and then, something, that's why the ocean needs to be respected. It could be a 2 to 3 foot day, maybe 4 foot day.
I was telling you, I have a couple of personal favorites out here. We've got Shaden Picaro and Kaulana Apo. Both of them stylish, goofy footers, very smooth surfers, and we'll hopefully get to see them ride some waves today. Interesting, there's a lot of waves out there in the ocean, and are surfers being selective, or is it just that
it's dragging
rising
through so thick? I can see the crease from the third floor. It's so thick that it's slabby, and these guys are specialists. They're not going to put themselves hang over a ledge where you're just going to get just taken to the bottom. So I feel that they're making some smart choices. But as we get out of round 1 into their second surf, things are going to get serious, because a lot of these iconic athletes, some of them don't have scores. Like it was North Shore Surf Shop, Ohana. Those guys, amazing heat, some huge pipe specialists. But their heat just kind of went silent. Iala put on a huge show right there. But Mackay and Landon, they didn't get their fair share, just like Legend,
Right.
I think this is Legend's first DaHui Backdoor Shootout. So, right in front of his house, he wants to make a statement.
Right. I think when it comes to surfing bigger waves, I don't know if most people realize this, but usually, you'd be lucky if you're surfing out for several hours and get 1 or 2 good ones.
Exactly. And that's like how they designed it. You compress it into 30 minutes. Team, you get a little bit more freedom and relaxation. But I'll tell you right now, when the horn blows in 30 minutes and it's that big, to each its own. Some people don't catch a wave.
Right. Okay, so Bethany Hamilton, Koa Smith, Kaulana po Luktima Shaden Picaro.
So Kaulana is in the heat. And
I'm realizing, everyone except Luke Tima is Goofy Foot in this heat.
Oh, gotcha. Is Luke in this heat?
I believe so. I saw him on the beach earlier. So
He's been a hardworking junior Grom into the pros with, something that I like to admire is he put in the time. I've watched his dad teach him, and then he went through the ranks. You know what I mean? There's people that skip and fast forward, but, he's got a lot of heats under his belt. Right. And he deserves it. He went through the NSSA. He went through the Hawaii Surfing Association. Got himself some state national titles, and now he's in the backdoor shootout. He's on his way.
Yep.
Good performances by all these guys. As a few of those past heats, I heard you and Cliff Botello, one of my favorites, just talking about the Hawaiian Water Patrol, and I couldn't help but lend an ear about how iconic all those characters work together. And it's risk assessment and safety always. I heard Koa Rothman, the Rothman legacy, is down on the beach with Iolani Adams.
Oh, look at this double up. Oh, my gosh. Oh, that looked like Koa Rothman.
Oh, man, he already came out of the gate with a beautiful wave.
See how much water was moving up the face of that wave? It was like he was riding a river wave. A standing wave for a moment there. We'll see this one. See how he takes off. He has the right edge, but then that double up, monster double up, just throws him forward over the handlebars. Thankfully, he's all right.
I want to say that might be Koa Smith.
Yep.
And yes, we're down on the beach with Iolani Adams and Mr. Koa Rothman getting a beautiful pipe scud missile on his earlier heat.
All right, it's Iolani again for the Hui Backdoor Shootout. We are here beachside with Koa Rothman. Koa, tell us your wave, that one killer wave that you caught all the way through.
Oh, yeah, it felt really good. It was like a little sketchy of a drop, and then it just barreled perfectly and came out. So I was hoping for, possibly the wave of my life, but I was stoked to get that. It was just too bad. It was there was big washers that came through that if they were just 2 feet smaller, it would have been non-stop consistent like that.
Right, I know the conditions is kind of, for me, that it's gnarly out there, but would you say that the conditions could be, because of the conditions, it's the way it is?
I think it was probably some of the best pipe I've ever seen, honestly. When I was sitting out there waiting for my heat to start, I was looking at Nate, my brother Makua, and Ivan, and Jose, who was in our heat, and we're just I think this might be the best pipe I've ever seen. It was just so perfect and glassy and huge. It never stands that tall usually, the barrels, so it was insane. We got really lucky. We got a couple, and then...
You heard it from Koa Rothman. Sending it upstairs. All right, you guys.
What's up, gang? We are back. Thank you, Koa Rothman and Iolani Adams. As that was Koa Smith on that last one, huh?
Yep, looked like it. I mean, because we saw him paddle out earlier on a yellow board. That was a yellow board. So unless there's another rider with a similar looking board, but that was a heavy one. That monster
back.
Double up went for it, and unfortunately caught an edge on the rail and got thrown over the falls, but way to charge.
The last 3 years, he's really been on a tear on his Elboom surfboards, doing his thing, trying out those new helmets.
Yeah, so this is a New Earth Project team. They're doing a lot of cool stuff to kind of do some environmental work to help to take care of our planet. So we mahalo them for what they're doing.
Eco-friendly.
It's like a paddle here. It's like Luke Tima.
Oh, yeah, Tima boy. Doing his thing. I haven't got to watch Tima surf pipe, but his young generation, they've been putting in their time and super stoked to watch. New Earth Project, Kelly Slater, when I go to one of my board warehouses, he's all over on every floor about, let's leave less of a footprint, the way he's packing his surfboards and stuff too. So yeah, every time I go to my board warehouse, I see him.
Right on.
Yeah. Good to see that iconic character doing good things.
Yeah, Peter King is part of that project and doing good things and organizes his team, and So
capturing amazing moments as well too.
Yeah. See him foiling a lot in our my neck of the woods. Yeah.
Sheesh, man. That guy, like, if you guys don't know Peter King was from a generation from the day. These guys, you know, the ASP tour. You know?
Well, they had their own California, had like the PSAA tour.
Yeah, they had the PSAA, they had the ASP tour.
Oh, here's a replay. Luke's waved.
A little bit wonked. He got a little bit, he went over a rib and got shaken just a little bit. It just kind of took him out of his perfect line he wanted.
And you can see there's a bit more ribs now out there. We've
now
been talking about that, like,
I don't feel the wind, though, up here.
I don't feel it either.
Not a breath, but the ocean looks like she wants to go bellows.
Right.
Oh, man.
Make it a little trickier.
That's okay. It's big enough for a folding barrel. There's certain things that this girth, this size, it might even change it. A couple scoop pipe scud missiles.
Right. I remember when I was younger, there was a Pipe Masters event. Tom Carroll won it. And there's that iconic shot of him like doing a big turn under the lip.
The turn underneath that A-frame.
Yeah. That day it was pretty stormy, actually.
Yeah. Like Barton Lynch up there in the judges' tower. Oh, too tall to stall on that one. You know, his sayings, like, it is true, you know? Bart's was also a ASP Association surfing professional, and we also have Faith Wenzel here in the flesh, ASP, second floor.
Wow.
So if you guys owe from back in your day, and you guys want to pay her back, she's here right now at the Volcom House. But yeah, she used to take care of all the pro longboarders, all the pro shortboarders, you know. And if you had the same name, John, you got to make sure Auntie. You know, you want to make sure you get your points.
Right on. Well, we're looking towards the northeast side of the island right now with this drone cam. You can see the point over there. It's Sunset Point, Paumalu, Kaunala. We've heard some Hawaiian names of some of these places. Ehukai is the beach park here that we're looking at. And up above, we talked a bit about the mountain ranges. And up there, there's a community called Pupukea. And so we're getting a real kind of like 360 view of the island looking toward the west. And now you see one thing beautiful. They call this a 7 Mile Miracle because there's surf spot after surf spot. There's no like break in it. So like there's pipeline, backdoor, off the wall, rock piles. It just keeps going. Keiki, and around the corner we got Waimea Bay. Once you round Sharks Cove area, that's something really kind of cool about the North Shores. It's just spot after spot.
Gotcha. It is true. And then there's so much other gold I can't even tell you guys. You know what I mean? I mean,
Oahu is like that. Like you could really paddle your surfboard
there's still
from break
stuff
to
I
break to
haven't
break
tapped into.
and circle the whole island.
Alika Annex does that with his camel pack, but I won't follow him past Kahana Bay, you know?
Right? I think in this heat, too, there she is.
Yep,
Bethany
there she
Hamilton.
is. One of my favorites.
Really cool. She got to surf in the Women's Expression Session, and she's also in the New Earth Project. I think we're here a little bit more about from Bethany.
This Mana Wahine.
Super stoked though. I got invited to surf in the Backdoor Shootout. The Hui Backdoor Shootout with Eddie Rothman and the crew on the North Shore. I'm going to be in the New Earth Project team. So the team is Kyle Lenny, Kelly Slater, Koa. That's just like the epic roster to be surfing with. I think for me, it definitely is a really big challenge as far as catching the wave and doing that with one arm. And DaHui is the best event at Pipe. It's so sick. They have endless hours in the water. So I'm only with my team. And so we're kind of cheering each other on versus like back paddling each other. So that's insane. And you get 30 minutes twice a day shuffled up. And it's just the dream event, especially for a wave like Pipe where it's just high stakes and you just really like need that window of time to kind of charge.
Great insight from Bethany.
Yes.
I love how she talked about the event and how unique it is. Called it a dream event. Just how you have that camaraderie and you have 30 to 35 minutes to surf Pipe with a handful of your friends.
Yep.
Glad that she's with her team here at the New Earth Project. And
glad she's here with us.
Participate. Looks like she's sitting further out than everybody.
Yeah.
She wants the bomb.
Yeah. For everything that she's been through and how much she promotes the goodness of women's sports and progressive surfing. Bethany Hamilton, hats off, next level. And, for what she also went through, talking about her sport. It's, I'm glad that she's here with us at the Hui Backdoor Shootout.
I mean, resilience is the word that comes to mind when, for somebody to go through such trauma and then the challenge of, like, how do you get back to normalcy? But, I mean, she's managed to do it, which is incredible.
But also backing up her women's sport of women's surfing, she spoke her mind, and here we go, Shade OP. Beautiful style, this guy. Awesome, Shade OP. Part of the Carve Eyewear Ohana, and he's got a podcast now. I'm super excited. Yeah,
I think it's a TV show, with
good for
him and his family. Is talking against all odds, I guess, and being a young dad and family life is, and trying to, live the dream here on the North Shore with a young family.
Does his thing, yeah. He lives up on a hill on a beautiful property and lives his lifestyle.
I was mentioning earlier, I know his family. So there's like 4 generations of them. So his dad is a surfer. I was just surfing with him at my old home breaks in Hilo just a couple weeks ago. And his grandfather still surfs as well.
Oh, cool.
And then he has a son. So it's kind of interesting to have all four generations.
Generations.
I told him, you guys got to go and catch one wave together and photo it or something.
Generation photo, yes.
Great grandpa to the grandkid.
Yeah. And you can find him giving surf lessons here on the North Shore, too. You might as well get a surf lesson from some iconic surfers, Check who's
Replay.
taking care of you.
Shado
Beautiful
here.
drop.
Slows down, big cavernous barrel, comes out with the spit. Nice ride.
He was clicked in right off the takeoff. Beautiful drop down. He even gave it a little bit of enthusiasm to speed it up off the bottom.
Yep.
He's feeling his Eric Arakawa surfboard, so that's awesome.
Now, he grew up in Pohoiki, which is on the big island of Hawaii, where one of the last major lava flows that went off on a different fissure. So you have these fissures that are offshoots from the main Kilauea, and they can pop up anywhere. And this last one, unfortunately for the community of Pohoiki, popped up down there.
It took my favorite left that the Big Island boys showed me.
There's bowls, there was dead trees, there's Pohoiki First Bay, there's a bunch of breaks, Secrets, and many others down there that I grew up surfing as well. But he grew up.
Is Secrets gone now as well?
It's all gone. And all the way to Kapoho. This is miles and miles of coastline that is now like a peninsula.
Yeah.
Right. Like you could go walk out on the lava and be like, oh, this is where I used to.
Sheesh, must look
sit.
so different.
Way different.
That's what I mean. When the boys showed me Kalapana, they're like, I would surf right here and then when I heard about Pohoiki.
And I feel really fortunate that I was able to surf Kalapana as well. Like those
awesome.
waves, Kaimu and Left Point and canoes and drain pipes. These are all.
But that slabby
waves.
left to the left of the bay, the harbor's in the middle. I would love that slabby.
Yeah, that was dead trees. Super shallow, hollow.
Very amazing. And then iconic Big Island everyday guys out there showing me how to surf it. And Secrets has a special place with me. I fell off the rocks over there trying to skip and follow the Big Island boys. You're jumping on the rocks. I really want to see. But, in 100 years, 80 years from now, there's going to be different life.
Right.
And maybe a new surf break. I watched Weird Waves with Dylan Graves. They walked all the way out to the edge.
Right.
There is a ripple.
Yeah.
But watch what happens. You know what I
wave.
mean? Let's be positive.
Well, I've even heard stories that before Pohoiki wasn't much of a great surf spot until there was a very large earthquake, and apparently it lowered the sea level or something, and then
interesting.
And the reef changed and stuff like that. So the Big Island is very much alive.
It is.
A lot
it
of
is
mana,
alive.
and it's a very powerful place. Here we go.
Look at Shado. He's taking a look, but he's going to go under because he knows that the big sets are approaching. I'm just going to turn my head and take a live look. Yep, it's big out there.
Yeah.
You guys all know the drone up above. You know, it can kind of falter with your eyes. It's beautiful cinematography, but like right here, land level, you can see how giant it is. The waves are 8 to 10, and they're jacking up pretty quick. I'd hit the 12 to 15 within this next heat.
Oh, Bethany, look at that
Oh,
one.
Bethany is like, oh.
Like Koa Smith's
You better
whipping
go,
around
bro.
here.
Here we go,
Takes
Koa
the
Smith.
drop.
Having a great year. Oh, beautiful little styling
drop.
round off the bottom.
The GoPro in the mouth.
Yeah, we might need to talk to Alex from Zone Media. Maybe we could plug in to, you know, that's just
Oh,
another
here goes
element.
Bethany. One hand.
Oh, the houses are growing absolutely crazy.
Insane.
Wiping off some speed. That was insane. Give it
It's-
up,
it's
crowd.
amazing.
Love it.
Here we go. This looks like Kaulana Opo paddling for
go.
this one. Sorry, Luke Tima.
Tima, beautiful style. Whoa.
Slowing it down.
In the critical section, trying to get some barrel ride out of that thing. He couldn't have ridden it better. He's looking for the tube. The wave gave him what it got, and here we go.
Oh, taking a look there. Oh, look, some more lines way out the back. Whew.
Yeah, so Kaulana Po set to go. Here we go. Lines are stacking. There is some
Oh.
texture, but there's not a breath of wind. The palm tree
Look at
isn't
this
even
from
moving.
way back. This looks like Kaulana. Stalling. Trying to get under
Yeah.
that curtain. Kicks out.
Got his spring suit on. That's not going to factor in, but he just got his feet in his wax and some confidence. So that's what this event's all about. Team format.
Holy cow.
Yes, look at this. There's going to be
Ooh.
all kinds of action. That
Oh
was a
my
legitimate
goodness.
pipe cone.
Look at this. There's like 7 waves just stacked. 1, 2,
Oh,
3, 4,
here
5,
we
6.
go, guys. There's not a soul out at off the wall, rock piles, all the way down to logs. Ehukai had a couple takers this morning, but no more now. It is straight washing through.
All right, let's see if we have any takers on this
Oh,
set.
super exciting.
Got our
Wow.
camera crew there.
Yeah, super deep. You know, when the fins are vertical like that, they are taking a nice sip breath hold and getting down to the bottom. As this is a third rolling in set.
Oh my goodness.
We'll see what happens here. There's going to be some action.
It's a bomb.
Because you know this format, it's not just teamwork, but these guys, they just get to be comfortable. It's not 20, 30 people that don't know what they're doing, just trying to be at Pipeline. This is the best of the best surfing together.
Someone's whipping around here. That looks like
Yeah,
Bethany.
Bethany.
Of course,
Wow.
she'll send it. Oh my gosh.
my gosh. And she's going to the pace of the lip. Look at her. Wow. You know, people try to get away around the pipe thing. She's like waiting because she wants to get deep. You know, she's ready to show the boys what's up and put down some heavy scores for her team.
There's that water patrol we talked about before.
Yeah.
Get on the ski. Then the issue that you're concerned about is the leash, which we were talking about earlier. They managed to take off the leash.
Yes, I seen that. It's like Hemel the board, so the
Hemel.
board doesn't crack you anymore. I know these guys, every event, they see the situation, they renegotiate, assess the risk. It's just like what I've learned from Brian Kelana and those guys up on the west side. These guys all work together. And yep, I heard we got a whole bunch of replays coming. Here we go.
Look at the size of that wave.
Beth, pace of the wave, not scared of that barrel monster. She's like, come on, barrel me.
There's Luke's. Luke's one, he's dragging. You see, he's slowing himself down by putting his body in the wave.
Yep. Sensitive area, but good ride out for Luke. You couldn't have rode that any better. Beth, look at her, just at the bottom. And she's waiting for it. She has a different Jedi approach. I don't know. I think that's more dirty lickings than Shinpei this morning.
Yeah,
I
that was
just,
bigger.
the way the wave is going towards gumballs. It's already harnessed. It's curtain drop.
You're right, though. She was she was waiting because she was trying to slow down.
Yeah, yeah.
And look at her back at it.
Now just run it off. Ain't no thing. Bethany Hamilton. Also, children's book writer I was speaking about too. Awesome. She's going to grab her board and get right back out there like Makana the Surfing Lion, the book that she wrote for her kids.
Broken leash, needs to find a new leash. Oh.
Yeah. Can do the old Kanaka tie. Just tie them really quick. No, but you need like big forearms and big fingers to pull the knot. Like I would go find
here we go. On the
Kavika
outside.
Stan to go tie my leash back together.
Tima again.
Tima. Foam ball rider. But that's awesome. He took off on a bomb. He was just looking for something significant to get barreled by. Wow. The ocean is alive. Look at the pad of ocean out there.
I mean,
just been obliterated. There's foam 1 mile out.
I mean, compared to this morning when heat number 1 went out on the stand-up.
Oh, yeah.
This is just a whole different setup.
I love it. Tomorrow we check in. Tomorrow behind this fence at 6 a.m. We'll see what happens. We'll see what Uncle Eddie and DaHui He'inala think.
Just Luke trying to slow down.
Big wave.
Yeah. Beautiful.
Nice read. Did what he could. Oh, yeah. He got all the ehukai, all the little broken up saltwater ions. It's about to just come to a shore near you and change your attitude, make you feel all awesome. 5 minutes remaining. I heard Bretta Rock. Very exciting as we're going to go into Team Peru after this. Some heavy hitters.
I believe maybe the final heat of the day.
Yeah. Yeah, that is the final heat of the day.
Well,
yes, we're 3:32.
Yeah. I mean, unless they're going to plan on running another.
I mean, we could go all the way back up to the top, but Uncle's going to have to text the North Shore boys. These guys might just be watching at the Chandler house. But you know what? These guys are ready to go. They knew from this morning the waves were going to get big, and I heard a bunch of discussion about 11 o'clock, and then Uncle Eddie said straight up, no, 11, check in, ready to surf. Boom, ski. And we're on, main event. I kind of thought tomorrow, but I'm stoked with this.
Yeah, it's been a lot of great action today. Saw the many different faces of Pipeline, so it was really cool to watch it be from what Cliff called 2 to 4 feet, which I would have called probably 5-6 feet.
Yeah, but now, and then when I went up to retire him on the beach mic, he said, now it's 8 to 10. Could be occasional 15. He knows.
Awesome.
Yeah. Who's that? Free Surfers. Or no, that's Team Peru. In the house.
That's Koa Smith, so that's our heat. So that's Koa Smith with the helmet on there. Luke Tima and Kaulana Po.
Yeah, I wonder what Kaulana's riding there.
Remember first seeing Kaulana, he was a young kid at the Rel Sun competition when he was just a little guy. And I remember being impressed with from when he was like 10 years old, like, oh, this kid rips.
The kid has this amazing, iconic front side searing carve. And it turns into a downward carve, and then right off his rolled bottom turn. It's real cosmetically pleasing to the eye. And this guy can get barreled, too. He comes with a lot of style.
Yeah, and especially at bowls, you know.
Yeah.
He's got a lot of great...
He rounds every turn. Nothing's half cut off. You know what I mean? It's kind of Kanaka Curran-esque, if you will. Like, he's got that forehand. He always reaches, you know what I mean? And he grabs and pulls, and a lot of things don't get out of displacement with Kaulana. So stoked that he's in the Hui Backdoor Shootout, I believe, first time for him.
Yeah, I remember he was in a Pipe Masters, I believe, a couple years ago and made it to the finals, which was awesome.
Yes. That Vans thingamajig, he did make the finals, and it was awesome. Those were super, you know. I just watched Peter King try to save it. A whole bunch of my brothers just putting phones in the box. And shout out to Black Bear and that crew. You know, we've got to keep our surf culture alive. There isn't any time for, you know, halving up the hiccups. No good. Well, keep it real for our surfers. I know somebody wants to just pull the fence open and just let a lot of people in, but that's not Hawaii culture. We can all work together, make things awesome.
Got a paddler here. As we see sets approaching out the back. Something one of the more frightful things is to paddle for the first wave of the set.
Now you see
turn around.
There is some ribs and some creases.
Here we go. Look at this thing.
But
come on,
still really clean. This is
gosh.
big.
Shado.
Shado dropping into oblivion. Deathinator. Wow, Shado. That was when man's wave. That thing was 15 feet top to bottom.
And it had like a double up in front of it that made it nearly impossible to get down. Here we go.
Oh, Smith. Beautiful. Coming around the section, knowing that he can't get barreled right off the takeoff. So these guys are getting that second bottom turn around the first falling
Koa
lip.
got one of the waves of the event at the Vans event.
He did, yeah. Him and guys like Harry Brandt.
Look at that thing.
Ooh. Wow. That's a contestable one, but you've seen that cleft that was just ready to take someone's board right from underneath their feet. And I applaud you photographers. I don't know how many death bombs you guys just dove underneath. Well, you guys are capturing your magic. Wow, no joke. There's the pipe push-outs. You know those ones that just push.
Luke Tima on the final wave of the heat.
Yeah. Good job, Luke. Welcome to the Backdoor Shootout.
Well, that was the end of our heat number 7 of round 1 of the New Earth Project. Stay with us. We're going to take a break. We'll be back with Team Peru, the last of round 1.
Heat 8. Exciting.
Snap 2, bring it back.
The 2025 DaHui Backdoor Shootout is presented by Keiki Beach Bungalows. Special mahalos to the members of the Hui o He'enalu and these great sponsors: North Shore Club, White Claw, Hawaii Volcanic Water, Haleiwa Distillery, Saltwater Society, Na Menihuni Umi Kumaono, and Excel Haleiwa. This live broadcast is produced by Zone Media, creators of Ocean Paddler TV, Hawaiian Extreme Sports TV, and In the Zone.
All right, welcome back to the Hui Backdoor Shootout 2025. We're here at Banzai Pipeline. Waves are pumping. We just finished off a New Earth Project team where we saw Bethany Hamilton, Koa Smith, Kaulana Po, Shaden Picaro, and Luke Tima battle the massive third reefers coming in.
Third reefers, and guess who we got out in the lineup right now is Team Peru. Our brothers out the back: Alonso Correa, Joaquin del Castillo, Cristobal Decal, Alvaro,
Gabriel Villarin.
Yeah, and Gabriel Villarin. But yeah, Alvaro is back from injury, so I think he's out in the lineup. He had to sit out last year.
do we know if Gabriel is in the water today?
Yes, so Gabriel usually wears a yellow hat. I'm going to double check that. And Sebastian Gomez out there. And like we talk about Team Japan, here we got some round of applause on the beach, you guys. Yep, that last heat was big. Like Team Japan, Peru is one of those heats that got in the backdoor shootout 2 years in a row. Massive surf on the second to third day, which is probably going to happen in this event again as we shoot out into 2025.
Yeah,
it's still really glassy, Isaiah, but it's got that, like, there's a wonk on there. Yeah, there's currents crossing up, but the cosmetics of the wave is still kind of sheety.
Yeah, you're right. Like there's no real wind blowing right now.
But then there's moguls, you know what I mean?
Right,
Not
right.
bad moguls for surfing, but I mean, you know,
Little
skiers
bit of-
wouldn't want this triple black diamond. No way. But yeah, I noticed it was getting large once Team Volcom. I mean, it was getting large once we started but Team Volcom, that was massive.
It's like we've got a situation with
Upside
our
down ski.
water patrol.
But these guys all work together as a team. These guys are next level, Hana and Hui. And Uncle Terry trains the men absolutely amazing as they're all the way down in front of Ehukai.
That wave flipped it.
Yep, let the ocean do its work. And then up they got the North Shore lifeguards. Shout out to our brother Tamayo Perry. Rest in love, brother. We always thinking about you, and I always say in my commentary or my beach announcing, I'm going to honor you for the rest of my life. So shout out to you, my friend.
Yeah,
This place definitely misses you. You know, he would tell you what's up. He would tell people in the parking lot, and he was an iconic man. And there's one of his brothers still with the Tamayo Perry lazy leopard hairdo. Oh, that's Luke Shepardson. Sending him out on duty here.
Oh,
And-
Ski survived that.
Yep, and you know what I really liked? You know, the Keulana brothers, you know, Nolan's always up to good things, and they're always, like, one-upping each other on risk assessment. But Brandon Martin, Keulana, loses his ski, body surfs up to it. You know him. If you know him, he's like, no, this ain't happening right now. Turns it over by himself and then just rides by and just stares at all of us at the scaffold. I was like, okay. Just always, you know.
Is Nolan working today?
Yep, he was working today. But, you know, leading up to this, I've been seeing him on the inside contours, just watching everybody, man. He's definitely an angel. Brother's keeper.
They all do amazing work, and I know he doesn't like to be, you know, spotlighted or to be, you know,
he's scared of the
focused
microphone,
on.
Uncle said.
But, I mean, he's done some miraculous things over this last year. I mean, including saving Claude Grace at the event last time, and then recently there was a high schooler that was lost at sea in the middle of the
Couldn't
night.
sleep. Yeah.
He went out there and found him.
Yeah. All the way from where he lives, jumped in his boat and did his thing. You know, he's like that. I've also watched him get out of the car, broken glass, car upside down, walk barefoot, off duty, pulled a guy out of the car, rescue him while just, you know, people just want to stand there and watch. So it's really iconic. We love it. You know, he's part of the Buffalo Keulana legacy. And, you know, growing up around iconic guys like Uncle Terry and all the kids and cowboys of the North Shore, it's super admirable. Next level is we got, I believe, Bethany Hamilton coming up on the beach as Team Peru, ready to get some frothing pipe bombs. Heavy hitters, pipe specialists, contortionists.
It's cool too about Nolan. He's become kind of important figure with the Polynesian Voyaging Society.
Yeah.
So he's one of the guys that is out there with Hokulea and
like by
taking
himself,
care.
steering Hokulea,
Right.
doing a couple U-boppers inside Makaha. Amazing.
Well, we heard some cheers down on the beach.
Yeah.
There's something exciting going on. We are celebrating Bethany Hamilton's last heat. I think we have her on the beach with
Hamilton in the
with
house.
Iolani. Right. They got Team Peru in the water, as you're saying, Ezra.
Yeah.
And we'll see how this heat goes. Like you did mention, it was either last year or the year before that when they got in the water, the waves just took off. And
that's why these guys surf 6 to 7 times. It's crazy. Like, it's like, you know, you can get a bunk heat. Like, some of these heats were slow. And then, you know, watch tomorrow. Some heats that were super going off with 8 to 10 foot surf might change for certain people. So
right.
The contest design and the dynamic, it's just, you know, real pleasant, real awesome. But the ocean has really changed after I just said glassy moguls to now there's more texture.
Right. And
a little bit more wonk. But the ocean is also just calming down and subsiding. There's a lot of energy and some crossed up northwest.
So interestingly, celebrating 50 years of the Hui Ohe'enalu, the same thing is going on with the Hokulea voyaging canoe. So those listeners who aren't aware, Hawaii has a tradition of voyaging that goes back through hundreds and even thousands of years. Through, if you've seen the movie Moana, and there's Moana 2 that's in theaters right now, I haven't seen it yet.
I came to watch Moana Wong Jones, but
right?
I want to see Moana 2.
I mean, but it is, you know, playing off of this real tradition of Pacific navigators and voyagers. Mm-hmm. And so 50 years ago, a bunch of brothers got together and sisters to bring back this tradition of voyaging. And so the Hokulea was a replica canoe of the ancient voyaging, you know, times. And it's been 50 years, and we're talking about Nolan Keolana and how he's been a part of that. Also have others, of course, that were involved. Buffalo Keolana, his grandfather, Buki Kalama, and so many others. So it's a really cool that ocean watermen are not just about riding surfboards, but canoes and a variety of other types of things.
Okay.
So we
got Beth down on the beach again. Let's check in.
She's too popular. She's got some autographs.
No
she's got
interviews.
a sign, signing, kissing babies, signing posters.
Oh, yeah. I hope you guys got some of her illustration children books over there.
Hi guys, again. We're here with Bethany Hamilton. So obviously the conditions have changed so much compared to this morning, and then you ended up breaking your leash on that last heat. So
it was like I was just sitting out by the second reefers trying to get one that would like hopefully barrel. You know, 1 out of 7 second reefers are barreling. So it was a fun challenge, just trying to line up and position, and I got a couple at least. I didn't just sit there, and it was scary and fun.
So I
feel like I'm like 12 years old right now. It was scary and fun.
I don't blame you on that. That's definitely really nerve-wracking. Obviously, the water's moving so much, but we have such an amazing crowd, and you have such a huge fan base. What does it mean to you to have all these fans here supporting you and like signing you all those books that you've accomplished over the years?
It's so sweet. It's fun to compete at a wave of consequence that's so beautiful as Pipeline, and have the crowd so close. You know, it's just something so beautiful about that, and then to have a lot of super fans is super rad. And I'm just stoked for the new year and all the fun that I got going on, and just honored, and thanks to New Earth for putting me on the team.
Well, it was so nice talking to you, and we hope to see you for tomorrow, and hopefully we can get more great barrels for the rest of the day and as well as for tomorrow. But thank you guys so much, and back to the booth.
Yeah, shaka to Bethany Hamilton. Aloha, and thank you for all you do. That's one Mana Wahine right there, Isaiah.
Yeah, she caught some of the bombs of that heat. She took off on, she was sitting the furthest out, got some roll-ins from the second reef, and took one right on the head.
Yeah.
And
Mother
just
of 2
on the
kids.
beach smiling like nothing happened.
3, actually.
I would have got PTSD from that experience.
Oh, my gosh. I mean, there is some stuff. There is some wipeouts. You can ask guys like Owen Wright. There's some pipe wipeouts you just don't come back from. Certain things, you know what I mean? Will mess with your brain. You can ask, guys like Koa Smith too. These guys have huge, tremendous things happen to them in surfing, and the love and passion for surfing, they readjust, reset. And I know the kind of surfing that these guys do is next level, and Peru ready to get on the scorecard.
Yeah, I like that this is an international event and that it celebrates Duke Kahanamoku and surfing because Duke was we sometimes refer to him as the father of modern day surfing.
Yep.
He was the one that took surfing to international places, including Australia, New Zealand, the East Coast of the United States, and many other places.
Yep.
He was traveling for Olympics and also a variety of other exhibitions that he put on, and he's quite the popular guy. Interestingly, though, he was very shy, kind of like, I would say, like Nolan Keolana.
Yeah,
we were talking about Nolan, and like he doesn't like the spotlight.
Too, in the movies, he never got the star title, right? He was always the sidekick or of some sort.
But I mean, his actions spoke louder than his words. So, I mean, it's interesting that you get some of these figures. I would say Eddie Aikau is in that same kind of category where they're sort of larger than life.
That was his favorite, Eddie Aikau's favorite. He just admired that man.
But both Eddie and Duke were pretty soft-spoken, and not ones that were really, didn't really shine on in the spotlight, so to speak.
Yeah.
And but nonetheless, Duke is one that once he got on the water and was either in a pool or on the surfboard or in water polo, he played a lot of different water sports. He was just a superstar.
He held a lot, though, in his heart of unfair things, watching his Hawaiian culture and people just getting sidelined, you know what I mean? Until, like I said, that amazing Australian Cecil, that is like some mankind asset stuff, is like, I don't want to race anybody. I want to race the big man, the Hawaiian, you know?
Yeah,
and that is cool for him to do, He could have just went on with his professional career and not worried about, but he wanted the best, and that's true champion kind of stuff.
No, that's a cool story, and if you there's several one book in particular called Waterman. They made a movie that utilized some of that.
You and Momoa. I need to get your autograph right here. Just sign right here.
Oh no,
but awesome.
But yeah, that story about Cecil Healy from Australia who was in the Olympics, and Duke apparently missed his race because he was.
Yeah.
There was the times were off and the communication was
on
bad.
A ship. Can you imagine the different dynamics you had to do?
But it was cool where Cecil refused to swim unless he was going against.
I really liked that part in the movie you guys have made. There's a lot of key points, and there's so much to be told about Duke. I just really love that part. With everything he holds inside his heart, and soft spoken, doesn't talk bad or negative about anything, but he would just move around obstructions in his way, flowing or like the Pacific Ocean.
Right.
There's something to admire and just love about that.
Speaking of the Pacific Ocean, looks like it's emptying onto our coastline here with this set.
Wow.
Look at those lines.
You also have taught, as Duke traveled around the world, a guy that you talk about is Prince Kuhio. I was talking about, because you've taught me, the Alaya was a blue-collar surfing thing, right? And he went, a very educated Hawaiian, and got to spread his mana'o, but he also surfed with his sister, right?
I surfed. There were two brothers that he surfed with, and his cousin was Kaiulani, and so she surfed too.
Okay,
yeah.
The Wahine you talk about a lot.
Right. Wow. Yeah, Prince Jonah Kuhio is also would have been like an uncle to Duke, who surfed in Waikiki. In fact, we call Waikiki Kuhio Beach after him.
But did the uncles with the bigger boards look at Prince Kuhio as like, what, hot dogger? I mean, it's a different time, but what was looked upon on those Alayas?
Yeah, well, sometimes people assume that Hawaiians only rode like bigger boards, but no, they would ride different sizes of board. In fact, Kuhio rode various types of surfboards, but when he was older, he said he would ride a really big board called the Ola.
Well.
Yeah, and that it was so heavy that he would just leave it on his pier. He had a pier that reached out right to the break bike right there at Queens. And
but that's like our quiver. I don't like that board. Too heavy, that one. Oh, man. Wow, some rich history. Talking about Alaya, getting some messages through friends. You know, they're saying, oh, Elia would be amazing at backdoor. Mr. Leon Mosier, yes, that would be. And pipe, but, you know, where there's a will, there's a way.
Well, you see, I mean, I forget his name, but there's at least one person that I've seen riding massive waves on a skimboard.
Yeah, Brad Cadome, that guy is nuts. Yeah, he hangs out with J.O.B. That guy makes sand sliding turn into like a point surf. You know what I mean?
Which, I mean, just shows like it can be done. And
healthy sport, too. You're running on the beach in deep sand. You get on your board. I'm used to just sand sliding, doing one snap. This guy does a snap, gets barreled, floater, all the way across. It's just like what the guys are doing on Elia at Makaha. I do feel that's a real cultural event. I could see it, you know, as there's body surfing in there. And yeah, shout out to Leon Mosier and the Amber Ohana tuning in. And there's where you can buy your shirts, gang. We're going to have it online at DaHui.com along with the rest of the remaining items from Jason Momoa and the Aloha J collection, that all the proceeds go to the Lahaina Maui fire victims. But we have t-shirt sales down here live, but it should be on the website, and hats are going quick online, okay? I don't know if we're going to have enough hats for the 50th anniversary, but hey, Huahine, you're doing a great job down there. Team Peru, waiting to get their gills just absolutely wet and marinated by beautiful bonsai pipeline with not that much backdoor. I've seen 4 backdoor waves today and not in the main event. So here we go. Some more Pacific ribs. Beautiful drone shot coming from across the mountain range and coming right here to pipeline, over the Chandler House, into third reef, out the back. So we'll see how this thing materializes as the shootout follows a non-elimination team format. The surfers are divided into 8 teams. You are watching Team Peru. They're also represent brotherhood, sisterhood, but representing their surf brands as well. Sometimes the surf brands put up the big money to enter this event. And yes, this format fosters a sense of camaraderie, teamwork, community spirit, and unlike other contests, there's not that much pressure. It's like the Eddie. You guys are all invited here to surf as brothers and sisters. Utmost respect and honor for our culture. You guys are core lords. That's why you guys are here. And thank you for Zone Media, Alex and the crew, for taking care of us and putting us on Spectrum Live, Channel 1020. What's going to happen here? Who do you think out of your team Peru, who do you think is going to take first blood over here?
Man, they got so many good athletes in this heat. Alonso Correa, Gabriel Villarin. These are all accomplished big wave surfers that have been here at this event for many years. Yeah. Joaquim de Castillo, Cristobal de Cole, Alvaro Maltarpida, Noah Del Cole, Sebastian Gomez. All of them are capable, and we've seen them over the years charge. I think the conditions are a little tricky right now.
It is tricky.
Even though we're seeing all these big lines coming through, because it's a little warbly.
Talking like 4-foot ruts. Did you see next to that guy as he paddled over the wave? The rut was about 4 feet in size. And Alvaro, he was on the injury list last year, and he's also Team Peru's team captain. These guys put in a lot of time. They have a lot of passion.
Someone looking at this one.
For our sport. And pipe specialist.
Look at how tall that wave was.
Wow. I can just hear Bart's up, too tall, too fast. You know, those ones you got to significantly slow down.
Too tall to stall. Huh?
Yeah, too tall to stall. But, you know, I used to love those Tom Carroll off the bottom, under the lip snaps. You know, those too tall to stall. There is a way where there's a will, but, you know, these guys aren't trying to punch out a bunch of 3.2s and 4.5s. One of the biggest scores I seen was Team Japan had an 8.88, and I'm going to get my stats more as I get to see some of these guys' scores throughout the day.
The waves were really pumping when Japan was out there.
Yep.
It was clean.
Yeah, it started off slow, then pumped, and then I feel bad for North Shore Surf Shop, but they're going to get tons more chances it just was a little slow for the kind of iconic characters that were in the lineup. There we go, Pipeline Lane, and there's Uncle D. Shout out to Uncle Derek Ho. Awesome. That is the Jerry Lopez house. Me and Isaiah Walker up on the second floor, lighting up the live booth. And Rocky Cannon right now is on the live mic. And we have Clifton Botello here with us as well.
Saying we watched the many faces of Pipeline today, and check back tomorrow morning when we come and check in early.
We try to start about 8 a.m. We make the call. We discuss and socialize 6 a.m. Wait for all these characters to come through the fence.
Now, there's definitely swell. When I look at the forecast, does look like it's still going to be good size.
So there's
the thing I'm nervous about is the wind forecast.
There's a thing going on up there. So Flint Novak thinks it's going to be just too big. But then you got Kaimana Henry, and this is his backyard. He's like, the guy that lives right here says something different. Good to excellent. So it's funny. You know, these guys are so iconic. And they're such good surfers. They could be in this event. So it's good to watch them pull apart and be our judging panel.
Now, we've also run half days before.
I remember that. Half day where I should have brought a surfboard, you know. Drove home with my tail between my legs. I remember that half day. Thanks for reminding me. Perfect sandbar. Uncle called it off. No board.
Oh.
I thought that was going to happen today. I get surfboard in my car. I was like, wow, look at this. Me and Iolani Adams, like, wow, bro, it's perfect for us. It's like 4 feet and perfect. And then baboomski. Out of nowhere. Always got to watch Mother Ocean.
And thanks to Surfline for keeping us true on the forecast. It did show up just as predicted, as they called it. So awesome job, Surfline. I'm glad that we're able to watch the backdoor shootout on Surfline's site.
And it's always good. You know, I just don't slide the bar on all the cameras and get to study all around the island on Surfline. You can go to iconic spots that you've traveled around the world and watch the live cameras too. So Surfline is awesome. You know, sometimes you just got to put it down and just go surfing instead of checking out the waves is the old way. But, you know, the stories and the updates with our surf culture and the backdoor shootout review and stuff they're going to do, it's awesome.
Oh, it's so, I mean, I remember at first I was sort of fighting it, trying to do the free stuff where you watch it for 15 seconds or whatever.
Oh, yes, I was doing that.
And I was just like, finally, just get the premium.
I'm telling you guys,
so
hit
worth
the
it.
trigger, right? Hit the trigger. I accidentally hit the premium trigger by accident, and guess what? I'll never go back.
I know, it was actually my son. He's an avid surfer as well, and he's like, Dad, let's get this. We can, share the account or whatever. And I was like, whatever. Okay, we'll just try it.
Yeah.
That was like, I don't know, 7 years ago or something.
Stopped,
yeah,
it's funny.
So
like,
useful.
They have great commercials, but if you want to do that 15-second window, dissect your favorite surf spot, and then boom, back to commercial, can't. But hey, I'm telling you, hit the trigger, man. The premium is good. But just don't be that guy telling yourself you don't want to surf because you have all these cameras now. You know, it's awesome. I can even go all the way to New York and check out Manhattan Beach. And shout out to New York. I know you guys were tuning in. And I know somebody had a question about after surfing Pipeline in the morning, where is your favorite breakfast place, Isaiah?
Ooh. Great question. I mean, you can't go wrong with Ted's Bakery.
Oh, you cannot. But you cannot go wrong being a local boy going home and just gourmet, cook your family an amazing breakfast. Eating at home is sometimes the best, healthiest way, but I like to go support Duncan and the legends over at Haliva Cafe. It's just been an iconic place.
Well, we drive from different directions.
Yeah, that's right.
So I'm coming from the northeast side.
You gave me a funny tickle when you talked about Hukilau this morning.
Cafe.
I love that place. But coming from town, doing the long east side trek, and then I stop at Hukilau, 2 scoops fried rice. I mean, I'm a little bit, whoa, as I'm coming through the Velziland area. Like, I just had the best breakfast.
Hukilau Cafe is the best for breakfast.
That's iconic, too. It's also in a few movies.
Yep.
Hukilau Cafe.
It is. 50 First Dates?
50 First Dates, yep.
Yep. great spots on our side.
What's your go-to order over there?
Just, I mean, they have a Hawaiian local moco burger. It's insane. And then we also have whatever breakfast plates they have. They have amazing banana pancakes, and there's so many items.
Here we go. Is that Alonso off the bottom? Just so frothing as he's just been waiting almost, a good 15 minutes for this wave. And they're getting some, it's still good pipeline. There's just a bit of wonk on it. I mean, what I mean is now you got to change the dynamic and try to find that scoop bowl with that rib that's going to get you that.
There's a replay. You can see that
bonus.
It's interesting. The way the wave is breaking right now reminds me of a lot of the Hamakua coastline where I grew up surfing on the Big Island. It's so cliffy that you get a lot of this kind of reverb from all the ocean.
And it slows down and speeds up. So these guys, they're going to use 6 gears in this heat as they duck dive. I wonder if the guy behind that brother actually made his butt underneath the. I mean, that's some big whitewash, guys. We all duck dive differently.
Speaking of, where I grew up, shout out to my friends that I grew up with over there.
Oh yeah,
we
Big Island.
Got together and had a barbecue back in Hilo. It was cool to see all my boys and Bertram, Charles, Topo, Joey, whole crew.
You get waves at you guys' spots while you guys are there? I know you guys know some amazing zones, and I know Big Island surf culture has changed.
Yeah, we don't, because the island on Big Island is younger. That the coastline hasn't really developed reef as much as it has, and on Oahu and the older islands, they're actually sinking. And so what happens is you get reefs that become more developed, and the waves evolve with it too. But so there's not a lot of breaks, but it's still the camaraderie and the aloha spirit and the kind of ohana vibe.
Yeah,
still.
Awesome. I mean, coming from Oahu and knowing all kinds of nooks and crannies and waves, you don't even know how frothing I am looking over the bridge at Honolulu. Yeah. And my Big Island friends are like, why are you so stoked? You have no idea. You know what I mean? And then surfing into that river mouth, it feels like I'm at Papua, Tahiti, that cold.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I just love it. I just love, novelty waves, whatever. If I'm gliding, I'm happy. Yeah, well, these guys a little bit of a slow heat, but they're here. They're ready to go. And it is just day number 1 of our first day of the waiting period. And this is Team Peru out in the lineup with Alonso Correa, Joaquin Del Castillo, Crystal Ball Decal, Gabriel Villarin showing up in red as one of the alternates, and Alvaro Malpartida. No longer on the injury list, surfing with his team, and Noah Decal. We also have on the alternate list Sebastian Gomez. We've seen at other backdoor shootouts, you definitely need 3 alternates in your team in your pocket due to the wave sizes and the changing of conditions.
Peru does have a real thriving and historic surf culture there. The waves get really big. You have a lot of professional surfers that have come out from there. Now, there is a conversation about Peruvians actually, thousands of years ago riding waves on what's called caballito de totoras, little reed horses. So there is a tradition of riding waves. I honestly don't like to get caught up in the fact of who's the first human to ever ride a wave, because my guess is
I wasn't going to argue with me. Teach me, Professor.
Because sometimes people would like to say that, it wasn't the Hawaiians, it was someone else, and it's that's, first of all, it's a moot point. I'm sure people, as long as people have been fishing or swimming or whatever, I'm sure there have been people catching waves on some kind of raft or craft or of some kind.
Everybody's got something to say. They just don't listen no more.
And you go back to Papua New Guinea and so forth, and you'll see a tradition of riding waves on little hand planks or boogie boards and these wood splinters.
I've seen
called.
Driftwood,
which is cool.
That's hollowed out.
But when we're talking about the kind of surfing we're looking at today, the development of specialized riding boards that resemble surfboards, right? because these reed crafts are awesome. They're kind of like kayak-ish.
I'm going to have
larger.
to look these up. You got it right
I'll
there?
show you a picture of it.
Reed craft. Oh, man, that's what that's called?
Yeah.
There's a guy that had something similar to that in Waikiki a long time ago, but I get what you're saying. What is that made out of?
It's like this grass, these reeds, like you know what I mean? Like thick grass, you know, like hay or something, and then they tie them up. It's really cool.
This is like a Peruvian sleigh ride, but you're riding natural.
And it's kind of like a stand-up. They're really big, you know, and it is cool. And
does it absorb water? These like leeks or weeds that you would say?
You would think so. I've never ridden one myself before. But
you
Peru,
gotta get one in your quiver and come by and check it out.
I mean, there's not. I mean, it's
and they tie it as well,
right? Really cool. But it's kind of cool that you know that Peru celebrates their own traditions down there of riding on waves.
It's almost like some beach mats, but like you
Right,
know, like lashed together. That's
Right.
cool. You just showed me another.
Here we go.
Wave riding. Ooh.
Straightened out.
Smart job. I believe that is crystal ball decal, possibly. Last few seconds in this heat. These guys are going to return tomorrow. I know this one has been a little slow and for North Shore Surf Shop, but there is some scores, and it's been a great first round, and it's just the beginning. This guys has some duck diving and maybe some board throwing to negotiate with.
Right.
It ain't no joke on there. It's where the two ends meet, current, propulsion, you name it. That thing could drag you to Rockies real quick. Hey, where did he go? There he is.
See how quick that current pulls, and actually Clifton was telling me about how you know how strong that rip is, and how he's had to rescue people, even people's bystanders on the beach,
and you know, as a surfer, you try to swim, and you don't want to be embarrassed or get called out on the bullhorn, right? But you start swimming straight in. That isn't the way to go. You need to go with the flow a little bit and kind of 45 degree and get your butt on the sand where you can walk, or that thing will take you to Rockies.
Right. All right, well, it looks like we're the end of that heat with our team Peru. We're going to take a break, and we'll be back with highlights from the day.
Highlights, yeah, the last heat of the day.
The 2025 DaHui Backdoor Shootout is presented by Keiki Beach Bungalows. Special mahalos to the members of the Hui o He'enalu and these great sponsors: North Shore Club, White Claw, Hawaii Volcanic Water, Haleiwa Distillery, Saltwater Society, Na Menihuni Umi Kumaono, and Excel Haleiwa. This live broadcast is produced by Zone Media, creators of Ocean Paddler TV, Hawaiian Extreme Sports TV, and In the Zone.
Aloha ohana and welcome back to the Hui Backdoor Shootout presented by Keiki Beach Bungalows. My name is Ezra Rodriguez. With me is Isaiah Walker, and it has been an amazing day with you, my friend. Woof. History.
It has been a great day. We started off the morning with what we're calling 2 to 4 foot surf.
Yep,
right
stand-up
off the bat.
paddling.
And then it jumped up to what looked like 12 and 15 foot
Oh,
sets.
yeah, it's 12 to 15 foot easy right now. Yes.
So exciting day. We saw all the various faces of pipeline. Not a lot of backdoor waves today. Mostly
Not many.
riders going left.
Couple for the longboarders, couple waves, backdoor, Dino Miranda, and a couple other guys. And into the highlights we go,
Right.
Isaiah.
Check
Been
it out.
amazing.
We'll see how our day went. So you started off with some smaller surf. Very clean conditions. Most of the day, it wasn't until the last heat of the day that we saw some of that texture. Our longboarders getting some nice ones as the swell was rising. Longboard, stand-up paddle. This was the winning wave right here. Kalanoveo getting the win.
And there's last year's champion, Mananalu, getting double spit out the back. He just needed a bigger requirement. Bet around the chip shot, getting barreled. That was awesome.
Saw these double ups. You had a lot of double ups today as we have that rising swell. You have two waves coming together. Mason Ho was putting on a show, coming out of the barrel on his longer board. So many good heats. Killer barrels. Oh, and you can see the wave coming up. That was Shinpei.
Oh my gosh, that water angle was just excellent. I'm so glad that guy is okay.
All around scoring waves. Kai Rockman. So many talented surfers getting bombs out throughout the day. Oh my goodness.
Yep, right here, Beth. Right around the bottom, looking for the tube, but just her negotiation and navigation, staying close to the harness. I believe this is Alonso Correa, but Peru didn't really get a huge shot out at it. Welcome back, you guys. Thank you for everything. Thank you to DaHui o He'enalu, Keiki Beach Bungalows. Thank you, Tim and the gang, for hooking us up with amazing OGA gear this year. And thank you to Zone Media. It's been epic. It's only the first day of the waiting period and just day number one, baby.
That's a good sign. We kicked it off on day one. We'll see what happens tomorrow. We know that the swell is supposed to stick around. It's a question of if it's too big or not.
Too big or not.
But you know, at the backdoor shootout, they like to send it large. So I wouldn't be surprised if we're on for tomorrow.
Yep. This is the originators, the Hui o He'enalu. Shout out to all you members, club members. Thank you to all you Kapuna and everybody here at the Volcom House and the Volcom Contingency. Super pumped for tomorrow, Isaiah.
Yeah, this was a great day. Came here at the sunrise, now we're watching the sunset. Thank you guys if you've joined us all day on the live cast. We've been privileged and honored to share with you this time, this space here at Bonsai Pipeline.
Mahalo. Yeah. And you guys just make sure you guys tune in tomorrow. You guys can go follow us at DaHui Official and at Hui o He'enalu North Shore. And we will keep you guys updated. And also go check out Jeff Hall and those guys, surfline.com. Don't let another year go by. Hit that button and get the premium, and you can see what's really going on, baby.
Yeah, you won't regret it.
Yeah. Right on. Mahalo. Look at that. Team Peru still out in the lineup. We'll see if there's a big free surf session. But yes.
Yeah.
And thank you guys. I really appreciate all of you guys tuning in around the world. Let's keep that up and support this amazing cultural event. From Ezra Rodriguez and Isaiah Walker, aloha.
Hui ho.